Chapter 28-21. Luo Wei walked towards the trading ground. This time, Zichen had given some resources to the trading ground. These resources were enough to attract more people, so he had to go take a look. He didn't want to give too many resources to the trading ground, because too many resources represented a considerable amount of profit. That would bring some trouble to someone like him who had no background. Borrowing the popularity of Benson Lu City, Tobi City's popularity reached a peak. Looking at the bustling crowd, listening to their excited discussions, Ben Sanlu was stunned. He had expected Tobi City to suffer a crushing defeat, but he had not expected the battle to end in such a way before it had even begun. Riley was standing in another place. He seemed to have lost his soul. Luo Wei walked past him, but he didn't notice. In order to build the trading ground, he had put in too much effort, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. He had lost, completely lost. This wasn't just a loss of resources, but also his future. Because the losses were so great, the higher-ups needed a scapegoat. Zichen returned to the city lord's mansion. The divine king had already walked out of the core area. After seeing Zichen, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." "Thank you, sir. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." Zichen handed over a divine ring. There were some resources he had obtained from the Black Order battlefield, including the ancient Tree King's fruit and soul. This was the most valuable thing Zichen could take out, but the Divine King might not be interested in it. These resources were useless to the Divine King, so they could only be sold for some God crystals. Of course, God crystals were also the common currency of the Divine Realm. They could be used to buy other things. The Divine King didn't look at what was in the Divine Ring. He waved his hand and said, "Put it away. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. No need to trouble Steward Xiao." Divine King Fevero left on the same day. He had rejected Zichen's goodwill. Although it was the Sky God who sent him here, Zichen still remembered this kindness in his heart. The popularity of the city soared, but a part of it soon disappeared. In any case, there was a new trading ground in Benson Lu City. Many people wanted to take a look inside. The recruitment in the city was still ongoing. Many oracles were queuing up to sign up, fearing that the quota would be filled in advance. The first 6 floors of the training pavilion were all open, and many oracles below level 6 had to pay resources to enter. Because it was unique, the price was not low. Fortunately, the creatures they killed could be decomposed, so it was much less troublesome than going outside. Tobi City's development could be considered to be on the right track. With the training pavilion, the popularity of the city would definitely not be low. This time, it could be said that Tobi City had completely defeated Benson Lu City, and no matter how many tricks the latter had up their sleeves, Tobi City's popularity would not fall by a large margin. Now that the matter had been settled, it was time for Zichen to continue his cultivation. After all, the most important thing was to become stronger. A few days later, Zichen and Ichien returned to Ichien City. Next, they began cultivating while waiting for LV Peng's return. When he returned, there would be a series of actions. The confrontation between the two trading places attracted a lot of attention within the government, but because they knew the people behind Riley, no one was optimistic about Luo Wei. In order to avoid suspicion, they immediately drew a clear line with Luo Wei, leaving him to fend for himself. They did not even hesitate to give up their share of the profits. In their opinion, Luo Wei should be able to hold on for a while, and would not be defeated immediately. But when the news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Riley's trading place had been defeated before the confrontation had even begun. It was a complete defeat. When they heard the accurate news, they were very shocked. At the same time, they were shocked by the goddess' generosity. They heard that some of the resources for sale came from the Black Order battlefield, and there were a few fruits that were useful to level 7 divine generals. For them, it was obviously useful. In the meeting room, there were more than 10 people sitting, including Riley. At the moment, his head was lowered, and he did not have the slightest bit of energy. The trading place had been open for more than a month, and its popularity could only be described as terrible. At the moment, no one looked at Riley. As the loser, he was destined to be responsible for this matter. Their eyes would occasionally look at the door, as if they were waiting for someone. Luo Wei had arrived. He entered the meeting room, glanced at everyone, and bowed to the leading old man. "Sorry I'm late. Just in time. Have a seat." The old man waved his hand gently. Luo Wei walked in last, sitting opposite Riley. They were the two with the lowest seniority, so no matter how high their achievements were, they had to be at the back. "Congratulations, Luo Wei." As soon as Luo Wei sat down, a friendly voice transmission came from the side. Luo Wei ignored it. "All right. Now everyone report the profits of your trading places. Luo Wei, let's start with you." The leading old man looked at Luo Wei. Luo Wei's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "I did not count the profits of this trading place, nor do I have the right to." "What do you mean?" Everyone was startled. Luo Wei glanced at Riley and said, "Riley wanted to set up a trading place in Benson Lu City, and there was a competition with the trading place I was in charge of. At the time, everyone did not think highly of me, so they all gave up their own interests and left me to fend for myself. Some people's expressions became unnatural. I had no power or influence, so how could I compete with Riley? So I went to the goddess, and she told me she would think of a solution. But I felt bad, so I transferred the trading place to the goddess." Luo Wei said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The leading old man said, "Luo Wei, how dare you sell the trading place without permission? Selling the trading place can recoup my losses. It's better than being destroyed." Luo Wei said, "These past few months, I've been talking to the goddess about the handover. I came back to inform you in advance. Because of the large amount of resources, it will take some time to gather the divine crystals." Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, Luo Wei continued, "Because none of you are in charge of this matter, I personally negotiated with the goddess. Of course, if you think it's not appropriate, you can ask the goddess for it." Everyone's expressions became more and more ugly. Who would dare to ask the goddess for something that had already been discussed? This was the reason why Luo Wei did not mention Ziqian and directly mention Yi Qian. Everyone knew that the goddess Yi Qian was the daughter of the Tower Battle God, and the Tower Battle God loved his daughter very much. If it was a legitimate competition of interests, it would be fine. But if it was against the rules, it was obviously impossible. "How much did you sell it for?" the leading old man asked. "The price we paid for the resources when we first established it," Luo Wei said. "You're confused. How can you do that?" The leading old man was so angry that his body trembled. Luo Wei had obviously sold it at cost price. The others also had a pained expression. Obviously, this price was a huge loss. Seeing everyone's expressions, Luo Wei said, "Actually, the goddess offered this price. She didn't want to make things difficult for me, so I sold it at 60% of the normal price." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then, they smiled bitterly. Compared to the worthless trading place after it was destroyed, 60% of the normal price was already not bad. This price was calculated by me. In the past few hundred years in Tobi City, the profits we earned were enough to build dozens of trading places. The reason why Riley wanted to set up a trading place in Benson Lu City was because of the profits there. In terms of profits, there were not many cities of the same level in the 10th domain that could earn more than Tobi City. Just the resource exchange alone was a huge sum of money. Everyone looked at each other, unable to say a single word. At this moment, Riley was gloating. These old fellows were all good at scheming. Now, they wanted to get back their share of profits. Who would have thought that Luo Wei would directly sell the trading place? Since it's already sold, this is the only way. But this time, we don't want normal resources. We need the goddess to provide us with battlefield resources. The time can be slightly delayed. The leading old man pondered for a moment and said, Also, the battlefield resources must be sold at 10% of the price in Toby City. I will pass on this to the goddess. This is our last request. No matter what you think of, you must make the goddess agree. Even if they gave up the trading place and didn't support you, it's their fault. After all, the trading place is not private property. Okay. Luo Wei nodded and said, I will try my best. Then, Luo Wei bid farewell and left. The others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They thought that they could catch this golden chicken that could lay golden eggs again. Unexpectedly, the chicken was sold at a normal price. After Luo Wei left, he went to Toby City. In fact, what he said before was false. He didn't sell the trading place, but he knew what those people wanted. Instead of letting them take advantage of him, it was better to give the profits directly to the Lord. After returning to Toby City, Luo Wei called Toby and Jolina and went straight to Iqian's city. The ancient tree didn't attack them, so they entered the city smoothly. It was the first time that Jolina saw the changes in the city, so she was very surprised. Zichen and Iqian came out of seclusion. Luo Wei told them why he came and what happened before, then looked at them nervously. What do you think? Zichen looked at Jolina. Jolina said, There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Of course, the premise is that we can take out the battlefield resources. Or rather, we need the Lord to see if this deal is worth it, because battlefield resources can't be exchanged outside. Zichen looked at Iqian again. Iqian said, Anyway, the resources are yours. You can decide for yourself. Zichen nodded and said, Then let's buy it. Let Luo Wei take care of the rest. I will give you 10% of the net profits of the trading place. Although it was only 10%, which sounded 40% less than before, Luo Wei was very clear that this 10% was more than the previous 50%. Because a large part of the total profits of the trading place would be handed over to the government, and the rest would be given to people like them. But now, after buying the trading place, they didn't need to hand over that part to the government. 10% of the total profits was an extremely large number. You three will handle this matter. As for the resources, leave it to me, said Zichen. Chapter 28-22. Iqian looked at Zichen with a worried expression on her face. No, let them wait first. What we need to do now is to ensure the popularity of the trading ground, Zichen said. Iqian nodded. As long as Zichen did not go to the Black Order battlefield, it would be fine. Our resources can still be used for a while. Give Luo Wei some resources first. When LV Ping returns, we will discuss other matters. LV Ping had been gone for hundreds of years. With the many spiritual array masters sent by the Sky God, it would not be long before the teleportation array was opened. To them, as long as they had the resources of the Black Order battlefield, they would not mind waiting for 100 years. 100 years was nothing to them. But to Zichen, 100 years was enough to accomplish many things. A few days later, Iqian left the Divine City with some resources that Zichen had given her. Since she had bought a trading ground, she should go and meet those people. Iqian was brought along by Luo Wei, so they naturally had to meet. After all, they had taken advantage of her. After Belai returned, he went to look for Ben Senlu and told him that Zichen had bought the trading ground. This made him even angrier. After that, he gathered everyone again. Now that the trading ground is Zichen's, we have to think of a way to take it down. We have to take all the resources inside, Ben Senlu said coldly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Clearly, they did not know that the trading ground was Zichen's. Then, everyone looked at Qi Wei out of habit. Qi Wei frowned. Whatever the price, I will bear it, Ben Senlu said unhappily to Qi Wei. Don't put on that mysterious look of yours. Qi Wei shook his head and said, Now is not a good time to make a move. Ben Senlu snorted and said, Do I care about timing? Master Lu, of course you don't need timing. But there are too many people gathered in Toby City. If we act rashly, there will be criticism, Qi Wei said. Moreover, that place has become the center of the city. It is extremely important for the development of this area. Even if the trading ground has changed owners, others will not sit by and watch us fight. Humph! Ben Sanlu snorted coldly. If young Master Lu really wants to fight, then go to the outer regions and destroy Yiqian's cities, Yue said. I don't have any objections. Xian Lin smiled. Moreover, I will fully support you. Sina chuckled and said. Me too. Xavier nodded as well, expressing his support. With everyone's support, Benson Lu wasn't happy. Instead, his face was gloomy. Everyone knew that Yiqian's city was in the depths of the city. If one wanted to reach there, they would have to face rank 8 or 9 creatures from another space-time. If he really wanted to attack there, he would need to bring a group of divine generals. Although he had nurtured some divine generals over the years, he could not afford such consumption. Most importantly, that city hadn't expanded yet. Even if they conquered it, they wouldn't be able to get any resources. Although he was a little impulsive, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do something that didn't bring him any benefits. Humph! With another cold snort, the crowd dispersed. The attack on Toby's city this time had obviously ended on a bad note. Everything calmed down. Zichen continued to cultivate. His realm was steadily increasing. His comprehension of extreme speed was getting deeper and deeper. However, he still hadn't comprehended the general level extreme speed. After Yiqian came back, she also entered seclusion. Zichen told her that if LV Ping didn't come back after 100 years, she would bring more resources to the people in the trading area. Time flew. Soon, 10 years had passed. 10 years later, another 10 years passed. In the world, Zichen's body glowed. His powerful aura surged. He had comprehended another extreme speed power. However, his realm was still at rank 5. It was also why he wanted to wait. He wanted to let his comprehension of extreme speed catch up with his realm. 50 years passed. Zichen had comprehended 8 extreme speeds. Next, he started to comprehend the general level extreme speed. Life Star, outside the Heaven Martial continent. Beams of light appeared one after another. Each beam of light turned into a figure. Hundreds of figures appeared. After they appeared, they all gazed at the planet below. Their eyes were very sharp, and it was as if they could make one's soul sink into them with a single glance. Finally, we're here. The leader of the group looked down as a smile naturally appeared on his face. The sharp glint in his eyes gradually disappeared as his expression once again turned gentle. He was LV Peng, the LV Peng from the Life Star. After hundreds of years of hard work and countless resources, they had finally connected the teleport formation to this place. Guys, this is the last stop. Sorry to trouble you. LV Ping turned around and clasped his fists at the group of Divine Array Masters. Brother LV, you're too polite, said a Divine Array Master next to him. The other Divine Array Masters nodded in agreement, and the sharpness in their eyes faded away. When they first came here, they had started to connect the two worlds under LV Peng's lead. It was because of the God of Heaven's order that they had to come. However, as they spent more time with LV Peng, they slowly understood him. Besides being kind, LV Peng's talent amazed them. When they first came here, LV Peng was just a first-level divine general. However, after hundreds of years, he had walked deeper and deeper on the Tao of Arrays. His realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few hundred years, he had reached rank 6 from rank 1. They had never seen such a speed before. Compared to his strength, LV Peng's attainments in arrays were also directly proportional to his strength. Even they couldn't help but admire him. Therefore, even though they had always been arrogant, they couldn't be arrogant in front of LV Peng. They used to be the main force. Now, LV Peng was the main force. 5 years later. In the Tianwu continent, outside the Wuji sect, a huge spirit array appeared out of thin air. One figure after another walked out of the spirit array. After these figures appeared, the entire Tianwu continent sensed their auras. At this moment, it was as if a king had descended. No matter where they were, they could feel a tremor coming from their souls. The disciples of the Wuji sect not far away felt it even more clearly. They saw one figure after another flying out of the Wuji sect, looking in their direction with vigilance. They saw the people who had appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by divine light, and their bodies were releasing the majesty of gods. It's the god race! Why is the god race here? Are they going to attack us? Exclamations rang out. Their faces were filled with shock. They had seen the god race before. An aura came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Chutian. Sect Master! The Wuji sect's disciples parted. Zhang Chutian's pupils shrank when he saw the god race. Their auras were extremely powerful. Any one of them could destroy the Wuji sect. Now that they had suddenly appeared outside the Wuji sect, he didn't know if they were friends or foes. Chutian! Just at this moment, Zhang Chutian heard a familiar voice. A person walked out of the god race. Grand Master! Zhang Chutian was surprised to see LV Ping. His worry vanished. Greetings, Grand Master! Behind Zhang Chutian, the Wuji sect's disciples bowed excitedly to LV Ping. The current Wuji sect still wasn't the strongest sect, but it was the most mysterious. It was the sect that everyone on the Tianwu continent wanted to join. Everyone knew that the Wuji sect had a powerful backer, a backer that could never be pushed down. Grandmaster, why have you returned? Zhang Chutian walked over. After spending several hundred years, I've finally connected the transportation array between the two worlds. From now on, this will be the entrance to the God world, said LV Ping. Really? Zhang Chutian's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be fake? LV Ping smiled. We'll be returning to the God world soon. I'll leave a few people here to guard it. Let's see what Zichen will do. LV Ping didn't stay for long. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chutian, he directly entered the transportation array and disappeared. For safety's sake, there were two God race experts guarding it. Zhang Chutian and the others were still in disbelief as they looked at the transportation array. That mysterious God world was opening to them just like that. That was the entrance to the God world. There were only 3 years left until Zichen's 100-year time limit. LV Ping returned. As soon as he appeared in the city, he felt an oppressive aura. His expression was full of vigilance. The expressions of the divine array masters who appeared after him also changed. A tall ancient tree appeared in the city. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, and it enveloped the entire city. The sunlight in the city was blocked, and the divine light released by the ancient tree illuminated the city. 1. Just as they were sizing up the ancient tree suddenly trembled. Then, one after another, palms made of green light appeared and grabbed at the God race experts. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the ancient tree begin to attack. These energy palms paused in midair and then dissipated. Just as they were puzzled, Zichen and Yiqian appeared. You're much faster than I expected. Zichen's voice sounded. Greetings, goddess. Greetings, young master Zichen. The God race experts bowed to the two. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. You've all worked hard to build the transportation array, Zichen said. Now, let's head to Tobi City. Yiqian and I will hold a feast for everyone. The transportation array is complete, but I've left a few people to guard it. LV Ping stepped forward and said, When LV Ping left last time, he brought all the God race experts with him. Now that the task was completed, he naturally couldn't trouble them to guard it. Zichen nodded and said, In that case, call Monk and the others back. Chapter 28-23. Now that the teleportation array was connected, they needed people they could trust to guard it. If something unexpected happened, their efforts over the past few hundred years would be wasted. Apart from that, the resources they had consumed were also astronomical. Now, the only people Zichen could trust were those who had gone to the battlefield. Naturally, he needed them all back. The others were still guarding the teleportation array, while Zichen and Yiqian led the group of divine array masters back to Tobi City. They had to pass through the forest. During this period, the ancient trees did not attack them, so the divine array masters did not know the true strength of the ancient trees. After arriving at Tobi City, Zichen and Ichien welcomed the divine array masters to thank them for their efforts. During this period, they also gave them some resources as rewards. After a series of rejections, everyone accepted the resources. On the bronze-level battlefield, Tyrant and his group, who had been fighting alone, finally received news from the outside world. "The goddess is summoning us back?" Tyrant heard the news and stared at the person in front of him. "Are you sure?" "Very sure," the person said. "This is the news we just received a few days ago. You must have been on this battlefield for a long time, right?" Tyrant asked. "More than 1,000 years," the person replied. "Since we are on the same side, why haven't we seen you before?" Tyrant looked at the person suspiciously. The person pursed his lips and said, "Sorry, I'm not on the same side as you, and I'm not on the same side. I'm only in charge of passing the message. The message says that Zichen is back and wants you all to go back." After saying that, the person turned and left. He did not even greet them. On this bronze-level battlefield, everyone knew that there was a group of jinxes. Wherever they went, there would be endless battles. Those divine race people seemed to have gone crazy, so no one was willing to get close to them. The person was even more so. After passing the message, he turned and left. He did not want to have anything to do with these people, even if he knew that they were on the goddess side. "Zichen is back?" When they heard the news, their eyes lit up. "Liar! He must be a liar!" The monk swore. "Zichen has only been gone for a few hundred years. I'm afraid he's still hiding in that mountain, crying for help. How could he come back?" "That's just your wishful thinking. Zichen has the world. No matter how bad the situation is, he won't ask for help. I believe that Zichen is back." "I'm going back now," Xuelin said. "What's wrong? Can't wait to get married?" the monk asked with a smile. Xuelin glared at the monk. "All right, let's not waste time. We've been out for a few hundred years. It's time for us to go back," Su Mingao said. "This time, Zichen asked us to go back. He must have something to discuss with us." Under normal circumstances, she would not express her opinion, but once she opened her mouth, the matter was basically settled. Sure enough, the others nodded in agreement. "Don't you think this is a conspiracy? How could Zichen come back? This is definitely a scheme against us," the monk said, looking very vigilant. "No one dares to fight in the camp, not even the divine king," Liai said. "This is the rule set by the gods. No one dares to disobey it. If that's the case, then we'll all go back." The monk changed the topic without any firm stance. "Didn't you say that you won't leave until you build a camp?" The others turned back to look at the monk with a mocking smile. "I did say that I'll build a camp. As for whether I said I won't go back, I forgot. Besides, we came here in a hurry. It won't be too late to build a camp after I go back to gather the troops," the monk said boldly. No one was surprised by the monk's shamelessness. The group turned back. Naturally, a battle was unavoidable. After returning to the camp, they exchanged all the resources they obtained for contribution points. Then, they exchanged the contribution points for resources and left the bronze-level battlefield. They appeared at the same place as when Zichen came back. However, no one surrounded them because there were too many of them. If they wanted to surround and kill them, they would have to find a group of divine generals. The last time they lost more than 10 divine generals, the matter was not small. This time, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble. The group successfully returned to Tobi City. As soon as they entered the city, they noticed the expansion of Tobi City and the rising popularity of the city. They were very surprised. "You're finally back. The Lord has been waiting for you for a long time." The moment they appeared, Tobi appeared. Clearly, he had been paying attention to the teleportation portal. "Is Zichen really back?" the monk asked. "He's been back for almost 100 years," Tobi said. "Oh, did he escape?" The monk's eyes flashed. "Escape? No way. The Lord was a level 5 100 years ago. Now he's a level 6. There's no need to escape, right? Toby said in surprise. Level 6? The monk's eyes widened. He said in disbelief. He reached level 6 so quickly? Did he get something good? Let's go. Take me to him. Even if he got something good, it's not for a baldy like you. Sichen's voice rang out. Who are you calling a baldy? The monk stared at Sichen, who was walking forward. How many baldies are there here? Sichen said with a smile. He then looked around and said, Welcome back. Seeing that all of them were present, he heaved a sigh of relief. Let's rest in Toby's city for a few days. Then we'll discuss other matters. Sichen looked at everyone and said, Is Elvipum back? Su Mengyao came forward. Yes. Sichen nodded. The teleportation portal needs someone to guard it. Some of us have to go. Give me some of the good stuff you got, I'll go guard the teleportation formation. Tyrant followed up from above and volunteered himself. Nothing good. Sichen said. But you've been on the battlefield for so long. Did you get anything good? Of course. They're all good stuff. It's enough for a level 3 or 4 divine general. The monk said proudly. That's good. We'll sell them later. Take it as a gathering of people. Sichen said. The group stayed in the city for 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone had a good gathering. They were curious about Sichen's experience in the Black Order battlefield. After hearing about it, they were shocked. That battlefield was indeed full of dangers. Then they talked about what happened in the Bronze battlefield for hundreds of years. They didn't encounter any great opportunities, nor were there too many bizarre things. There were only battles, continuous battles. They even talked about the monk's vow to establish a camp. The monk didn't blush. He only said that he wasn't ready. Sichen said, It's still necessary to establish a camp. After resting for a while, you'll lead people into the battlefield and establish a camp. The monk stared at Sichen. You're kidding, right? Sichen said, Does this look like a joke to you? The monk nodded. The others laughed. Sichen explained helplessly. The teleportation formation has been activated. People from the Life Star will come here continuously. There will be many divine generals. They will enter the battlefield in the future. Establishing a camp for them in advance will reduce the casualties in the future. Everyone nodded. Obviously, Sichen wasn't joking. Then they talked about some interesting things related to battles. It seems that you're being targeted, Ichien said. Everyone nodded. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, why would they keep fighting? Is it the Divine King? Is it because of me? Liai said shamefully. I don't know why the Divine King is targeting me. I didn't offend him. Don't think too much. It's not because of you. Maybe it's because of me. Maybe it's because of us. Zichen looked at Liai and smiled. Zichen hadn't returned Liai's memory to her, nor had he checked it. He had discussed with Ichien that he would return Liai's memory to her when she was strong enough. However, this time, whether it was the monk being targeted or him being hunted, it wasn't related to Liai. It was more likely because of their identities. A group of people from the lower world doing well in the divine world. Of course, some people were unhappy. 3 days later, they returned to the divine city. After seeing everything outside the city, everyone opened their eyes wide. This is the protection of the ancient trees you mentioned? The monk looked at the ancient trees and said, Are they the unbreakable defense? Let's try it. Zichen smiled. He didn't keep Jono a secret. Swoosh! The monk didn't hold back and rushed into the forest. Seeing this, Zichen shook his head. The monk was too rash. Even those Black Order level existences had to be careful when they first entered the spiritual battles world. As the monk rushed into the forest, the ancient trees didn't hold back and attacked directly. Although Jono's strength wasn't as strong as the ancient tree king, these ancient trees were as strong as they were in the spiritual battles world. The branches began to extend and attack the monk. The monk held the light shield in his hand and formed a defense. The glowing branches covered the monk and the light shield in layers. Open for me. With a loud shout, the light shield exploded and the branches were shattered. The monk flew out and said casually, "Just SOSO." Just as he finished speaking, more tree branches appeared from all directions, once again enveloping him in layers. Seeing this, Zichen smiled and said, "If you put away your turtle shell, you won't be able to get out of here." With the 9 Extremes weapon, which was specialized in defense, these ancient trees couldn't do anything to the monk. However, it wasn't realistic for the monk to pass through here. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, the branches scattered, and the group entered. The monk landed from the sky and put away the light shield, saying, "The defense isn't bad." Zichen smiled and didn't expose him. The group entered the city smoothly and saw Jono. They had to admit that Jono had given them a big shock. The entire city was under its protection. After a short stay in the city, they started their journey back to the Life Star. Chapter 28-24. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At that time, they had never thought that they could reach this step in the future. Tyrant was also a little emotional. Thinking about the past and the present, he didn't dare to imagine it. The teleport formation lit up again. They walked out of the formation. However, this place wasn't the Life Star. There were 2 Divine Array Masters outside the teleport formation. Looking around, it was a barren world. LV Peng explained, "The teleport formation can't transport long distances. So, we found some remote planets along the way and placed the teleport formation here. This is the first one." Zichen nodded. Apparently, LV Peng was talking about guarding the teleport formation here. Not far from them, there was a new teleport formation. LV Peng took them in. After repeating this process 4 times, they arrived at the Heaven Martial continent on the 5th teleport. 2 Divine Array Masters sat cross-legged by the teleport formation. Several miles away from the 2 of them, there were many human cultivators. They stood in the distance, looking in their direction. Apparently, these people had learned the function of this teleport formation from Zhang Chutian. The endless starry sky world was already a distant thing to them. The world of gods was even more unreachable to them. Now, a passage to the world of gods had been opened here. While they were shocked, they were also yearning for the world of gods. During this time, the Wang family was still in an awkward position. As soon as Zichen's group appeared, the crowd became restless. The disciples of the everlasting sect rushed forward, their faces excited. Zichen nodded at them. At the same time, Zichen released his soul aura. The rules of the Heaven Martial continent sensed his soul aura. Then, this aura spread rapidly through the rules. Then, the Zhanwu continent and the other life stars all sensed this aura. In the sky, the power of the rules surged. A flow of more heaven and earth spiritual energy appeared in the void, gathering towards the Life Star. Zichen's achievement was directly related to the Life Star. The stronger he was, the higher the level of the rules in the Life Star. At this moment, even if the God Clan allowed the alien tribes to attack this Life Star, they wouldn't be able to break the barrier of this Life Star. Because Zichen was now a level 6 general force, he was also a level 6 ancestor general on this Life Star. Countless alien races couldn't break through the space barriers of the same level. People around knew that Zichen was closely related to the Life Star, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. However, as they sensed the changes in the laws of the world, their faces were filled with astonishment. At the same time, the aura emanating from Zichen's body made them feel extremely oppressed. Under such circumstances, they felt that Zichen only needed a thought to kill them. All the creatures on the Life Stars who have reached the Saint King realm can come to the Heaven Martial continent. I will take you to the Divine World. Zichen's voice entered the system. At the same time, his voice went through the system and entered the minds of all the creatures on this Life Star. As long as it was a living creature with a soul on a Life Star, it could hear Zichen's voice at this moment. Welcome, Forefather! The surging aura in the world gradually dispersed. Zichen had already withdrawn his aura. All the disciples of the everlasting sect immediately walked forward under Zhang Chutian's lead. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the distance. However, only the people of the everlasting sect dared to come forward. Zhang Chutian was a member of the Zhang family, and they had Zhang Haotian's bloodline. Looking at Zhang Chutian, Zhang Haotian's cold face became slightly warmer. You've worked hard. Zichen walked toward the two divine array masters and gave them a divine ring. Inside the ring were resources, just like the other divine array masters. After declining for a while, the two of them accepted the resources. Then, the two of them bid farewell and left. As for the divine array masters who were guarding the teleportation formations, Zichen had already given them resources. After the two of them left, Zhang Haotian, Xingqin, Lei Ting, and Tyrant also left. They needed to guard the 4 teleportation formations. The divine array masters would also leave with them. Then, they returned to the everlasting sect. When they returned, the original members of the everlasting sect were still filled with emotions. They had never thought that the once largest, strongest, and most influential sect on the Life Star would become like this. However, Zichen was very calm about this. There was always a reason for the revival of a sect. The original everlasting sect had been destroyed in such a short time because he wasn't good at management. As a result, the other disciples of the everlasting sect didn't have a place to belong. That was why the everlasting sect was divided and destroyed. Although there weren't many disciples of the everlasting sect now, they still existed. This was pretty good. He no longer pursued the so-called number 1 or the greatest sect. On the same day, the leaders of the various forces of the Martial Heaven continent gathered outside the everlasting sect, requesting to see Zichen. Clearly, they were in a favorable position. Since the Divine World's teleportation formation was here, they were naturally the ones who would benefit the most. Wherever there were humans, there would be disputes. All sacred kings of the everlasting sect and above will leave with me, said Zichen to Zhang Chutian. Everyone is leaving? Zhang Chutian was startled. Zichen knew what he was worried about, so he said, Yes, everyone is leaving. In their eyes, the Martial Heaven continent was filled with disputes and grudges. Once the experts left, the everlasting sect would definitely be suppressed. However, if they were to arrive at the God realm and see everything, they would definitely feel that the disputes here were nothing much. Zhang Chutian nodded, indicating that he would immediately give the order. Go and tell those people outside that as long as they are willing, they can go to the divine world. However, once they reach the divine world, they will have to listen to my arrangements. Of course, if they aren't strong enough, there's no need to talk about it. The divine world wasn't a place for sightseeing. The reason Zichen had been able to stand there wasn't because he was powerful, but because of Yi Qian's status as goddess Yi Qian. His current accomplishments were partly due to his own efforts, but it had to be said that the other reason was Yi Qian's status as a goddess. If he didn't have Yi Qian, it would have taken him tens of thousands of years to reach his current level. Zichen left the everlasting sect and saw that the family clans were still waiting outside. You can all disperse. Zichen waved his hand and said, No matter what grudges you have with the everlasting sect, as long as you reach the divine world, you can enter. Don't think that the divine world is good, it's much more dangerous than here. Not to mention sacred kings, even martial ancestors will be in danger at any time. Hearing Zichen's words, the group of patriarchs dispersed one after another. Since Lord Zichen had said such words, he naturally wouldn't go back on his words. Regarding this, the Wang clan also let out a sigh of relief. Zichen raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, It's time to bring them out. Swish! His figure disappeared from where he was standing. He arrived in a world of nothingness, and as far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. He released his soul and shouted toward the void. I'm here, you can come out! As his voice fell, the void began to distort, and lightning filled this world one after another. Following that, a large palace appeared. Known as the Life Star, the most mysterious lightning divine palace, appeared in front of Zichen just like that. What do you want to do? A cold voice came from the lightning divine palace. I want to bring them away, Zichen said. They're doing well here. The cold voice sounded again. I want them to become stronger. I've established a force in the divine world, and I feel that it's more suitable for them to develop there. Zichen said. Are you sure? Very sure, Zichen said with certainty. That cold voice fell silent. I don't know if they can grow quickly here, but in the divine world I have a way to increase their strength quickly. Furthermore, I need them now, Zichen said again. A moment later, a sigh sounded. All right then. In front of them, the lightning divine hall that was still hidden within the void suddenly released rays of intense light one after another. Within those intense light rays, one figure after another appeared. The first to appear was an azure dragon. Its body was several thousand feet long, and its body emitted endless azure light, with the aura of the ancestor realm surging on its body. Following that, a furious roar sounded, and a white tiger came out from it. Rosefinch and black tortoise followed closely behind. The former four great sacred beasts, the four great sages who had long fallen, appeared in front of Zichen. During the battle in Lightning Divine Palace, everyone had died. Only Su Mengyao and the other three, under Ichien's lead, walked out alive. However, after Zichen turned into a skeleton and walked out, he discovered Monk, Devil Ape, Zhang Haotian, Longhu and a few other existences. When he was in Lightning Divine Palace, he was certain that these people were already dead, but he didn't expect that they were actually still alive. At that time, Zichen had a certain guess in his heart. Until today, when he clearly sensed the location of Lightning Divine Palace with his soul, this guess was confirmed. The brilliance in front continued to flash, and Manshur appeared. Shang Guanhong appeared, Jin Qingqing appeared, Dong Qing appeared, Wu Xie appeared, and so did Obey the heavenly Tao and divine fate. One after another, the figures who had died in the battle back then appeared one after another today. Great Sage Yin Zhong appeared, and so did the second disciple of the craftsman ancestor. All the seniors from back then had all appeared. "Si Chun!" A voice came from above, and it was Wang Qiong. "Brother-in-law!" Beside Wang Qiong stood a person, and it was Wang Shan. "Zichen, I finally see you!" A ray of light rushed towards Zichen, and it was Sun Ling, Zichen's eldest disciple. She was very excited, her dress fluttering, and her black hair dancing in the wind. She stretched out her arms and pounced towards Zichen. This time, Zichen didn't dodge, and was hugged by her. "I thought I would never see you again!" Tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 28-25. All the experts from back then had returned today. They were true experts, and every one of them had already reached the Great Sage Realm. There were even a few Progenitor Realm existences. Back then, when Zichen saw those who died in the Lightning Divine Palace, regardless of whether they were from the alien races or from the life stars, their corpses and weapons would all disappear. He guessed that the Lightning Divine Palace could devour souls. After that, when he saw Monk and the others, he had even more guesses. Today, his guesses had come true. On the way back, the group recounted their encounters in the Lightning Divine Palace. After their souls were taken away, they were muddle-headed for a long period of time, until their souls woke up one day. Then, they began to reconstruct their physical bodies and grow. Zichen had only brought a group of people with him. Currently, there were many experts in the Lightning Divine Palace. There were a few generations of experts who had entered the Lightning Divine Palace and died in battle. In the end, their souls were revived in the Lightning Divine Palace and remained there. Although Zichen lacked people, he couldn't bring those people out. The existences in the Lightning Divine Palace couldn't possibly give him all of them. He brought everyone back. In the Wuji sect, when Ichien and the others saw these people, they were stunned. They were in disbelief. Obviously, in their minds, these people had already died in the Lightning Divine Palace. "Brother!" Wang Xian cried out in surprise and rushed towards Wang Qiong. Wang Shan, who was beside him, looked at them with a smile. A group of experts had returned, and powerful auras surged. The Tianwu continent was shaken once again. When Wang Qiong and the others saw the scale of the Wuji sect, they were puzzled and asked for the reason. Naturally, a disciple of the Wuji sect told them everything. When Wang Qiong heard this, he frowned. Those damned bastards! Wang Shan's face was cold. It's already over. The Wuji sect is doing pretty well now, said Zichen. Since everyone has returned, it's time to enter the divine realm. Zichen was very surprised to be able to bring them back this time. At the same time, he was also very excited. He was originally worried that there would be too few people on the life stars. Now, with these people, with their potential, they would be able to advance quickly. Especially the 4 sacred beasts, they were the leading figures when they entered the lightning divine palace. There was also the Injong great sage and the other great sages. The craftsman ancestor and his disciple met. Both sides were extremely moved, carrying endless emotions. In short, everything was a happy ending. We'll head straight to the God world. You'll know the situation there once we arrive. After a short distance, Zichen said. Everyone nodded. With their soul perception, they naturally knew how powerful Zichen was now. He was even stronger than the 4 saint beasts of the ancestor realm. They had been in the Wuji sect for less than half a day. When they left the Wuji sect, they saw a group of people kneeling. Clearly, the Wang family had always sent people outside the Wuji sect to inquire about the Wuji sect. Naturally, they knew the ancestor of the Wang family. Greetings, Patriarch! These people saluted Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. Disperse. Wang Qiong glanced at them. They were all on familiar faces, but through his bloodline perception, he knew that they were all from the Wang clan. Welcome back, Grand Ancestor! The group of Wang family disciples said again. Let's disperse. We will enter the deity world directly and never return. Even he felt unfamiliar with the current Wang family. Naturally, he wouldn't go back. Moreover, the two of them knew very well why they were here. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan entered the teleportation formation. The 2 Longhu Supremes stayed here to guard the teleportation formation. At the same time, they were in charge of the others' teleportations. In the next few teleportations, Monk and the others were surprised and excited when they saw the people from back then. Of course, before they left, they didn't forget to tell them that their realms were too low. At the same time, they didn't forget to deliberately show off their realms. Monk was still the same monk. Everyone laughed loudly. When they returned to the God City, they were shocked to see the towering ancient tree Jono had turned into. For them, this was a strange world, but also a world full of opportunities. They would never forget how they were killed in the battle back then. It was said that the extremely powerful existences in their eyes were only false gods, the weakest existences in the God world, but their battle strength completely suppressed them. For the cultivators on the life stars, the God world was undoubtedly the most mysterious place. At the same time, it was also the place they yearned for. After arriving here, Zichen introduced them to the structure of the God world, as well as their current situation. When they heard that Zichen had his own trading ground, they were shocked. At the same time, they could also feel that Zichen wasn't easy. Now let's increase our strength and do our best to reach the Divine Envoy realm, Zichen said. After reaching the Divine Envoy realm, Zichen could provide them with many resources to help them break through quickly. In addition, the 9th heavenly god still had the inheritance they had obtained last time. Those inheritances hadn't disappeared yet. With his own trading ground, Zichen had plenty of resources. Now they just had to wait for their realms to reach the Divine Envoy realm. As for the 4 divine beasts who had reached the Ancestor realm, they began the first step of the trial. It seems that we have to go back to the city, Ichian said to Zichen. Zichen nodded. In the future, people from the life stars would continuously enter this place. The number would only increase. He had to build a trial ground for these people in advance so that their strength could increase quickly. The God world had its own trial grounds, but those trial grounds might not be open to Zichen. He couldn't always rely on Ichien's connections. He had enough mother nests here, so he didn't have to worry about not having the lowest level of creatures from another spacetime. Now, what he needed to consider was where to place the trial grounds and the entrance. Regarding this problem, Zichen could only ask Vinyi for help. For now, there aren't many people. We can let the mother nest set up a temporary trial ground. It's very easy for her. However, as more people come, we'll have to build a real trial ground. It's just the entrance to the most basic trial ground. There's really no need to put it in the city. It's a complete waste. Vinny thought for a moment, then said, Master, you can set up another city. When the time comes, we'll put the most basic trial ground outside. It couldn't even be considered the most basic trial ground, because the targets of the trial were sage kings and great sages. On the life stars, they were all experts, but in the god world, they couldn't even be called the weakest. Hearing Vinny's words, Zichen decided to set up a city. Master, the level of the city doesn't need to be too high, said Vinny. Zichen knew what Vinny meant. A city with too high a level would be useless, because in the end, it would still be guarded by the tree spirits. Therefore, Zichen returned to Tobi's city and used his contribution points and divine crystals to buy a general-grade city. After that, he decided to set up a city. While Zichen was arranging everything, the sage kings and great sages of the life stars had also arrived at the Sky Martial continent. When there were enough people, they would be teleported here. After that, they would train until they reached the Ancestor Realm. During this time, Zichen also put a lot of resources in the trial grounds. Everything was developing smoothly. In the new city, there were no tree spirits to guard it. According to Jono, he hadn't transformed yet, so there wouldn't be any tree spirits in the ancient tree for the time being. Vinny had previously told Jono how to control the mother nest. This method was obviously useful to Jono. Therefore, Jono wouldn't suppress the tree spirits that appeared in the future, but he would control them and let them develop on their own. In this way, all the tree spirits would be under his control in the future. Soon, 50 years had passed. Because Zichen hadn't caused a big commotion, no one continued to pay attention to them. Although Ben Senla's trading ground was still in a bad state, with the contrast of the nearby cities, it had gained some popularity. 2 years later, Jono advanced for the first time. After the upgrade, a few fruits grew on Xiao Noa's tree trunk. Zichen asked Jono when he would reach the level of Ancient Tree King. Jono told him that he would need to transform at least 7 or 8 times. However, this time, Jono obtained the souls of 2 tree spirits. One of them was brought to another city by Zichen. As for the previous one, it grew with the help of the surrounding ancient trees. This kind of growth was tacitly approved by Jono. Even its soul was under Jono's control. In the second city, another towering ancient tree appeared. During this time, Zichen constantly provided it with vitality, allowing it to grow quickly. After that, the ancient tree outside the city grew. After reaching a certain size, Zichen stopped providing energy. The next city was guarded by this ancient tree. A few divine generals were left in the city. The entire divine realm was still quiet. No one came to find trouble with Zichen. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. Obviously, it was time for Zichen to provide the resources of the exchange ground. After 100 years, Tyrant's realm broke through to level 6. He brought Zhang Haoyan, Xingchen, Lei Ting, and the others back to the bronze level battlefield. According to Zichen, they were going to open a camp on the bronze level battlefield for the other people on the Life Star to train. Zichen did not have many resources left from the battlefield. The resources of the mother nest in the exchange ground were also not many. More people came to the divine realm and developed in an orderly manner. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Zichen took out a small amount of resources, and this time, it was all paid. However, if they wanted other opportunities, they would have to go to the battlefield to find them. After everything was arranged, Zichen began a long period of seclusion. 15 years later, Zichen broke through again, reaching level 7. The resources he obtained from killing the ancient tree king were completely used up. The resources of the mother nest in the exchange ground could not keep up. Moreover, the people who came here needed resources. Zichen once said that he would never enter the Black Order battlefield again. However, after reaching level 7, he had the idea of entering the battlefield again. Chapter 28-26. Although Zichen's second city had been built many years ago, it had yet to truly develop. The city was currently mainly used for training. There were several mother nests that controlled the level of the training for people to train in. In addition, there were several level 5 powerhouses guarding the city. Among them were his master, Limitless, and his wife, Qing Nu. Ambushed? Zichen frowned when he heard this. Who would ambush them in this desolate area? It's creatures from another space-time. There are a lot of them, and they have already surrounded the city, Yiqian said. I just received the news. Although it's not a big deal, I don't think it's that simple. Let's go and take a look. Zichen walked outside with Yiqian following behind him. When he built the city, Zichen had deliberately expanded it towards the periphery, which meant that it was closer to the space-time creatures in the depths. The distance between that city and Yiqian's city was a full 100,000 li. Because the distance between the two sides was too far, Jonah was temporarily unable to sense what was happening there. The teleportation array between the two cities had yet to be built. After Zichen left the forest, he teleported towards the second city. The controller of this city was Zichen, but he hadn't given it a name yet. After teleporting and appearing outside the city, Zichen and Yiqian appeared. The city in front of them was already surrounded by creatures from another space-time. Most of these creatures were level 8 or 9, and there were a few divine generals on the periphery. At this moment, these creatures from another space-time were fighting with the ancient trees outside the city. The two sides were on completely different levels. These creatures from another space-time were killed one after another. Their corpses were wrapped around by the ancient trees and brought to the tree spirit through the ground. Zichen didn't see his master, Limitless, outside. There was still a barrier above the city. Clearly, this city hadn't been captured. Are they probing? Zichen furrowed his brows as he looked ahead. At this moment, some divine race powerhouses noticed Zichen and Yiqian. They were all level 1 divine race powerhouses. Occasionally, there would be a few level 2 divine race powerhouses. After seeing the two of them, their eyes flashed with cold light, and they rushed over without hesitation. How can there be a level 2 General Celestial? Yiqian cried out involuntarily. Her understanding of the mother nest was no longer the same as before. She knew that the strength of the Tian clan was closely related to the mother nest. The higher the level of the mother nest, the stronger the celestial race would be. Right now, a level 2 general heaven race had appeared. This was enough to prove that there was a level 2 general mother nest behind them. Before Yiqian could ponder any more questions, the celestials had already arrived. Zichen took a step forward and a beam of golden light formed from the power of Yin and Yang shot forward. Wherever the golden light passed, a powerful shockwave was formed. Those Tian clans that stepped forward were all killed. An energy shockwave killed dozens of divine generals. Before their corpses fell to the ground, another shockwave sent their corpses flying forward. When the corpses fell into the forest, the ancient trees in the forest immediately swept up the corpses of the Tian clan divine generals and carried them into the city. Very quickly, the ground outside the city trembled, and ancient trees grew out one after another. Because they were tree spirits that had been born not long ago, the ancient trees they created were not very strong. They could easily deal with those creatures from another space-time, and could even fight against level 1 and 2 Tian Clan S. If they wanted to reach Jonah's level, they would need a long time. However, if tree spirits wanted to continue growing, as long as they had resources, there would be no bottleneck. Right now, it was only a city from another space-time, and there were no threatening Tian Clan S. From another perspective, it could be considered a good thing for tree spirits. However, Zichen kept feeling that something was wrong, because why would such a group of creatures from another space-time come here for no reason? The battle in front was still ongoing, but no Tian Clan S continued to rush over. Zichen hesitated for a moment, then walked forward. He walked forward, not making a move during this period. When the Tian Clan S saw Zichen, they all moved aside. On the other hand, the creatures from another space-time did not care and immediately charged towards Zichen. The energy on Zichen's body fluctuated, forming a powerful wave that shook all the creatures from another space-time into the forest. The ancient trees in the forest immediately attacked, killing them all. He and Ichien smoothly entered the forest, and the ancient trees did not attack them. Very quickly, the two entered the city. Wuji and the other experts were all standing in the city, and there were even many saint kings and great saints from the life stars. When they saw what was happening in the outside world, their faces were filled with shock. Obviously, it was the first time they knew that the ancient trees in the periphery would take the initiative to attack, and it was actually so terrifying. Master! Seeing Zichen's arrival, the others bowed to Zichen. Master, what's going on? Nodding to the others, Zichen came in front of Wuji. Wuji shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. There are suddenly so many creatures from another space-time and Tian Clan S. Before this, tree spirits felt a powerful aura. Powerful aura? Zichen was startled. An aura that threatened it, but it quickly disappeared. When I rushed outside, I didn't notice anything strange, Wuji said with a serious expression. But tree spirit is sure that it is not an illusion. It seems that some powerful existence has its eyes on us. Zichen frowned and said, Could it be those mother nests in the depths? The area he was in used to be the territory of a general-level mother nest, and after it was killed, it left the city here. I don't know, so I sent a message to let you take a look. Wuji shook his head and said, If that was just an accident, then the situation here is actually good for tree spirits. With these creatures from another space-time here, it can grow quickly. I'll go take a look around. Zichen and Ichien left the city again and teleported away. During this time, Zichen seemed to have a lot on his mind. What's wrong? Ichien looked at Zichen. I'm worried that this is a deliberate attack. If the mother nests in the depths really send out an expert, then it'll be troublesome, Zichen said. It can't be, right? Isn't there a default level of fighting? Ichien said. That's true, but if an expert came and destroyed this place in an instant, no one would know, right? Zichen said. What if a celestial race godly king comes? He can wipe out our city in an instant. It was no wonder that Zichen had this kind of worry, because after he broke through to the 7th level, he had the idea of going to hunt down a low-level general-level mother nest. After all, he had the world, so he could do it without anyone knowing. That's hard to say. Ichien was also worried. Obviously, rules were only rules, and not everyone would abide by them. Even if someone took responsibility for this matter later, Zichen couldn't afford such a big loss. Zichen said, After we go back, let LV Ping start connecting the teleportation arrays of the two cities. This way, even if there's danger, they can escape immediately. Ichien nodded. Originally, Zichen wanted to wait and deal with it for a while until he had completely planned the follow-up development. Now, it seemed that he had to bring it forward. No matter what, safety first. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Zichen saw a general-level mother nest, but it was only a first-level one. During this time, Zichen didn't sense any aura that threatened him. After sensing everything, his figure disappeared, and then he flew in another direction. Obviously, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After that, Zichen encountered another first-level general mother nest, but he didn't find the second-level one. After searching for a while without any results, Zichen returned to Ichien's city. After that, he asked Su Mingyao to take a few experts there. Su Mingyao's divination technique could sense danger in advance and turn misfortune into good fortune for everyone. At the same time, he also asked LV Ping to set up a temporary teleportation array in the city. This way, if a crisis occurred, everyone could leave immediately. After doing all this, Zichen still felt uneasy. Thus, he sent Shadowless out to see if he could see everything that he couldn't. After that, Zichen told Vigny that there weren't many mother nests left. They had to find a way to hunt some. Although Vigny also had mother nests, these mother nests were his people. Of course, Zichen couldn't kill them and sell them according to the quota. Besides, the people who came from the Life Star obviously needed the mother nest's resources to break through to the next realm. Master, this is one of my clones. It can sense those mother nests. A beam of light fell from the sky, turning into a small figure of a mother nest. Zichen took it and left. Then, he teleported to a faraway area and let the mother nest clones sense it. After a short time, Zichen obtained more than 10 mother nests. Since he could teleport, he crossed several areas and didn't rush to rob one area. After returning, he gave some of these mother nests to Wuji's master and left them for the participants. Then, he gave some to Yiqian and sent some to the trading place. Then, Zichen continued to cultivate. After what happened last time, he felt the importance of increasing his realm. Thus, as soon as Shadowless came back, he would enter the Black Order battlefield immediately. It seemed that his city was invincible here. However, he understood that any god king could destroy his years of effort in just a blink of an eye. 3 years later, Shadowless returned and reported that he didn't find anything strange. Zichen had asked Vinyi about this before. The latter told him that some strong existences might have come to the outside world to patrol, and the tree spirit had sensed them by chance. If the war hadn't broken out, there wouldn't have been any experts coming here. Zichen relaxed. However, the teleportation array still needed to be built quickly. Before leaving, Zichen sent another batch of creatures from the other space to Tobi City. Then, he entered the Black Order battlefield again. He left this place to Yiqian and the others. As for how the city would develop, it would depend on them. Of course, safety was the first priority. Entering the Black Order battlefield again, Zichen was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 28-27. During the hundreds of years when Zichen was resting, he had broken through from level 5 to level 7. When he came to the Black Order battlefield again, he was no longer as nervous as last time. Even if he encountered a level 8 or level 9 expert this time, with his various means, he could fight against 1 or 2. Not to mention killing, at least he could survive. His spiritual senses spread out unscrupulously and probed the surroundings. This Black Order battlefield was undoubtedly a heaven-like existence for all the experts. Because the resources here could allow people to break through quickly. This could be seen from Zichen. After entering the spiritual battle world once, he obtained resources that allowed him to reach level 7 directly. He even had more resources to give to Monk and the others. Otherwise, with those resources, he should be able to reach level 8 in one fell swoop. Now that he came to this world again, Zichen came to break through. His region needed a true powerhouse to oversee it. The so-called real expert was naturally an existence comparable to the Divine King. Within the range of spiritual senses, Zichen found more than a dozen level 6 warbeasts. His figure flashed, and he flew forward. Those level 6 warbeasts, after noticing the abnormality, raised their heads and saw Zichen appear in the sky. They clearly felt Zichen's realm, but they were not afraid. In this world, a level 6 was not necessarily unable to fight against a level 7, not to mention that they had an absolute advantage in numbers. With one roar after another, a powerful aura surged in the forest. These level 6 warbeasts flew towards Zichen. Zichen stood in the air, the yin and yang light flowing on his body. Sharp blades formed by the power of yin and yang flew forward. Puff! 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 These level 6 warbeasts that rushed forward were pierced by the sharp blades. Under the inertia, their bodies flew toward the sky for a while, and then fell to the ground. All the warbeasts that rushed forward died in an instant. Zichen's figure fell, and energy appeared from his body, rolling up the corpses of the warbeasts on the ground. These could all be exchanged for resources. A dozen level 6 resources was not a small number. Zichen did not know where he was. After sensing the location of the camp, he flew in the opposite direction, killing everything in his path. He would not go to the camp because he did not need supplies. The huge world was enough to sustain all his consumption. On the first day, Zichen had killed more than 50 level 6 beasts. On the second day, he had killed close to 100 level 6 beasts. In just 2 days he had advanced tens of thousands of miles. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were not many people at the same level who could be so efficient. During this period, Zichen walked and stopped, releasing his spiritual senses. The last time he entered the spiritual battles world, he killed an ancient tree king and made great progress. If he found another spiritual battles world this time, he would be very lucky. Of course, this was only Zichen's one-sided wishful thinking. Although this world had the spiritual battle world, no one could be lucky enough to enter it twice in a row. This should be a level 6 area. Zichen walked for 5 days, and all he met were level 6. During this period, he saw a few level 6 divine generals, but they deliberately avoided them. He did not show up, nor did he kill them. Killing a level 6 divine general, he could only get the resources in the other party's divine ring. In the divine rings and space rings he had obtained before, there were no records of this area. Yes, divine clan? Within the range of his spiritual senses, Zichen found a divine clan. This was the first divine clan he had found in a few days. The divine clan's black token could be used to exchange for contribution points, and could even upgrade the black token. Whoosh! Zichen's figure disappeared. He did not let the other party go just because he was level 6. His figure teleported, and he looked down at the level 6 divine clan below. Under his feet, a beast was already dead. He looked up and saw Zichen. After feeling the aura on Zichen's body, his face changed. Buzz! Light shone on his body, and a powerful aura surged out. He rushed toward Zichen without hesitation. As he rushed forward, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and a surge of energy gathered in his fist. He then punched at Zichen. On the fist, a ferocious beast head appeared. The beast head roared, and the sound waves entered Zichen's mind, causing ripples in his soul. Obviously, this punch was some kind of powerful battle technique. Not only was it powerful, but it could also affect the soul. There were no ordinary people who could reach this world. Facing this punch, Zichen did not dodge. He still stood in the air, and he did not even put up a defense. Arrogant! The other party roared, and the energy on his body became even more violent. The beast head on his fist expanded again, and his aura became even more powerful. The fist stopped when it was 3 inches away from Zichen's head. A strong wind blew in all directions. The divine clan's cold expression froze, and the violent aura on the surface of his body receded like the tide. Zichen looked at the other party calmly. Beside him, the sky-piercing god needle turned into divine light and disappeared. When he was at level 5, he could easily kill a level 6. Now, he was at level 7. After collecting the other party's body and the dead beast on the ground, Zichen continued to move forward. His purpose was simple. He wanted to gather a certain amount of resources and then return to the camp to exchange for resources to break through again. Before he gathered enough resources, he would not go back. He did not want to cause trouble, and killing a divine general did not bring him much benefit. As he moved forward, Zichen took out the other party's space ring. After opening it, he found some resources inside. There were quite a lot of resources. In addition, he also saw a jade scroll with a map recorded on it. Picking up the jade scroll, Zichen probed it with his spiritual sense. In the other party's jade scroll, there were several color labels. During this period, this area was marked green. Even the nearby areas were marked green. In a deeper area, it was marked yellow. The yellow area was obviously much smaller than the green area. Further in, there was an area that was not very big, and that area was marked with a dark red color. At this time, in addition to these color labels, there was also a route recorded. It should be the direction where the dead level 6 came from. He came from another green area. During this time, he deliberately avoided the red and yellow areas and came here. Through the color comparison and the other party's route, Zichen guessed that the green area should be the less dangerous area. On the other hand, the red area was the most dangerous. Putting away the map, Zichen continued to move forward. He went straight in, wanting to take a look at the yellow area. All the beasts he encountered along the way were killed. A few days later, he found the divine clan again. This time, there were more of them. There were 5 of them, and they were all level 6. Zichen stepped forward and attacked without hesitation. The battle ended in an instant. He opened the 5 people's space rings and took out 5 maps. The labels on them were all the same. Even if the 5 of them formed a team, they still did not dare to go to those 2 areas. The green area was very large. Even if Zichen walked in a straight line, it still took him nearly a year to walk there. Of course, he did not teleport. It was more of an experience. During this time, he killed many divine clans. He deliberately avoided all the divine clans he encountered and did not attack. Boom! Just as he reached the edge of the yellow area, Zichen sensed an energy fluctuation. The fluctuation was not far from here. He immediately released his spiritual sense. In his spiritual sense, he sensed that there were 2 level 6 divine clans fighting. From the looks of it, they were not sparring at all, but fighting to the death. This kind of situation seemed to be rare. Could it be that there is a grudge between the 2 sides? Zichen frowned slightly, then flew forward. Other than the grudge, one of the 2 might have some kind of treasure on him. Zichen hid in the dark. In front of him were 2 level 6 divine generals fighting. The 2 of them displayed all kinds of powerful attacks. When they reached the outside world, each of them could easily defeat an existence of the same level. They could even fight above their level. At this moment, the 2 of them were locked in battle. Zichen wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation and find out why they were fighting. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them kept silent and did not communicate at all. Boom! The surging energy kept surging. Below them, trees were broken one after another, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Both of them were level 6 divine generals, and there was not much difference in their levels. It was difficult to determine life and death. At this moment, Zichen heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Someone was flying in his direction. Hee, more people are coming. Do you still want to fight? One of the level 6 divine generals sneered. The other level 6 divine generals obviously sensed this as well. His expression became extremely gloomy, and he hesitated. Zichen expanded his spiritual sense and found that the people who came were all level 6 divine generals. There were 6 of them. He felt strange. Why didn't he encounter so many divine generals along the way? He had just arrived in this area, and he found so many level 6 divine generals. When the 6 level 6 divine generals arrived, they saw the 2 of them fighting. The 2 of them did not talk much and immediately started fighting. This scene caused Zichen to be incomparably shocked. The 2 of them who were originally fighting had formed an alliance to fight against the 6 of them. However, with the difference in numbers, the 2 of them were naturally no match for the 6 of them. They began to retreat. Let's go! Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 of them used a secret technique to escape. Humph, can you run? One of the 6 snorted. Immediately, array flags appeared in his hand. The array flags flew into the air and froze the void. A misty light appeared, blocking Zichen's vision and isolating his spiritual sense. He did not know what happened in the array, but he could guess the fate of the 2 of them. As expected, the battle did not last long. The array from before dissipated, and 8 people entered and 6 left. They fought without saying anything. Zichen became more and more confused. At this moment, one of them turned his head to look at the void. A light flashed in his eyes. It was an eye technique. The void around Zichen trembled, and his hidden figure appeared. There's one more. After seeing Zichen, the 6 of them were stunned. What do you want? Zichen looked at the 6 of them. The leader's lips curled into a cold smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill him! The 6 level 6 divine generals rushed toward Zichen, a level 7 divine general. Buzz! Chapter 28. In the misty array, Zichen stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. On the ground in front of him lay 5 lifeless corpses. Of the 6 level 6 divine generals from before, only one was alive. He looked at Zichen in horror and kept begging for mercy. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 people. Ryan had seen more than one level 7. He knew that level 7 was strong, but definitely not to the extent of being invincible. All of them had their own special means. Even if they were facing a level 7, they could still fight and even kill them. This was why they took the initiative to attack without hesitation. But they didn't expect that the next battle would end in an instant. All 5 of them were dead, and only he was left. This caused his heart to be filled with extreme fear as he looked at Zichen with a face full of shock. Zichen looked at him and said indifferently, "Tell me, why did you attack me? Sir, please spare me, please spare me!" Ryan begged in horror. Zichen furrowed his brows and said, "Then tell me, why did you attack the others? Do you have a grudge or some other reason? Tell me and I'll let you live, or you'll die." Ryan looked up at Zichen and found that he was not joking. He hurriedly said, "We don't have a grudge. We just want his token." "Isn't it impossible to exchange tokens of the same camp? What do you want them for?" Zichen asked. Ryan said, "I'm not going back to the camp to exchange for them. If you go all the way from here, you'll meet a merchant who specializes in buying black tokens. You can use resources to exchange for black tokens of the divine race." "Oh, there's such a thing?" It's true, sir," Ryan said in horror. He was very worried that Zichen would not believe him and kill him. When he saw the battle earlier, Zichen had doubts in his heart. Now that he heard Ryan's words, he believed it a little. But what he didn't understand was whether the person who made the exchange was in the yellow region or the red region. "Okay, you can go." Zichen looked at Ryan. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Ryan's face was full of gratitude. After expressing his gratitude, he immediately flew into the distance. The array from before quickly disappeared after its master was killed. When Zichen learned about the rules of this battlefield, he felt that it was a pity that his black tokens could not be exchanged for resources. He did not expect that there would be such a gray area on this battlefield. It seemed that there was no absolute good or evil at any time. Zichen stood in place and watched Ryan leave. Although he knew the use of the token, he didn't want to kill Ryan, even though he guessed that Ryan must have more than one token. He reached out and put the 5 corpses into his world. With the existence of this gray area, there were no absolute enemies or friends in this world. At the same time, the tokens that he was about to throw away had come in handy. "Damn it, why didn't I think of it earlier? So it's him." Ryan ran far enough. His face was extremely gloomy as he murmured, "If I had recognized him earlier, I would have left immediately and sent the message back. But it's fine now. Since you're the only one who reported the news, the reward naturally belongs to you." A smile appeared on Ryan's face again. He did not notice that when he left, someone had been following him. Hearing Ryan's murmur, Shadowless turned around and shouted into the distance, "Zichen, he recognized you. He's going back to Gaomi now." As soon as Shadowless finished speaking, the void distorted, and a god's avatar appeared. Along with the god's avatar, the heavenly needle appeared. Poof! Ryan sensed that something was wrong. As soon as he turned around, before he could say anything, the heavenly needle penetrated his head and destroyed his soul. A divine light flashed, and the god's avatar disappeared. The light flashed again, and Shadowless walked out of the world. He looked at Zichen and asked, "How did you know that he recognized you?" Zichen said. The look in his eyes changed in an instant. "Although he covered it up with shock, I still feel like there's something wrong with it. I just don't know when he recognized me. Was it last time or this time? If it was last time, it was many years ago. At that time, he was still very weak, and there were many people who wanted to kill him. If it was this time, it clearly indicated that the news of him entering this place was found out by someone with bad intentions, and he would be in trouble. Let's go and take a look inside first." Zichen turned around and walked toward the yellow region marked on the map. Stepping into this region, the air became very cold, and the temperature suddenly dropped. When they moved forward again, some fog appeared in the forest. Interesting. Looking at the fog, Zichen showed a faint smile. Shadowless turned to look at him. This fog is poisonous, and very poisonous. No wonder the level SIXS marked it as a yellow region and are unwilling to set foot in it, Sichin said. You have to use energy to maintain your body here. Even level SIXS can't stay here for long. He looked into the depths of the forest. It seems that I accidentally came to a very interesting region. If level SIXS didn't dare to stay here, then obviously, those who dared to stay here were level 7s and above. For the current Sichin, this level of existence was still quite attractive. The two began to move forward. The fog became thicker, and Zichen's body had light flowing around it. In fact, his physical body was strong enough that this poisonous fog couldn't do anything to him at all. But out of caution, he let the light flow around his body. As for Shadowless, it didn't affect him at all. Under normal circumstances, this kind of place contains hidden threats. While moving forward, Shadowless looked around and said aloud. Zichin nodded slightly. This was a deal that couldn't be seen in the light, so it was naturally not allowed by the two forces. It was natural for it to be placed in such a place. After he had gone about 5 kilometers, he heard an angry roar from afar. He immediately released his spiritual sense. But soon, he retracted his spiritual thoughts. The poisonous fog here had the effect of blocking spiritual thoughts. It was like being blindfolded, unable to explore the surroundings. Let's go and take a look. Unable to explore with spiritual thoughts, he could only move forward quickly. Shadowless walked in front, and Zichin followed behind. The airflow moved the thick fog, and the fog began to roll and spread in all directions. And Shadowless, who was in front, didn't cause any changes in the fog wherever he passed. A dangerous aura suddenly appeared in Zichen's mind, and he subconsciously stopped. A cold light flashed in front of him. The cold light was like a sharp blade, but also like a sharp thorn, cutting through the void. Whoosh! The attack missed, and the cold light flashed and disappeared. What happened? Shadowless stopped in front and turned to look behind. Zichin didn't respond. His spiritual thoughts were spread all around, but he didn't sense anything before. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, he would have been hit just now. But what made him feel strange was that the attack just now was like an illusion. After missing, it disappeared and couldn't be seen at all. Shadowless walked to the back and looked at Zichin with a serious expression. I was attacked just now, Zichin said. Oh? Shadowless was very surprised and immediately walked around. No one could see him, but he could see everyone. However, after walking around once, he did not find anything. He walked to the opposite side of Zichin and shook his head at Zichin. Zichin obviously didn't believe that this was an illusion, so he walked forward. This time, he walked very carefully. Shadowless followed beside him and paid close attention to the surroundings. This time, after walking for a full mile, the two of them didn't encounter anything. Just as Zichin was beginning to wonder if he was hallucinating, the alarm in his heart rose once again. Another cold light appeared from the side and slashed towards Zichen's neck. Zichen's body flashed with light, forming a defense. Because he wasn't sure of the strength of the attack, he put up a yin-yang defense. The sharp thorns slashed across the surface of the defense, making ear-piercing sounds, and sparks flew everywhere. Zichen's vision was blurry, and he couldn't see anything. Whoosh! The attack missed again, and nothing happened after that. The thick fog in the air was still rolling, telling him that it wasn't an illusion. It's a humanoid creature! The attack was from its claws! Shadowless's voice came from the side. He clearly saw what just happened. But after the attack, its body disappeared. Did it hide? Zichin asked. It doesn't look like it, Shadowless said. Because I can't feel the power of space. Nodding slightly, Zichin closed his eyes. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked around. Yin-yang light flashed in his eyes, turning into yin-yang eyes. The thick fog around him became clear at this moment. He could even see through the fog and see dozens of meters away. But there was nothing in his eyes except for the fog. He furrowed his brows and continued to walk forward. Shadowless still followed beside him, carefully observing the surroundings. The commotion from before couldn't be heard now. After walking for a few more miles, the danger in his heart appeared again. This time, when Zichen put up his defense, he also stared ahead with his yin-yang eyes. In front of him, a sharp thorn appeared as if it appeared out of thin air. Behind the thorn, there was a humanoid creature. The creature's body emitted mottled light spots. Its pair of eyes looked at Zichen's yin-yang eyes coldly. Whoosh! Zichen's defense was instantly broken. At the same time, the attack slashed across Zichen's neck, leaving a bloody wound. When the attack disappeared, the creature's body also disappeared. Zichen didn't care about the bleeding wound on his neck. Under his gaze, the humanoid creature from before disappeared in an instant. Its appearance was very unexpected, just like Zhang Haotian's killing move. But unlike Zhang Haotian, it didn't hide in the void. Instead, it disappeared into thin air. Zichen couldn't see it, even with his yin-yang eyes. "You still haven't noticed?" Shadowless asked. Zichen shook his head, and his body began to shine. Chapter 28-29. Zichen opened his world. Streaks of law power fell down like raindrops. There were many types of law power. They fell from the sky and covered a radius of dozens of feet. The humanoid creature Zichen saw before wasn't hiding in the void. He was very familiar with Zhang Haotian. He knew that hiding in the void would cause space to shake. This was a method Zichen had never seen before. Shadowless couldn't see anything wrong with it. His yin-yang eye couldn't find it either. Thus, he could only rely on his world's law. His world was almost perfect. The laws he comprehended before and the laws that were naturally derived from the growth of his world caused more and more laws to appear in his world. He didn't know which law to use to find the being hiding in the dark. Luckily, he used all his laws. He believed that one of them would be able to find it. As the laws fell, the mist around started to roll. Everything became clear. It was as if Zichen used his yin-yang eye. Everything within the coverage of the laws was clearly visible. There was only mist around. There was no humanoid creature. Even the laws can't find it? Shadowless was surprised. Or did it escape? Zichen shook his head and said, "No, take a closer look." "Look at what?" Shadowless looked around. He didn't find anything unusual. "Look at the mist." "What's different?" Zichen said. Shadowless looked at the mist that looked exactly the same. He quickly found something different. "The color of the mist is different." Zichen nodded as a smile appeared on his face. "Under the perception of the laws, this slightly darker fog is very thick and is clearly different from ordinary fog. Could it be that the enemy is hiding in this thick fog? But isn't this too unbelievable?" Shadowless felt that it was unbelievable. The mist was so thin. There was no space technique used. How could it hide a person? "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it?" With a thought from Zichen, even more rule power descended from the sky. After the rule power descended, the thick fog became even dimmer, and the slightly darker fog from before became even deeper and more obvious. One was transparent, one was clear. The difference was getting bigger. There was quite a lot of this kind of dark fog in the surroundings. "How did it split its body?" Shadowless asked while looking at the dark fog. "I'm not sure, but I can make it return to its original form." As soon as he finished speaking, the rules changed, causing the surrounding dark fog to tremble. As the thick fog trembled, the thick fog began to gather as if it was fusing into a humanoid creature. This humanoid creature was exactly the same as the one they had just seen. After the other party's figure appeared, there was a hint of shock in his cold eyes. Shwa! Shwa! The thick fog around them surged and turned into humanoid creatures one after another. There was actually more than one here. After their figures appeared, they immediately ran towards the periphery. It was obvious that they were intelligent. 1. In the sky, the power of rules trembled, forming cage after cage of rules, trapping them within. The great thousand world is indeed full of wonders. This kind of existence that can merge with the fog is almost unheard of. Looking at the humanoid creature in front of him, Shadowless was also shocked. At this moment, the humanoid creatures were all trapped by the rules, and their bodies could not move. Zichen carefully looked at them and saw that there were many light spots on their skin, and their bodies were surrounded by fog. Chi! He pointed out a finger, and the finger light pierced through the forehead of a humanoid creature. The moment it pierced through the forehead, he sensed the location of the other party's soul and forcibly destroyed it. The humanoid creature's body fell to the ground, and a cloud of thick fog gushed out from its body. Its physical body disappeared, leaving only a human skin that emitted light spots on the ground. This is... Seeing this scene, Zichen's face revealed a look of surprise. Even Shadowless curiously moved forward. He bent down and picked up the human skin. It was smooth and elastic, and there were rules flowing on it. Zichen didn't know what was going on, but he could sense that this piece of human skin should be very valuable because the rules that lingered on it were naturally formed. For some craftsmen, this was a good material of nature. Next, Zichen killed all the humanoid creatures nearby. After they died, their bodies turned back into fog, and there was no flesh left, only glowing human skins. Putting away these human skins, Zichen closed the world and continued forward. During this time, they would occasionally be ambushed by humanoid creatures. During this time, Zichen tried to kill them, but he did not succeed. Their bodies seemed to be able to turn into fog at any time, invisible and traceless. Only by using the world's rules could they reveal their true forms and kill them. After obtaining dozens of human skins, Zichen and Shadowless came to a swamp. This place was still filled with poisonous fog, but it was even thicker. Spiritual thoughts could not be used here, so Shadowless walked in front to scout the way while Zichen floated in the air behind him. During this time, Shadowless vigilantly looked around to see if anything unusual happened. Mud splashed, poisonous fog tumbled, and a current surged. A gigantic creature rushed out from the swamp below and pounced straight at Zichen, who was in the air. Zichen quickly dodged, but he was still one step too late. Crack! His leg was bitten by the creature, and the yin-yang defense on the surface of his body was flickering and could break at any time. Zichen looked down and saw a huge crocodile. It had thick yellow scales all over its body, and its sharp teeth bit Zichen through the defense. Its eyes were extremely cold and filled with brutality. In less than a breath, Zichen's defense shattered, and at the same time, Zichen's body disappeared. His attack missed, and Zichen heard a huge bite sound. He did not know if the crocodile had broken his teeth. He stood in the air behind the giant crocodile and pointed a finger at it. A finger light containing the power of yin and yang quickly fell and flew straight for the crocodile's head. Clang! The finger light hit the crocodile's head, and there was a loud clang and a series of sparks. His attack containing the power of yin and yang did not break the crocodile's scales. What? Seeing this, Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew very well how strong his attack was. It was definitely one of the best among his peers, but he did not break the crocodile's defense. Smack! At this moment, the crocodile's long tail came and hit Zichen's waist, sending him flying. The excruciating pain in his body made Zichen rejoice. First, it was the mysterious humanoid creature, and now it was the crocodile with strong defense. He told himself that he could not be careless anymore. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak. Otherwise, that strike just now would have shattered a few of his ribs and caused him serious injuries. However, what shocked him was the crocodile's strong defense. Even his attack with the power of yin and yang could not break it. Although he did not use his full strength earlier, this was too terrifying. This place was so dangerous. How did those level 6 enter the depths to trade? Actually, Zichen didn't know that those LV6 experts wouldn't enter the depths to trade because they couldn't enter this region at all. Every once in a while, a person in charge of trading would come to the periphery. Zichen did not ask about this, so the level 6 did not mention it. Moreover, he could see that Zichen was a level 7, so he would not stay in the periphery to trade. After sending Zichen flying, the crocodile pounced on Zichen again. Zichen noticed that the crocodile's speed was not very fast, but it was very fast when it exploded. This time, he was prepared. He easily dodged the crocodile's attack and flashed behind the crocodile. Before the crocodile's tail could reach him, a light flashed in his hand, and one of the 9 extremes weapons appeared. The long saber was unsheathed, and the power of yin and yang surrounded it. He immediately stabbed downward. Poof! The long saber immediately pierced through the crocodile's head. The crocodile's body struggled in the air for a while before it stopped. It seems that this area is marked yellow for a reason. Shadowless looked at Zichen in the air and said, "Even you are in trouble. Those level 6 will only die if they come." Zichen put away the crocodile's body and nodded. "Indeed. But I'm curious. Level 6 can barely move around here. How did they get in? Who knows? Even I didn't notice the crocodile before," Shadowless said. "Looks like we can't be careless anymore." Zichen was much more careful when he moved forward again. Shadowless moved forward on the ground, carefully observing everything in the swamp. Soon, he sensed the crocodile's trace. After killing a few more crocodiles, Zichen finally passed through the poisonous fog. After passing through the poisonous fog, fresh air rushed to his nose, and his spiritual thoughts recovered. As he spread his spiritual thoughts, he saw a 2-story building more than 10 miles away. There was someone living here. Was it the person in charge of trading? Zichen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew forward with Shadowless. When they arrived outside the 2-story building, Zichen didn't know if he triggered some kind of restriction, but the door of the building opened by itself. Just as Zichen was wondering, an indifferent voice sounded from inside. "If you want to trade, come in." Zichen continued to spread his spiritual thoughts around. During this time, he didn't find any danger. He didn't even find a single battle beast. It was as if he had already passed through the most dangerous area in this area. The door was still open, and the person inside said impatiently, "If you don't want to trade, then leave." Zichen retracted his spiritual thoughts and walked forward. The other party's attitude was so bad. Was this the only one? After entering the building, the door behind him closed by itself. Then, Zichen realized that this place was obviously isolated from the outside world. Chapter 2830. This was a small general store, with a dozen or so items on the counter. Among them, the most eye-catching item was the Heaven Race's Black Order, as well as some other resources. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man. He raised his head and glanced at Zichen, then said indifferently, "What do you want to exchange for? Go and see for yourself." Zichen walked forward and saw the number 2 on each of the 3 Heaven Race's black tokens. The 3 tokens were of the 5th, 6th, and 7th level respectively. The meaning was obvious: they needed 2 tokens of the same level to exchange for them. Since this was a gray area, there were obviously benefits to be earned. 1 for 2, Zichen could accept it. However, what confused Zichen was that the other party was clearly a divine general. Could it be that the token he took back was going to be exchanged with someone else? With this question in mind, Zichen looked to the side and saw a jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a pill with the words, "Divine Pill," written on it. 3 level 6 tokens could be exchanged for 1. "What is this divine pill?" Zichen asked curiously. The last time he was at the trading ground, he had never seen such a thing. "It's a pill that can instantly heal injuries. It's effective for level 7 and below, including level 7. The shop owner said impatiently. Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed. If that was the case, it was somewhat similar to the pills he had seen before. But here, 3 useless level 6 tokens could be exchanged for 1, which was extremely worth it. Immediately after, Zichen's gaze was attracted by a crude yellow armor. The armor's material looked the same as the giant crocodile outside, and the price was 10 level 6 tokens. "Is this made from the skin of the giant crocodile outside?" Zichen asked. "Yes." The other party snorted, his attitude not very good. Then do you accept this kind of thing here? Zichen asked again. You do? The other party raised his head and looked at Zichen, his expression not changing much. Yes, what's the price? 1 skin for 5 tokens. According to the refining method in front of him, a piece of leather could be made into 2 sets of armor, which could be sold for 20 black tokens. However, the other party had exchanged it for 5 black tokens, which meant that he had made quite a bit of profit. It should be known that each token was equivalent to the life of a level 6 Black Order Master, which was even more amazing in the outside world. Zichen planned to exchange all of the tokens he had on him. Since they were useless, he would naturally exchange them for the celestial race's black tokens. The rest of the items here were of little use to him, including the pills that could instantly restore his strength. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, Do you accept this kind of thing? What Zichen took out was the real human skin that the humanoid creature had turned into after its death. At this moment, the rule laws were still flowing on it. When the other party saw the human skin, his indifferent eyes flashed with light. Misty Shadow! Do you accept it? Seeing the other party staring at the human rule skin in his hand without blinking, Zichen put it away. How did you kill Misty Shadow? The other party asked. I have no comment, Zichen said indifferently. He felt an unusual aura and said, If you don't want it, then forget it. Tell me the method, and I'll give you 100 level 6 black tokens. Moreover, it's from the celestial race, which is enough for your token to advance to level 3. The other party stared at Zichen with fervent eyes, but also with a hint of warning. Zichen shook his head and said, I don't know the method. I just killed it by accident, and I only have this one on me. If you can kill it by accident, who knows how many misty shadows here would have died. Tell me the method, and I'll give you 200 celestial races black tokens. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of here. The other party said coldly. Are you threatening me? Zichen looked at the other party. That's right, I'm threatening you. The other party's eyes became colder and colder. Either die, or tell me the method. Feeling the other party's cold killing intent, Zichen's expression didn't change much. He finally said, I want to know, after you trade here, will you take the things here and enter the depths of the red region to trade with others? You're very smart. Tell me the method, and I'll give you the token. You can go inside to trade. There are more people there, and there will be more resources. You won't regret it. Zichen nodded and said, I understand. Do it. Are you really courting death? The other party's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zichen sneered. Why are you being so pretentious? If I don't tell you, I can live a little longer. Once I tell you, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of here. Smart. The other party's mouth curled into a sneer. However, before his smile spread, he saw Zichen disappear in front of him. In the next moment, a dangerous aura emerged from the bottom of his heart. His expression changed, and he threw a punch to the side. A fist light appeared beside him. The fist light was surrounded by the power of yin and yang, surging with a violent aura. Boom! The two attacks collided, and a powerful tremor spread out in all directions. Zichen's figure was completely revealed. Gold and silver light flowed on his body, and his eyes were cold. In front of him, the shop owner was directly sent flying. Humph, I wanted to trade with you properly, but I didn't expect you to have such evil intentions. In that case, I'll kindly accept these things. Zichen sneered. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the counter. The shop owner's figure retreated far away. He was also at the 7th level. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said indifferently, I didn't expect to meet a tough nut. This is good. My brothers haven't met an interesting opponent in a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared beside him. A powerful aura surged from the array. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 more people present. Including the shop owner, there were a total of 5 7th level cultivators. Boss, why did you call us out? As soon as they appeared, a brawny man asked. The shop owner, who was called the boss, looked at Zichen and said, "He killed a misty shadow. He's a tough nut. Didn't he just take away our shop?" Hearing this, the others looked at Zichen. "Kid, you have some skills. How do you think I should kill you?" the man from before said to Zichen. Zichen said indifferently, "I don't know how you're going to kill me, but I know how I'm going to kill you." "Interesting. You're really arrogant." As soon as the man finished speaking, a look of anger appeared on his face. He shouted, "You're too arrogant!" because Zichen was already rushing towards them. This scene completely enraged them. The energy on their bodies instantly went berserk, and the aura of a 7th-level divine general erupted. Zichen approached and punched out. His target was the brawny man. Boom! The two attacks collided. The energy violently spread, and the brawny man was sent flying. Chi! Chi! Attacks came from both sides. They landed beside Zichen and penetrated Zichen's body. It was an afterimage. Their expressions changed instantly, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. "It's too late!" Zichen's voice sounded from behind a 7th-level divine general. At the same time, his fist, which was surrounded by yin-yang light, appeared. He punched the man's back. A powerful energy burst out, and the man flew forward. As he flew forward, the man was seriously injured and coughed up blood, but he didn't die. The robe around him exploded, revealing the yellow crocodile skin armor within. "So that's how it is!" A cold smile appeared on Zichen's face. "Kid, no matter how powerful you are, don't even think about leaving here alive!" The brawny man who was sent flying earlier flew back and said coldly to Zichen. He wasn't injured, and it was obvious that he was wearing the same kind of crude armor. Whoosh! Zichen disappeared from where he was. As if he had teleported, he appeared beside the brawny man. "As I said, you have to die!" The aura of the brawny man was completely berserk. He threw a punch at Zichen, who was close to him. The fist's radiance passed by and shattered Zichen's body. "Another afterimage, damn it!" The brawny man cursed angrily. He turned around in an instant and punched again. However, just as he turned around, a long saber, which was emitting yin-yang light, stabbed at his chest. Puff! The brawny man's armor didn't block Zichen's attack. The saber radiance went straight into his chest. At the same time, the berserk yin-yang force went straight into his mind and destroyed his soul. Both of them were at 7th level. Zichen, who had used the yin-yang force, naturally won. The brawny man retreated. He stared at Zichen with his round eyes and fell backward. "Fifth brother!" When the others saw this scene, they shouted one after another. When they looked at Zichen again, their eyes were filled with extreme resentment. Whoosh! Zichen used extreme speed again. In the few hundred years since he left this battlefield, Zichen had not only risen to class 7, but he had also caught up in his comprehension of the true intent of extreme speed. Now that he was using extreme speed again, it was simply not something that those of the same class could compare to. In addition to the protection of the 9 Extremes weapon, it could be said that those of the same level would die, even if they were at the Black Order level. Unless they had a defense that could resist the 9 Extremes weapon. Puff! After 2 breaths, another person was killed. This person was ranked 3rd. Puff! After 1 breath, the 3rd person died. "I want you dead!" The original shop owner's aura became berserk. His skin turned into stone instantly. His body became abnormally huge like a giant. A berserk aura emerged from his body. He threw a palm at Zichen. This trading shop had become a space that was infinitely large. The palm print covered the sky and fell on Zichen's head. Zichen's figure flashed and rushed upward. He used the unity of man and saber to rush upward. The saber light tore the palm print and went straight to the giant above. Puff! The giant's head was penetrated. Its huge body smashed into the space like a collapsed mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire space trembled. Only one of the 5 was left. The last person was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. As the black token in this world, he had seen many opponents and had seen many geniuses during this period. Those geniuses were very powerful in one-on-one combat, but they couldn't defeat the 5 of them together. In addition, his big brother was cautious and never attacked anyone above 8th level. But he didn't expect to meet such a tough guy today. The other party killed 4 of them in an instant. Even divine generals of the same level would find it difficult to achieve such a level of combat strength. Chapter 2831. Sichin did not let the last one go and killed him. After all 5 of them were killed, Sichin walked out of the room. Then, he waved his sleeves and put away the building. After that, Sichin continued forward. In his world, those clones were counting the loot and the 5 people's divine rings. The cause of the previous battle was that rule human skin. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. This was the Yellow Devil region. There should be other dangers, so Sichin moved forward very slowly. Most of the time, Shadowless walked in front. There was no fog here, so his vision was no longer affected. If there was any danger, Shadowless would be able to detect it in advance. Whoosh! Zichen's figure suddenly flashed and entered his own world. At this time, several clones were gathered there, looking ahead and clicking their tongues in admiration. Zichen walked forward. Those clones disappeared, leaving only the god's clones standing there. He looked up at Zichen and said, "Good harvest!" Of course, the harvest was good. In front of Zichen's eyes there were hundreds of black tokens. Among them, there were more than 100 celestial tokens. The rest were god tokens. After knowing that there was a trading place in the depths, Zichen did not think that these god tokens were useless. Apart from these black tokens, there were other resources, such as the crude armor that did not look exquisite but had very strong defense. There were also pills useful for level 7 and below, as well as other things that could be exchanged. If they were exchanged for resources, it would be a huge number. Zichen, who had originally come here to trade, had actually obtained such a great harvest. This made Zichen sigh with emotion. It was still faster to accumulate resources through robbing. Of course, this had its risks. For example, this time, those 5 people were unlucky enough to have met him. If he had the same idea, he might not have encountered any powerful existences. After sorting out these things, Zichen's figure reappeared in this world, and then he continued to move forward. Shadowless did not send any messages. Clearly, he had not discovered any danger. Not long after, a voice came. "Zichen, look!" Zichen walked forward and arrived in front of Shadowless. Shadowless lowered his head and looked at the ground. There was a huge footprint on the ground. The footprint sank 5 inches into the ground, and the grass was bent. "It should be a wild beast," Shadowless said. "It could also be a giant," Zichen said. Logically speaking, such a footprint was not surprising, as there were too many powerful existences on this battlefield. The weakest among them was a level 5 divine general, and some were even stronger than ordinary level 5 divine generals. More importantly, those powerful beings would not normally walk on the ground. Even if they did, they would not leave such deep footprints. Their control of energy had reached the pinnacle, and there was no excess gravity that the earth could bear. "There are many more." Shadowless looked into the depths of the forest and saw huge footprints. The forest was dark and gloomy, like a black hole that devoured people. "I'll go take a look." Without waiting for Zichen's reply, Shadowless entered the cave. Zichen frowned. This place was not as simple as it seemed. 15 minutes later, a loud roar came from the forest. Then, the forest shook, and a crashing sound came from afar. Ancient trees fell, and leaves danced in the air. "Zichen, I found something!" Shadowless's voice came, and Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the forest. The forest was damp, and the leaves emitted a pungent smell of rot. As he went deeper, the footprints were disappearing. Maybe it was because there were too many dried leaves on the ground. The crashing sound was still coming from the ancient trees, and the branches and leaves were constantly breaking. After rushing for more than 10 miles, Zichen saw Shadowless. At the same time, he saw a huge creature in front of him. It was about 10 feet tall, and had a human form, but the face of a beast. Its hands were as large as millstones, and one of them was holding a beast bone that was about 10 feet long. It was a tall half-beastman. At the foot of the half-beastman was a huge battle beast. The battle beast was already dead, and the fatal wound was on its head. Its brain was almost shattered. The front of the beast's bone in his hand was stained with fresh blood. Obviously, the previous footprints were left by the half-beastman. Zichen's arrival attracted the half-beastman's attention. He turned around and stared at Zichen. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, and they were full of coldness and cruelty. Whoosh! A strong wind came from the forest, and the thick leaves were thrown into the air, making crashing sounds. A ray of brilliance appeared in front of them, heading straight for Zichen. Whoosh! Zichen's figure disappeared, and the ray of light fell where he was standing. The ground trembled, and even more fallen leaves flew into the air. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, breaking down many ancient trees. Roar! Seeing that his attack had missed, the half-beastman roared to the sky and smashed the beast's bone in his hand toward Zichen again. The beast's bone whistled, and it was completely black. It was stained with too much blood and had dried up. A murderous aura came toward him. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the power of yin and yang lingered on his fist. He punched forward. The fist collided with the beast's bone, and a powerful shock wave spread out. Zichen's body flew out in the air. What a hard beast's bone! He waved his right hand, and he clearly felt the pain from the previous attack. The half-beastman took a step forward, and the earth suddenly shook. The beast's bone in the air turned into a waterfall again. His step was equivalent to dozens of Zichen's steps. But Zichen's body was small, and his movements were agile. Boom! The attack missed again. At this time, Zichen had already arrived behind the half-beastman. With a flash of light in his hand, a long saber appeared. One power after another converged on the long saber. Buzz! The void trembled, and the long saber was unsheathed and slashed at the half-beastman. A very deep wound appeared on the half-beastman's back, and the white ribs could be seen. Zichen sheathed his saber and retreated in the air. The surprise in his eyes was even more intense. Because his attack failed to split the half-beastman into two. The half-beastman felt the pain from the wound on his back. He turned around again and launched another attack. His attack was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it was completely on par with Zichen's attack. Clang! Zichen drew his saber again and slashed at the beast's bone, but there was a violent vibration. Then, his body flew backward, and the strong counterforce almost made his long saber fall out of his hand. He saw that the beast's bone in the half-beastman's hand was intact. Obviously, the beast's bone was not ordinary, as it could block the attack of the 9 Extremes weapon. The earth shook, and the roar shook the sky. The half-beastman rushed toward Zichen again. Zichen used his extreme speed to dodge again. The beast's bone hit the ground, and more leaves flew in the air. More ancient trees were shaken down. Zichen, who appeared behind the half-beastman again, looked at the half-beastman's back, and his face changed again. He saw that the wound he left on the half-beastman's back had disappeared. This healing speed was simply terrifying. First, it was the humanoid creature in the fog. It was shapeless and could not be killed without using special rules. Then, it was the giant crocodile, which was good at ambushing and had amazing defense. It needed the 9 Extremes weapon to kill it. However, the half-beastman in front of him was not only stronger than the giant crocodile, but also had an extraordinary recovery ability. One had to know that Zichen's previous attack contained the power of yin and yang. It also contained Zichen's law of destruction, which could suppress the recovery of injuries. But obviously, this rule was ineffective on the half-beastman. Puff! Zichen's figure flashed, and he stabbed down with his saber. The saber light like a waterfall went straight into the half-beastman's back. At the same time, The saber light penetrated the half-beastman's body and shot out from his chest. Roar! Such a blow caused the half-beastman to feel pain. He turned around again and smashed the beast's bone in his hand. Compared to the previous methodical attacks, this attack was not methodical, but its speed was much faster. No, it healed. Shadowless, who was watching from the side, said. The half-beastman's wound healed again. Zichin dodged and slashed at the half-beastman's neck. The saber light went in, but it did not cut off the half-beastman's head. Whoosh! After that attack, he retreated once again. The beast's bone whistled through the air and swept past him, shattering an afterimage. Then, the wound on the half-beastman's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it seems that we have to break his sea of consciousness directly, Shadowless reminded. Zichen's figure flashed, and he used his extreme speed again. When he dodged the half-beastman's attack, he slashed at the half-beastman's head. The saber hit the skull, and there was a strong force. The skull was indestructible. Zichen quickly retreated. The space behind him was distorted, and a divine light flew out. It was the Heavenly Needle. Compared to the 9 Extremes weapon, the Heavenly Needle was more agile. Whoosh! The 9 Extremes weapon instantly pierced through the half-beastman's temple. The roar stopped abruptly, and the half-beastman's huge body stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and the half-beastman fell dead. His defense was strong, and his recovery was shocking. But relatively speaking, his soul was not strong. After the Heavenly Needle entered his sea of consciousness, it destroyed his soul in an instant. This is the first time I've seen such a strong recovery, Zichen said as he looked at the half-beastman. If we bring him back, I believe we can exchange him for something good, Shadowless said. That's right. Maybe we can trade him in the deeper parts. Zichen reached out. With a flash of light, he put the half-beastman away. Not to mention other things, just the half-beastman's bones were extremely strong. He was not weak, so he was confident that he could enter the red region. Next, he encountered 2 more half-beastmen. This time, after finding their weak points, he used the Heavenly Needle to kill them. Other than half-beastmen, there were also some battle beasts. But those powerful battle beasts were more like half-beastmen's food. Going deeper, Zichen walked to the edge of the yellow region, which was the entrance to the red region. Chapter 2832. In front of him was a marked red area. He did not expect to see fog again. The fog still contained poison, and it was even more intense than the outside. Zichen did not hesitate and began to move forward. This time, Shadowless followed beside him. If there were still humanoid creatures here, Shadowless would not be able to detect them in advance. The yin-yang light circulated on the surface of his body, forming a defense. Zichen was 120% alert. After moving forward for only a few miles, he was attacked. Chi! The thick fog rolled, and a sharp attack appeared out of thin air, heading straight for Zichen's neck. Zichen's defense was easily broken, and he pointed his finger at the right time. Whoosh! The finger light pierced through the thick fog and the humanoid creature's body. The other party's body turned into fog and dissipated, but it did not die. It's indeed ineffective. Seeing this scene, Zichen's expression did not change. Everything was within his expectations. Above the sky, the world opened, and the power of laws descended from the sky, enveloping an area with a radius of hundreds of feet. Within this range, the thick fog was clearly visible. Some became thinner, and some became thicker. The light of laws flickered, and the thick poisonous fog began to roll, then turned into human figures. Puff! 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 Zichen attacked and killed these humanoid creatures one by one. They were slightly stronger than those in the outside world, but not by much. After killing them, Zichen obtained some human skins of laws. He put away the human skins of laws and headed deeper. Before determining the value of these human skins of laws, Zichen did not kill a large number of them. Once the value was determined and it was worth wasting his time, he would definitely turn back. The layout here was very similar to the thick fog outside. When he went deeper, he also encountered giant crocodiles. The giant crocodiles were stronger than those in the outside world, so Zichen had to kill them with his saber. It was not too difficult for him to pass through here. However, if he let other level 7 black tokens pass through, it would definitely be dangerous. After walking for a long time and killing nearly 20 giant crocodiles, Zichen finally walked out of the thick fog area. This was the red area, which was marked as the most dangerous place. A gust of wind blew from the front, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill, like a cold wind in the middle of winter. Zichen walked forward cautiously. His spiritual senses spread out, but they were blocked by an invisible force. It was as if he was in a fog. He looked at Shadowless and said, "I can't extend my spiritual sense. Looks like this place isn't simple. I'll go take a look." Shadowless took the initiative to move forward and quickly disappeared from Zichen's sight. Zichen stood where he was without moving. The wind howled around him again, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Even with his strong physical body, he felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. As the end of the gray zone, it was natural that this place was unusual. Since he couldn't extend his spiritual sense, Zichen couldn't run around. If he was separated from Shadowless, it would be difficult to find him. After walking for about an hour, Shadowless turned back. "We didn't run into any danger, but we found a small city," Shadowless said to Zichen. "A city?" Zichen was shocked. "That's right. There are gods and celestials in the city. They seem to be able to get along. I took a look outside and didn't go in. Let's go take a look." Following Shadowless's guidance, Zichen arrived at the place Shadowless mentioned. It was a small city. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a castle. It was just too small. Of course, it was also possible to call it a slightly larger courtyard. People came in and out. They seemed to be in a hurry. The two walked forward. There was no one guarding the door, and no one came to greet them. There was an empty space in the courtyard. There were close to 20 people sitting cross-legged. There were celestials and celestials among them. In front of them was a piece of beast skin, and on top of it were a few things. There were celestials and celestials standing in front of them, looking at the things on it. Zichen noticed that there were celestials standing in front of the celestials, and celestials standing in front of the celestials. He went forward and soon understood the reason. The celestials only wanted the celestials' tokens, and the celestials only wanted the celestials' tokens. The currency here was not resources, but the black tokens of the two sides. Zichen walked towards a celestial. The other party was holding his head, thinking about something. There were two things in front of him. One was the celestial's black token, and the other was the god pill that Zichen had seen in the outside world. The price of the celestial's black token was 1 for 1. In other words, a token of the same level could be exchanged for a token of the enemy camp. The price of the god pill was 1 for 10. It required 10 level 5 tokens. This price was much cheaper than the outside world. Because according to the outside world, it was 30 level 5 tokens. There were only these two things in front of the other party. After Zichen took a look, he did not immediately trade. Instead, he walked to the next one. He still understood the principle of comparing goods with one another. Moreover, he had the god pill on him, so it was useless to him. On the other hand, those tokens were useful, but he was not in a hurry to exchange them. This was because Zichen noticed that in front of these celestials, there were tokens for sale, but very few people went to exchange for them. Almost all of them were looking at the resources. Very quickly, Zichen saw a khaki-colored battle armor made from the skin of a giant alligator. The price on the outside was 10 level 6 tokens, but it was only 50 level 5 tokens, which was half the price. In addition to the battle armor, there were also weapons. In Zichen's opinion, the price was not very high. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Take the armor for example. Although Zichen thought that it was only worth 50 grade 5 tokens, from another perspective, it was worth 50 grade 5 black token lives. Even if it was converted into contribution points, it would be worth 50,000 contribution points. Exchanging for grade 5 rules divine crystals was equivalent to 50,000 pieces, and if there was a discount, he could exchange for even more. It was almost impossible for a level 5 or 6 to obtain such a battle armor. Only a level 7 would have the strength to do so. After that, Zichen found another beast bone. That thing was almost exactly the same as the weapon in the hands of the beastman he killed, except that the shape was slightly different. The price of this beast bone was 300 level 5 black tokens. If exchanged for level 6 black tokens, it would be 30, which was equivalent to the lives of 30 level 6 rankers. Even if it was converted to level 7, it could be exchanged for 3 lives. At this moment, a divine general was looking at this beast bone. He was very tempted, but he seemed to be dissatisfied with the price. Zichen noticed that in front of the beast bone, there was a young Tian clan. Just as Zichen was sizing up the other party also glanced at Zichen. His gaze could not be considered friendly, but it could not be considered hostile either. This place was indeed strange. 2 completely hostile camps could actually coexist peacefully. There were not many Tian clan people who had set up stalls. Zichen's gaze quickly moved around, looking at these things. There were not many things here, but every one of them could be considered top-notch. Perhaps they were unbearably vulgar on the outside, but their true function was much better than the things in the exchange area. Of course, the prices of the things here were enough to make people feel intimidated. The things here were not of much use to Zichen. If he took them back, they would obviously be good things for others. However, Zichen did not plan to go back for the time being, so he would not use the token to trade. At this moment, he noticed that there was another exchange area in front of him. It was at the top of the stairs. There were not many people trading there, only a few. He walked forward. "This is not a place where you can come." Just as Zichen was about to walk to the front, a cold voice sounded. A figure appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Zichen. He was a God clan member. He was standing on the stairs, looking down at Zichen. Zichen was slightly startled. "The 7th level's transaction is over there." The other party pointed down and said, "Your level is not high enough, you cannot come up." At this moment, the commotion here had obviously attracted the attention of others. Seeing Zichen standing there in a daze, many people revealed looks of ridicule. Since it was the rule of this place, he obviously had to abide by it. Zichen turned around and walked down. At this moment, he was considering whether or not he should exchange all the tokens on him. At this moment, he heard a voice. "This price is already very low, only 300 level 5 tokens. Do you know how difficult it is to kill a beastman? You can lose your life at any time." The one who spoke was the young Tian clan. It was obvious that the God clan was bargaining with the other party. There was not just one beast bone here. There were other places as well, but the price was more expensive than what the young man was selling. In Zichen's impression, all the Tian clans treated the God clan with an extremely cold attitude, wishing that they could kill them quickly. It was rare to see such an attitude from the young man. The 7th level was clearly unwilling. This price had exceeded his expectations. "How about this? I have something good here. I'll sell it to you for 100 tokens, said the young Tian clan S. As the young sky race being spoke, his hands flashed with a bright light as he took out a weapon. That weapon was thin and long like a thorn, and its tip was extremely sharp. At this moment, everybody was curiously looking at the strange weapon the young man had taken out. When Zichen saw that weapon, his pupils shrank. If he wasn't wrong, the weapon in the young man's hand should be the 9 extreme weapons of the Life Star, the Mother Thorn of the Mother and Sun Thorn. Because Zhang Haotian had the Sun Thorn. "Can this weapon be used?" asked the level 7 Tian clan S discontentedly as he looked at the strange weapon. "Although it looks strange, it's really sharp. Moreover, it's not weaker than the beast's bone," said the young Tian clan S member. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "What's this crack?" asked the level 7 Tian clan S member, pointing at the crack in the middle of the long thorn. "This is its power. At the critical moment of the battle, It can be used as a hidden weapon. Look, it's totally unexpected. The young Tian Clan's member shook his hand, and the tip of the thorn shot out, making an ear-piercing sound as it flew back to him. Laughter arose everywhere. The level 7 Tian Clans were enraged. Apparently it was a broken weapon. Chapter 2833. The crowd burst into laughter. Whether it was the Celestials or the gods, they were all laughing loudly. The face of the god who wanted to buy the weapon flushed red. His eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, he felt that he had been tricked by this guy. He dared to use a broken weapon to fool people. This is a really good thing. I'm just not used to using it. Otherwise, why would I sell it to you? Look at this speed! The young Celestial shook his hand again. The tip of the weapon flew out again like a whistling hidden weapon. After a round, it flew back. The laughter around them grew louder. You! The level 7 Divine General was furious. I want this thing of yours. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The surrounding laughter came to an abrupt halt as everyone stared blankly at Zichen, who had just spoken. The weakest here was level 7. What good things had they not seen? Their knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. That strange spike might be of good quality, and could be sold for a good price outside. But here, it was obviously worthless. At the very least, it wasn't worth 100 tokens. The Divine General and the Celestial both looked at Zichen. One was puzzled, the other was surprised. What did you say? The Celestial looked at Zichen. I want this thing, Zichen said. Really? The Divine General's eyes flashed. He suppressed his joy. Zichen nodded. At least you have good eyes. This thing is worth at least 200 tokens. I'll sell it to you for 150. The young Celestial smiled. You know your stuff. With it, you might be able to kill the beast men. When you get the beast bones, you can sell them for at least 300. You'll make a lot of money. Hearing the words of the young Tian clan, as well as the harmless smile on his face, the surrounding people were all stunned. The price of 100 had suddenly increased. Zichen's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly. You might have misunderstood me. What do you mean? The smile on the Celestial's face froze. I do plan to buy this thing, but I don't have enough tokens, so I want to ask if you can make it cheaper, Zichen said. Ah? The Celestial was stunned. Another round of laughter came from all around. Obviously, this guy thought that a fool had come. Unexpectedly, this fool had come to bargain. The Tian clan's expression turned slightly ugly as he asked. How many tokens do you have? Zichen said. It's a total of 50 pieces. If you don't agree, then I won't buy it. You can help me exchange for 50 tokens. A light flashed in Zichen's hand, and 50 general level tokens appeared, which indicated that there were 50 Black Order level 5 beings. The corners of the Celestial's mouth twitched, his expression hesitant. The level 7 Divine General didn't care about the weapon. He only cared about the beast bone. However, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Was this thing really that valuable? All right, here you go. The Celestial put on a pained expression and nodded, as if he was about to hand the thorn over to Zichen. Right at this moment, a roar came from outside the city. Then, an ancient and powerful wave swept over. The Tian clan immediately retracted his hand and turned to look outside the city. His expression immediately changed. The other people's expressions changed as well. They put away their things one by one and headed for the outer perimeter. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? The level 7 Divine General didn't look at the beast bone anymore. He turned his head and flew out of the city. Zichen was stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run! After the Tian clan put away his things, he shouted at Zichen. What's going on? Zichen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual senses and found that the level 8 Divine General had also started to move and began to run quickly. The young Tian clan didn't answer Zichen. He directly flew out of the city. However, just as he reached the city gate, there was a tremor of energy from the gate. Then, a light shield appeared from the sky, protecting the city and enveloping everyone. Damn it! The Tian clan cursed angrily. He tapped his foot and rushed toward the city wall. Zichen followed him. When he arrived at the city wall, he looked down and saw many green wolves outside the city. Each of them was more than 3 feet in size. There were many of them, and they surrounded the city. And outside the green wolves, there were some beast men. They all had beast bones in their hands and were quickly approaching from behind. Wherever they passed, the green wolves would avoid them, allowing them to come forward. What's going on? Zichen looked down and asked. Hunting! The Tian clan replied indifferently. Every once in a while, the existences in this area will come out to hunt. The prey are outsiders like us. The Tian clan suddenly noticed something. He looked back at Zichen and said, Why are you following me? Zichen didn't respond. He looked to the sides and found that the others' faces were extremely gloomy. This time, we're in trouble. The Tian clan's expression was very ugly. This luck is too bad. It's happened twice in a row. I felt that something was wrong before, but I didn't expect it to be like this. What should we do now? Zichen asked. What else can we do? Run! The Tian clan said snappily. But why aren't the others running? Zichen noticed that the others' faces were very gloomy, but they did not have any thoughts of leaving this place. The young Tian clan said, That's because they feel that this level 9 general city can protect them. But if this city is broken, then there will be no more protection. Someone can break through the level 9 general city? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. Nothing is absolute. The level 9 general city is not invincible here. Even a level 9 general city can die in battle at any time. The young Tian clan stared ahead, and then his expression changed as he cried out involuntarily. Damn it, they're really here. With that, he jumped down without hesitation. This defensive light barrier was only relative. It could prevent the war beasts from entering, but it could not prevent others from leaving. As the other party jumped out of the light barrier, cries of alarm came from all around. Although it was very dangerous right now, staying in this level 9 general city was definitely much safer than staying outside. Why did he jump out to die? In their opinion, leaving the protection of the city with a mere level 7 was only a path to death. Zichen's gaze looked into the distance. Seeing the mist rising there, he thought of a possibility. He had to obtain the long thorn in the other party's hand. No matter what danger there was outside, he had to follow. He jumped out without hesitation. After leaving the light barrier, Zichen could clearly feel waves after waves of fiendish aura. He saw the approaching green wolves pouncing towards him. Swish! His body turned into an afterimage as he flashed past the green wolves, heading straight into the distance. The surrounding space distorted as a beast man waved the beast bone at Zichen. The beast bone whistled as it smashed towards his head. Wherever the beast bone passed, space distorted, releasing a powerful aura. Zichen's expression changed slightly. The yin and yang light on his body flickered, and he disappeared once again. Boom! The earth trembled as powerful energy surged. Zichen dodged the attack and continued to fly into the distance. On the city wall, the expressions of some people changed when they saw the two of them escaping. Some of them had experienced the previous scene. They didn't know the reason for the departure of the divine race. However, Zichen immediately followed. Perhaps it was because of the weapon. Could it be that they had misjudged and that the weapon was very unusual? But no matter how they looked at it, the weapon was a good quality trash. It couldn't even compare to the beast's bone in the beastman's hand. At present, no one dared to leave, so naturally, they couldn't verify it. The two of them who rushed out were like a small boat in the midst of a storm, about to be destroyed at any time. Moreover, the thick mist in the distance had already risen. It was poisonous mist that could affect one's mind. They needed to be on full alert. The most important thing was that the misty shadow would also appear. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The threat was too great. The giant crocodile in the swamp would also come. Under such circumstances, the two of them leaving the city was simply courting death. The level 7 and level 8 transactions were in the outer area. At this moment, in the room of the building, there were 2 level 9 people standing. The 2 of them clearly sensed everything outside. They were very surprised by the 2 level 7 fellows' departure. Their courage is commendable. One of the level 9 people laughed. So what? They'll die if they go out. It's a good opportunity to set an example for others. The other level 9 said indifferently. The 2 of them were level 9 divine generals. It was unknown if the God clan had a ranking. At this moment, more and more battle beasts were gathering outside the city. The 2 of them seemed extremely relaxed, as if they didn't care. The green wolf began to attack the city. The beastman also walked up, waving the huge beast bone and smashing it at the light barrier. On the city wall, the experts were very nervous. There were also some who looked at the thick mist. Because the 2 level 7 people who left one after the other rushed into the mist after dodging the attacks. The thick mist blocked their vision, so they couldn't see what was happening inside. Zichen used extreme speed to dodge one powerful attack after another. In front of him, the divine race person put up a defense. He took 2 attacks from the beastman when he was escaping, but his defense blocked them. Clearly, his defense was very strong, but he was also injured. After entering the mist, Zichen lost track of the other party. Here! Shadowless voice came. He had been following the divine race person. Hearing this, Zichen rushed in the direction of Shadowless voice. Swoosh! As soon as he moved, a dangerous aura appeared. It was a humanoid creature that had launched an attack at him. Clearly, there was a thick mist here because of the humanoid creatures. But what Zichen didn't understand was why they were here. After quickly dodging the attack, Zichen rushed forward again. This time, the mist rolled. A giant crocodile opened its mouth and bit at him. His body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the crocodile's head. As if he teleported, he slashed down with his sword. Pfft! The sword stabbed into the crocodile's head. The powerful energy annihilated its soul. Zichen quickly put away the crocodile's body and continued forward. During this time, he was attacked again and again. The attack frequency was much faster than the humanoid creatures he encountered when he first entered. But at this time, Zichen was focused on the mother thorn. He didn't have time to kill them. After dodging, he rushed forward again. During this time, Shadowless voice constantly sounded, reminding Zichen of the location. Chapter 2834. This celestial was currently surrounded. His body flickered with light, and there was a defense on the surface of his body. His defense was not weak, and he blocked the attacks of the giant crocodiles one after another. The rolling fog surrounded his body and became thicker and thicker. Light and shadow flickered in the fog. It was the attacks of the humanoid creatures. He gradually found it difficult to block them, and he could not get rid of them. Zichen stood a few meters away and watched this scene. He frowned slightly and unsheathed his saber. A yin-yang saber light swept forward like a waterfall. The surging fog was cut open, and the humanoid creatures attacking from within dissipated. The saber light continued forward and swept through the body of a giant crocodile. The giant crocodile was split in the middle, and blood splattered in all directions. The yin-yang saber light did not slow down, and it cut open a straight path in the thick fog. The young celestial was drenched in crocodile blood. He suddenly turned around and saw Zichen. His pupils could not help but shrink. Zichen sheathed his saber and rushed forward. During this time, a light flashed from his body and swept up the giant crocodile corpse on the ground. The young celestial also reacted and immediately rushed forward. As they moved forward, Zichen did not continue to kill the giant crocodiles. The yin-yang power on his body formed a powerful fluctuation that blew away the poisonous fog around him. At the same time, it also shook away the approaching giant crocodiles. As the poisonous fog continued to twist, the 2 of them rushed out of the sea of fog one after another. Don't stop, keep going! Seeing Zichen, who was obviously relieved, the young celestial reminded him. He did not slow down at all and continued forward. Zichen followed closely behind. He could not let the other party escape just like that. After flying for about 100 miles, they sensed a powerful aura behind them, and roars continuously sounded. The young celestial was very frightened, but he still did not stop. He ran for another 100 miles and only stopped when he reached a mountain peak. The higher one stood, the farther one could see. Zichen landed beside the other party and looked at him calmly. The other party was panting. He had used up a lot of energy along the way. At the same time, he was glad that he had walked out. Otherwise, he would have been finished. After his breathing gradually stabilized, he looked at Zichen and said, "Why are you following me? Our deal is not complete yet," Zichen said calmly. "Ah?" The young celestial was startled. "Just because of this?" Zichen nodded. The young celestial said, "If that's the reason, then why did you save me earlier? Wouldn't it be easier to just watch me get killed or suddenly strike me?" Zichen said. "A deal is a deal." The young celestial looked at Zichen strangely. "It's rare to see someone like you in the God clan. Since you're able to follow me here, it's obvious that I made a mistake in my judgment of that weapon. Can you tell me what it is?" Zichen said. "The mother-child spike, a weapon from my world. Is it very strong?" The other party asked again. Zichen shook his head and said, "Logically speaking, it should be very strong, but I don't know how to use it. I have a friend who knows how to use it, and the other half is in his hands." "Understood." The young celestial nodded. Then, he took out the spike and threw it at Zichen. "So it's an exclusive weapon. No wonder I couldn't control it smoothly all these years and could only use its toughness. Its toughness isn't weaker than the beast's bone, but its power is much weaker. So this is the reason." Zichen caught the spike. The celestial aura on it had disappeared. Clearly, the other party had removed the ownership. Energy surged in his hand and gathered on the spike. As the light swept past the long thorn, a resplendent light burst out from the broken part of the long thorn. The broken part of the long thorn was disappearing bit by bit. The young celestial looked at this scene in shock. Then, he sighed. When the light disappeared, the spike was restored. Now, in addition to its toughness, it had another special characteristic, which was its sharpness. Zichen's hand flashed, and 100 tokens appeared. "This thing is very important to my friend, but it's useless to me. Let's buy it at the original price you said." The other party smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Forget it. Your blade helped me resolve the crisis. I'll give it to you. Besides, this thing is useless to me. You're the most interesting celestial I've ever met. My name is Anwei. I'm Zichen," said Zichen. He put away the black token and didn't refuse. "You've got it. Are you still not going to leave? Do you want to fight me?" Anwei asked with a smile. Zichen asked. "I want to know what's going on with those beasts. Aren't those humanoid creatures in the fog at the edge of the area? Why are they there?" Compared to the Celestials, he was more willing to deal with this seemingly harmless Celestial. "Every once in a while, the beasts in this area will hunt for food. There has always been a rumor that a powerful being comparable to a 9th-ranked champion is commanding them," Anwei said. "Of course, I've only heard about it. I've never seen it." "Then why did you take the risk to leave the city?" asked Zichen again. "There's a chance of survival if I leave. If I don't leave, I'll definitely die." Anwei glanced at Zichen and said, "This is the 3rd time I've been attacked by beasts in just a dozen years." "Only 3 times?" Zichen was somewhat astonished. Anwei glared at him and said, "What do you mean only 3 times? You should know that I've only been to this kind of trading area 3 times in the past dozen years. Each time, the beasts attacked not long after. Isn't the probability of that high? Moreover, the last 2 times, the 9th-ranked general cities were destroyed. The fate of the people inside is unknown. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. The reason I took the risk to leave the first time was because I had an enemy there, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. But when I returned, there was nothing left except for bloodstains. What are those humanoid creatures in the fog? Asked Zichen. They're misty shadows. What are they used for? Anwei looked at Zichen in puzzlement. What's the use of killing them? Asked Zichen again. Anwei seemed to have thought of a possibility and felt that it was inconceivable. He stared at Zichen in shock and asked, Can you kill them? Zichen shook his head and said, No, I can't. I'm just curious. Because in another area, someone is trying to buy them. Their value is very high. They should be the most valuable thing in this area. Anwei said, The skin of the giant crocodile can be used to make armor with extremely strong defense. The bones of the beastmen are extremely hard and can be used to refine weapons. At the same time, their blood is necessary to refine divine pills. In addition, the other beasts in this area also have their own value. But relatively speaking, the misty shadows are the most valuable. After they die, they turn into skins with extremely strong rule power. After being refined, they can allow people to obtain concealment methods, just like divine abilities. Although they're not as elusive as the misty shadows, they're still a treasure for assassination. In addition, both the god race and the celestial race want to carefully study them, but to no avail. What are they studying them for? Zichen asked, puzzled. Anwei glanced at Zichen and said strangely, Didn't you notice that when we came out earlier, it was very strenuous? Zichen's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Could it be that they want to control them? Anwei said, On the battlefield, they're killing machines, and they're killing machines that can't die. In this area, there's a saying that there's a king in the misty shadows, and this king controls all the misty shadows in this area. Think about it, what would happen if they could control them? Zichen could imagine that on the battlefield, the thick fog would roll and cut off divine sense. Then, the undead misty shadows would appear and slaughter the existences on the battlefield. Zichen asked, Where's the misty shadow king? Anwei turned his head and looked into the depths. In the poison mist forest, the core of this area. So far, no one has been able to pass through there, not even the powerful ranked generals. The god race had the strongest divine generals, with a total of 108 of them. In the celestial race, there were also 108 celestial race generals. If even the ranked divine generals couldn't pass through, then it was indeed dangerous. What's the deal with the trading city? Zichen asked. Isn't that a fixed place? Anwei shook his head and said, No. Only a 9th-level warlord would be able to build a temporary trading area in these places. Everyone who goes there to trade must be paid a certain amount of money. Of course, rank 8 is also allowed, but the danger is not small. Seeing Zichen's puzzled expression, Anwei said, For example, if a rank 9 suddenly appears in a rank 8 trading center, he might be tempted by the wealth and kill this rank 8. Zichen nodded to show that he understood. There were no rules here, and everything depended on one's intentions. Relatively speaking, a trading center built by a rank 9 was much safer. That's just a temporary trading center. There's an even bigger one here, and that trading center is fixed. Anwei turned his head to look into the distance and said, That trading center is just outside the foggy forest, and there are many powerhouses guarding it. Even the hunting beasts don't dare to set foot there. But that place is very far from here, and the road ahead is full of dangers, so not many people go there. Through Anwei's introduction, Zichen had a good understanding of this place. He looked at Anwei and said, Are you going back? Anwei asked in surprise. Back where? Zichen said, The place where we left before. You're crazy. Anwei's eyes widened. You're not afraid of death? Zichen smiled faintly and said, Wealth comes from danger. Think about it, if we turn back now, and it happens to be the time when those beasts leave, then wouldn't we be able to take away the things in the original trading center? But that's too dangerous. Anwei shook his head and said, If I don't go and the beasts don't leave, then we'll definitely die. Wealth comes from danger, right? Also, divine sense is blocked in this place, so if there's any danger, we'll just stay away. Anwei was somewhat moved by Zichen's words. Okay. Anwei nodded in the end. Chapter 2835. On the battlefield, divine generals and divine clans could not coexist peacefully, but it was different here. Anwei thought that Zichen was a strange divine clan member, and Zichen thought that Anwei was a strange divine clan member as well. The reason why Zichen had brought Anwei along this time was because he was clearly familiar with this area. Zichen wanted him to take him to the depths of the enormous trading ground to have a look. On the way back, the two could still hear the roars of beasts, so they did not go very fast. It was only a few hundred miles, and they did not encounter any danger along the way. They arrived in a short time. Zichen, come and see. When they were about to reach their destination, Zichen heard Shadowless's voice. When they decided to turn back, Shadowless left first and went to the trading city. Zichen sped up when he heard that. He and Anwei flew to the top of an ancient tree. They parted the leaves and looked into the distance. The battle was over, and many beasts had died. The city was still there, but it had fallen. The other beasts were leaving, and the fog was disappearing. The ground was dry again, and the crocodile was nowhere to be seen. I went to take a look earlier. There's something strange about this place. Or rather, there's something wrong with the people here, said Shadowless, who was standing beside Zichen. With Anwei beside him, Zichen did not say anything. After all the beasts left, two people appeared in the city. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the level 9 aura from each other. Obviously, they were level 9. One of the two quickly put away the city and flew into the distance. Zichen stared in the direction in which the two of them left in silence. Anwei's expression was terrible. So that's how it is. The two level 9 were divine generals of the divine clan. The siege of the city was not a coincidence. It was deliberate. The two level 9 were the ones who started it. A bitter smile appeared on Anwei's face. Compared to catching all of them in one go, charging a certain amount of transaction fees is really too unwise and too noble of a method. No one would complain about having too little resources, even for those level 9 experts. Quite a number of people had gone this time, and each of them had brought a lot of resources with them. After all of them were killed, those resources would definitely be a huge number, so huge that it was enough to tempt a level 9. Other than the bloodstains, there was nothing left there. Time to go. Zichen jumped down from the ancient tree. It seems that there are disputes everywhere, and there are no rules anywhere. Anwei followed him. He looked at Zichen and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to trade in the depths." "Are you coming?" Zichen asked. "There will be many dangers along the way," Anwei said. "Experts might even ambush us along the way." Zichen smiled and said, "No matter how dangerous it is, it can't be compared to just now, right?" "That's true." Aowei nodded and said, "If you don't mind, let's go together." Zichen said, "I don't care. I have more enemies than friends." "You, on the other hand, actually dared to travel with a god," Anwei said. "It's the same for me. I have more enemies than friends. You could even say that I don't have any friends. Otherwise, why would I come to this damned place?" Zichen said in surprise. "So you're not here for resources?" "Resources? Of course not," Anwei said. "The world is so big. Where can't you find resources? Why did you have to come to this damned battlefield? And here? What about you? Did you come here for resources? Did you risk your life?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, I came here by accident. I happen to have some black tokens, so I plan to exchange them here." Anwei said doubtfully, "You don't have to come here to exchange for black tokens, do you?" "That's true. I came across a trading point in the periphery. Who would have thought that during the trade, the other party suddenly changed their mind and wanted to kill me?" Zichen spread his hands and said helplessly, "So, I had to come here." Anwei's expression changed. Obviously, he understood what Zichen meant. The fact that he could come here proved that the person who wanted to kill him was already dead. "I was going to leave after the trade. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? It seems that I have to go deeper." Zichen looked very helpless. Suddenly his expression changed, and he said, "Why don't the two of us exchange our tokens?" "Just the two of us?" Anwei looked at Zichin. "That's right. You don't have the Celestial Black Order on you, and I don't have the God Race Black Order on me either. Once we exchange, wouldn't we both be happy?" Zichen's eyes were filled with excitement. Anwei said, "Didn't you want to go deeper? There, the black tokens can be used to trade, regardless of camp. Besides, I don't have many black tokens." Zichen said, "That's true. Let's go deeper and have a look. Since we're here, wouldn't it be a pity to leave?" Then, the two of them went deeper and encountered an orc along the way. "The orcs are treasures. We can exchange them for a lot of good things." Anwei rushed toward the orc in front of him as he spoke. An animal bone appeared in his hand. It was not much different from the one in the orc's hand. He held the animal bone in his hand and his aura surged out violently. He hit the orc hard. Boom! There was a powerful shock wave, and the sand and stones on the ground were sent flying. Anwei was knocked back, and the orc was directly knocked to the ground. Anwei, who was retreating, flashed again and arrived in front of the orc. The animal bone in his hand fell again. The animal bone had obviously been refined. It could be big or small. At this time, light patterns lingered on it, releasing a powerful aura. Boom! The violent energy kept shaking, forming a terrible wave that spread out layer by layer. Waves of smoke and dust swept in all directions like a storm. Zichen stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. Obviously, no one who could come to this battlefield was weak. And to be able to make it this far, a level 7 expert was even more powerful than a level 7 expert. Anwei was such an existence. The battle didn't last long. The orc was killed by Anwei. Unlike Zichen, who had borrowed the Heavenly Needle's small sharpness, Anwei Quan had used his own strength to kill a half-orc. Anwei put away the orc's body. He took the huge animal bone that hadn't been refined and threw it to Zichen. "You can use it as a weapon." Zichen shook his head. At the moment the animal bone arrived, he flicked his finger forward. His finger fell on the animal bone, making a tinkling sound. The animal bone whizzed back. Anwei took the animal bone and looked at Zichen. "You really don't want it? It's free. No need." "I have a weapon," said Zichen. Anwei then remembered that Zichen had a saber that could break the giant alligator's body. Apparently it was of high quality. "Good. If we meet the orcs again, I'll leave them to you," said Anwei. "It's fair." Zichen nodded and didn't refuse. The bones of the orcs and their bodies were good materials to refine weapons. Although Zichen didn't like them and didn't need them, the Life Star needed them. To him, there was no such thing as too much. This time, after several days of traveling, they didn't find any trace of the orcs. They didn't even meet any other battle beasts. In the forest at night, Zichen was grilling the meat of the giant alligator. The aroma of the meat filled the air. His cooking skills were good. Anwei couldn't stop praising him. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the depth of the forest, shaking the sky. "It's the orcs. Let's go!" Anwei said excitedly when he heard the angry roar. Zichen stood up. The two of them flew toward the source of the roar. After that, the two of them saw two beastmen in front of them. They were holding beast bones in their hands, and around them were 7 or 8 corpses of battle beasts. "They destroyed a small wolf pack," said Anwei. Seeing this scene, Anwei said, "The half-beastmen's attack is powerful, and their defense is extremely strong. Their recovery ability is unparalleled. Unless it's a pack of extremely large green wolves, there's no existence that can threaten them. In this area, they're the kings of the same level." Zichen nodded and dashed forward. A gust of wind blew through the forest. The leaves danced in the air. Anwei was full of expectation when he saw Zichen coming forward. After spending a few days with Zichen, he could feel his calmness. In a place like this, showing such a natural expression indicated confidence and power. "Roar!" The two orcs noticed Zichen. One of them immediately walked towards Zichen. After a few steps, he threw the animal bone in his hand downward. With a whistling sound, a powerful aura swept over. A suffocating aura locked on to Zichen. Looking up at the falling animal bone, Zichen's expression didn't change. Energy flashed on his body. Whoosh! The moment the animal bone was about to hit his body, Zichen disappeared. It was as if he teleported. In an instant, he was beside the orc. With a flash of light in his hand, a long spike appeared. On the spike, the light of yin and yang flashed, releasing a powerful aura. He held the spike and stabbed it toward the orc's temple. Puff! The spike instantly broke through the orc's defense. The destructive power of the law of yin and yang entered the orc's mind, forcibly destroying his vitality. After pulling out the spike, Zichen's figure flashed, and he took a few steps back. The orc's body swayed and fell with a bang. His aura disappeared. The second half-orc turned his head to look at this scene, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his cold eyes. An Wei was also stunned. He killed with one blow. And he used the weapon he gave away. Obviously, after the spike repaired itself, it was no less sharp than a knife. It was more suitable for this battle. The other orc rushed toward Zichen. Zichen's expression didn't change. He directly rushed forward. He flew in front of the orc, and the orc's animal bones smashed down. The wind whistled, and the space distorted. Zichen's body was instantly shattered by the animal bone. It was an afterimage. His real body arrived at the side of the half-beast man. The orc noticed the abnormality. The animal bone whizzed over at an even faster speed. But the spike in Zichen's hand was even faster. Puff! The spike instantly pierced into the orc's mind, destroying his soul. The terrifying aura contained in the animal bone quickly dissipated. When it reached Zichen, it was already extremely weak. It was only the force of inertia that sent Zichen flying. Zichen landed, collected the two orc corpses, and looked back at An Wei. An Wei's face was filled with shock. Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He was about to ask if he was frightened. Chapter 2836. Just as An Wei spoke, Zichen sensed something unusual. An Wei's face was full of shock, not because of his strength, or rather, not entirely. As he turned around, he saw one tall green wolf after another approaching from afar. Even during the day, the green wolf's eyes emitted a faint green light, looking very frightening. Zichen, who had originally planned to put away the bodies of the green wolves, gave up the idea at this moment and retreated. At this moment, the green wolves were not only in front of him, but also in all directions, including the sky. They were surrounded. Isn't this too good of a luck? How could we be ambushed by a pack of green wolves? Zichen retreated to An Wei's side and heard his muttering. These green wolves must be looking for trouble with the two half-beastmen, but we were unlucky enough to run into them. Zichen said. That seems to be the case. The attack of these green wolves is very strong. The hardness of their teeth and claws is not weaker than that of the half-beastmen, but their defense and recovery ability are not as good as theirs. But they have the advantage in numbers, so they are very difficult to deal with. An Wei said. The half-beastmen can ignore small packs of green wolves and hunt them for food. But when it comes to large packs of green wolves, even the half-beastmen have to retreat. We can only kill our way out quickly, or we will be in trouble. Can their bones be used to refine weapons? Zichen suddenly asked. Of course. Not only that, but there is also a special rule crystal in their minds. After refining it, it can enhance the perception of rules and even help low-level general-level cultivators break through to the next realm. An Wei said in a deep voice. All the battle beasts here have their own special functions. Although he did not know why Zichen suddenly asked this question, An Wei still patiently answered him. Zichen nodded. He was very surprised but also very satisfied. After all, killing battle beasts in other places could not get a rule crystal. The green wolves approached quickly and stopped when they were 300 feet away from the two of them. There were wolves in the sky and on the ground. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing their cold, sharp teeth. They did not make any sound, and their green eyes were filled with coldness. "We have to find a direction to kill our way out." His weapon appeared in his hand. This time, it was not a beast's bone, but a long sword. The body of the sword was like water, emitting cold light in all directions. The surrounding temperature dropped by a lot. "Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Let's just watch the show." Zichen smiled faintly. Anwei looked at him in confusion. He found that Zichen's expression was very calm, and there was even a hint of excitement, which made him very puzzled. Moreover, if both of them were to watch the show, who would deal with these green wolves? There was no time for Anwei to think. With a roar, the green wolves attacked. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a short distance of 300 feet. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Their sharp claws tore through the void with a piercing sound. Their sharp teeth flickered with a cold light, and the strong wind that swept through was mixed with a fishy smell. Facing the attacks of these green wolves, Zichen stood there without moving. Aegis put up a defense on the surface of his body. He was on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. One after another, the green wolves that were pouncing toward them fell to the ground when they were close to the two of them. The green wolves that fell to the ground twitched, and their cold eyes gradually lost their luster. They were dead. Not just one or two, but in an area. Aegis Wei was shocked. He looked ahead and saw a ray of light. The light flashed with various colors. It was the divine light that was unique to the God clan. The divine light kept disappearing at an extremely fast speed, revolving around the two of them. One after another, the divine light pierced through the heads of the green wolves and they fell to the ground, dead. As the divine light spun, it spread out. "This is..." Seeing this, Aegis Wei was extremely shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. This was a replica of the heavenly god needle. In the entire god realm, there were not many replicas like this. Moreover, Zichen's replica was related to the real one in some way. It was made by a god, and there were only two in the entire god realm. Under the control of the Avatar, the heavenly god needle spun and flew out. Everywhere it passed, the green wolves' heads were pierced, and their souls were destroyed. None were spared. None could resist. It was a massacre. Aegis Wei was extremely shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he could not say a word. The hand that held the sword was trembling slightly. To him, being surrounded by the green wolves was a disaster. Although the scene in front of him was also a disaster, it was a disaster for the green wolves. At first, he felt that he was unlucky to have encountered a pack of green wolves. But now, he felt that the green wolves were the ones who were unlucky to have encountered Zichen. The divine light from the heavenly god needle was still spreading into the distance. More and more green wolves were killed. At this moment, the corpses of the green wolves were spreading out in a circle with the two of them as the center. Woo-woo! When the heavenly god needle was several hundred feet away, a whining sound came from the distance. The surviving green wolves immediately retreated. Their originally cold eyes were now filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The heavenly god needle chased after a few of them, then turned back. The heavenly god needle turned into a ray of light and disappeared from Zichen's side. Zichen looked at Aegis Wei and said, "Do as you wish." Aegis Wei shook his head. These green wolves were not killed by him, so he naturally would not pick up the spoils. At this moment, he was still in shock. Streaks of energy turned into rays of light and extended out, rolling up the dead bodies of the green wolves and putting them away. Aegis Wei looked at Zichen in front of him. Previously, he killed the half-beast man with one blow, and now he killed a pack of green wolves so easily. It was unbelievable. He was very curious about what kind of mysterious existence he had encountered. After collecting all the spoils, Zichen was very satisfied. As expected of the Black Order battlefield, there were many good things. During this time, he broke open the head of a green wolf and found a fist-sized crystal of law. It contained pure law power, which was thousands of times purer than the level 5 law power that he had exchanged with contribution points last time. If he took back such a crystal, he would definitely be able to exchange it for a considerable amount of contribution points. Let's go. When Zichen looked back at Aegis Wei, he found that he was still in a daze, so he said aloud. Aegis Wei nodded and sobered up. As they moved forward, Aegis Wei told Zichen some things he knew about this area. There were many kinds of war beasts here, and each of them had their own special uses. It was rare to see such a special area in the Black Order battlefield. It is said that in the depths of the fog forest, not only is the fog shadow powerful, but even the giant crocodiles are extremely terrifying. No one knows how those giant crocodiles went in and how they survived, but they seem to be able to get along peacefully with the fog shadow and form a cooperation. Aegis Wei said. The armor made from the skin of the giant crocodiles there can't be broken at all unless a level 9 expert uses a special weapon. Such armor is extremely rare in the trading city. Every time it appears, it will be bought at an unimaginable price. Zichen asked in puzzlement. Didn't you say that no one can enter there? Aegis Wei smiled and said. It's not that no one can enter, but no one can pass through there. It's still possible to go to the outer area. Of course, it's only limited to the outer area, but even so, many level 9 experts have never returned. As if he knew what Zichen wanted to ask, Aegis Wei said. It's already very impressive for a level 7 to be able to walk to the trading city. It's impossible to enter. As for level 8 experts, they don't have the guts to do so. Even level 9 experts are full of reverence for that place. Only the truly powerful or daring ones will enter there. Zichen nodded. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to consider going there before he had a breakthrough in his strength. Actually, in the trading city, the tokens aren't divided into factions because very few people will bring the tokens back to exchange for contribution points. Aegis Wei said. Why? Zichen asked, puzzled. Because the resources here are better, and there are more of them. There are all kinds of good things, and they are all targeted at this level. Compared to here, the items in the campsite are undoubtedly of a much lower level. Of course, some people belong to certain factions, so they have to bring some contribution points back. This way, it's very cost-effective to bring the tokens back to level up and then exchange them for contribution points. Zichen understood what Aegis Wei meant. If he wanted to grow, the resources here were extremely suitable, even more so than the campsite. It was enough for him to stay here for a long time. However, if he had a faction behind him, he would have to bring the tokens back and level up the tokens to exchange for more things. The black tokens were the universal currency here, and the people here only recognized them. Alternatively, they could exchange for them with resources of the same level. The two of them walked for a whole month. During this time, they encountered plains and small areas of forest. All the threats they encountered were eliminated by the two of them, and their gains were not small. Zichen's combat strength was extremely strong, and Aegis Wei's combat strength was not weak either. At the very least, he was one of the best among those of the same level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resolve the crisis so many times. A deep and dense forest appeared in front of them. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and their roots intertwined like dragons, snaking deep into the forest. Unlike those forests, this forest was very wide and could be said to be boundless. If we pass through here, we will reach the place. Aegis Wei's expression became serious. He changed the topic and said, However, this forest is the most dangerous place on the road ahead of us. Some people call it the Forest of Death. Zichen looked at Aegis Wei. Aegis Wei said, Apart from the dangers that live in it, a large part of its danger lies in the fact that there are often some existences hiding in it, and then they will attack and kill those who pass by. How do they hide? Asked Zichen. It's very difficult for ordinary people to detect them by using the law of mist. These people are called the shadow killers of the Forest of Death. Aegis Wei said. Of course, this is not absolute. The last time I went there, I didn't encounter any killers, but we have to be careful of the sneak attacks of the battle beast here. After saying that, he walked forward. Chapter 2837. Anwei walked in front, while Zichen followed behind him. Their speed wasn't slow because the forest was huge. According to Anwei, it would take a long time to cross it. The air in the forest was humid and the dead leaves emitted a rotten smell. It was a little pungent and unpleasant. The surroundings were too quiet. There were no sounds of insects or birds. It was a little depressing. Since you've been there once, why didn't you stay there? Zichen broke the silence. Anwei smiled bitterly. You'll understand when you get there. That place isn't a place for a level 7. It's too dangerous. It's so dangerous that I'm willing to take the risk and walk out. That place is called Level 9 Heaven, Level 8 Disaster, and Level 7 Hell. 3 levels, 3 different treatments. Of course, it's not absolute. Level 9 is relatively less dangerous. You can get a lot of resources there, but it's also dangerous if you're unlucky. As for Level 7, it's full of dangers. You can only survive if you're lucky. Anwei said. When you get there and see everything, you will naturally understand. But that's for the future. What we need to think about now is how to carefully go in and get there safely. Anwei didn't let down his guard as he spoke. He was on guard against the surroundings. In the depths of the forest, there were specks of light flying. These specks of light were extremely small and looked like glowing insects. Some landed on the treetops and some landed on the leaves. They were silent. A few miles away, Zichen and Anwei were heading in this direction. It was the 7th day since they entered the forest. It was peaceful and they didn't encounter any danger. These specks of light scattered and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on top of another ancient tree. They moved as if they were teleporting. Zichen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. His expression changed. What's wrong? Sensing that Zichen had stopped, Anwei turned to look at him. It seems like we've been targeted, said Zichen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Targeted by something? Anwei's expression became vigilant as he looked around. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm not sure. It's a tiny light spot, like a bug. It can hide and it seems to be able to teleport. The spiritual senses here were still blocked, so Zichen definitely couldn't sense the scene in the distance. Shadowless, who was walking in front, saw everything. Tiny specks of light that look like bugs. Could it be them? Anwei's expression changed. What? Zichen looked at Anwei. Anwei said with a serious expression. There is a very strange beast called the Space Worm Beast. They are the descendants of the Space Worm King. They are very small, very fast, and good at hiding and… Before Anwei could finish his words, he disappeared from where he stood. Where he was previously standing, a spot of light expanded and turned into a huge black hole, enveloping him. Zichen stood at the back and looked at the scene in front of him. He saw the black hole flash and disappear, turning back into a speck of light. Sure enough, that speck of light was a small insect. However, after it appeared, it immediately disappeared. At this time, Zichen felt an abnormal fluctuation behind him. The moment he turned around, he saw a black hole swallowing him. He immediately retreated and used the 9 lightning deaths. The black hole followed him like a shadow. Swoosh! Zichen's body trembled slightly. The black hole caught up with him, completely enveloping him and swallowing him. Then, the black hole shrank and turned into a speck of light. It was a tiny bug that emitted light. Zichen, who had left behind an afterimage, appeared on the other side. He saw many more specks of light around him. It's them! Zichen, be careful. Once you are swallowed, we are doomed! Anwei's voice came from the side. Zichen's body surged with energy to form a defense. He asked, What can these little things do? Every time he was in danger, Zichen would ask about the value of these things instead of thinking of ways to kill them. Anwei was not surprised at all, so he immediately said, After killing them, their corpses can be used to refine space spirit rings. The space inside the rings refined from their corpses will be very large, far larger than the ones we normally use. The spirit sense that Anwei mentioned could be used by the God clan. In the God world, it was called a divine ring. Its quality was much higher than that of the spirit rings and life stars. Their value isn't that high. Zichen frowned slightly. He was a little disappointed. Another devouring power appeared next to him. His body flashed and disappeared from his spot. His spirit sense could extend to several meters away. Within this range, nothing could escape his senses. He was safe. Of course, the value of one of them isn't high. However, there are so many of them. There are tens of thousands of them. The most important one is the Space Worm King. Once you get it and refine it, it's like getting a whole world. At the same time, if you refine the Space Worm King, you can improve your understanding of space. Anwei's body flashed. During this time, he swung the long sword in his hand and killed a speck of light. The speck of light was divided into two, turning into a worm. The worm was about a finger long. It looked like a crystal, releasing dazzling light. How can I find the Worm King? Zichen's eyes brightened. He asked again. He didn't take any action. He just kept dodging. No one can find the Worm King. Anwei dodged. It's because the Worm King has a strong understanding of space. If it wants to hide, no one can find it. Unless it's a heaven-defying luck. However, there's a saying in this area. It's said that if you're swallowed by the spirit worms, you'll go to the Worm King and see it. However, at that time, you'll be refined, not killed. Oh, I see. Zichen smiled when he heard that. He was very tempted. Don't mess around. Anwei reminded him. Another energy fluctuation appeared behind Zichen. Then, a black hole appeared. Zichen turned around and looked at the black hole. A strange light sparkled in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't take the risk to enter it. The Saber Ancestor's steel appeared next to him. The Saber Ancestor's steel expanded, blocking in front of Zichen. The black hole also expanded rapidly until it swallowed the Saber Ancestor's steel. The Saber Ancestor's steel was closely connected to the saber. The Saber Spirit's perception was extremely sharp. As long as the Saber Ancestor's steel was in this world, Zichen didn't have to worry about losing it. As the Saber Ancestor's steel disappeared, Zichen began to attack. One sharp attack after another went straight around, killing the manifested light spots one by one. Soon, the dozens of light spots disappeared. Even the light spot that had swallowed the Saber Ancestor's steel was killed. After the other party died, the Saber Ancestor's steel didn't appear. The crisis was over. Anwei's face was full of fear. That was close. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been hit. Because of Zichen's reminder, Anwei was on guard in advance, so he could dodge in time. The two began to pick up the spoils. During this time, Anwei thought of the previous scene. He looked at Zichen in confusion and asked, "You don't lack resources, do you? Why take the risk?" Along the way, Zichen had killed a lot of battle beasts, which could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Those resources were enough for Zichen at this stage. Although no one would complain about having too many resources, there was no need to take risks. I have a force. They need a lot of resources to grow. I happen to have a friend who is good at space comprehension and assassination. The Spatial Worm King is very suitable for him to refine. Thinking of his indifferent friend, Zichen smiled. Since you're good at hiding and assassination, you should kill the Misty Shadow, Anwei said. As long as you kill the Misty Shadow and get the Rule Shadow skin, your friend's combat strength will increase. Zichen said. After all, external things are not as important as one's own strength. In Zichen's hand, a light flashed and the saber appeared. The spiritual sense here was blocked, but the saber didn't need spiritual sense to sense the Saber Ancestor's steel. Let's go find the Spatial Worm King, Zichen said. Anwei opened his eyes wide and said, "You can really sense it?" Zichen smiled and said, "Of course. If I can't sense it, I'll lose a lot." A Saber Ancestor's steel was priceless to the people on the Life Star. According to the Saber Spirit, that place wasn't close. Apparently, that guy was very vigilant. While moving forward, Shadowless shouted, "Zichen, be careful. There are more spatial worm beasts here. The sky-piercing god needle appeared next to Zichen. It was controlled by the god clone. Anwei looked at Zichen, whose face suddenly became serious. Zichen said, "Be careful. We're almost there." Then, space fluctuated again. Those spatial worm beasts were coming. In an instant, many specks of light appeared around them. Buzz! This time, Zichen didn't wait for them to attack. He controlled the sky-piercing god needle. The sky-piercing god needle turned into a beam of light, dancing unceasingly. Wherever the sky-piercing god needle passed, those black holes disappeared and turned into spatial worm beasts. As they moved forward, they encountered more and more spatial worm beasts. There were so many that Anwei's scalp began to tingle. If it wasn't for the fact that Zichen was by his side, and that Zichen had killed more than 80% of the spatial worms, he might have already run away. Compared to Anwei's numb scalp, Zichen had a faint smile on his face. 1 or 2 space Zerg beasts weren't considered resources, but hundreds of them added together could be considered a considerable amount of resources. As they moved forward, they encountered more spatial worm beasts. There were so many light dots in front of them. The sky-piercing god needle gradually lost its effect. The yin and yang energy around Zichen surged, forming an indiscriminate attack that shook in all directions. Wherever the yin and yang energy passed, those light dots were all extinguished. Anwei followed behind him, looking at this scene in shock. Just like that, Zichen slaughtered his way through. The number of spatial insects he killed exceeded 10,000. After moving forward for about 100 miles, he finally stopped. Chapter 2838. There was a huge empty space in front of Zichen, and there was nothing in it. Anwei stood behind him and looked ahead. He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" He had some understanding of the path of space, but he couldn't sense anything at the moment. Zichen nodded. He wasn't sure, but since the saber spirit was sure, it had to be here. But, before Anwei could finish his sentence, the surroundings started to change. Ripples appeared in the space, and light spots appeared around them. They were like fireflies, flickering. Seeing these light spots, Anwei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. The light spots appeared around him and Zichen, and the closest one was 30 feet away. They kept spreading in all directions. Zichen stood there without moving. Anwei was terrified, and he walked towards Zichen. The light spots were densely packed, and there were countless of them. To him, this was no longer a resource, but a real disaster. Even if these light spots just stood there without moving, it would take him a long time to kill them. Once they all attacked, who could stop them? "What should we do?" Anwei asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. "Wait," Zichen replied calmly. His great confidence affected Anwei, and he calmed down a little. More light spots appeared, and they were all within attack range. There were light spots around them, above them, and even the ground under their feet. They were surrounded, and they could be devoured at any time. Zichen still didn't move, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Ripples appeared around them, and the space around them rippled. It seemed that these space bugs were ready to attack at any time. Anwei's face was filled with horror. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to avoid them. As long as these space bugs attacked, he would definitely die. At that moment, Zichen, who was next to him, moved. His body began to glow, but this time, it wasn't powerful energy that was released. It was the power of rules. Boundless power of rules was released, and it formed a wave that spread out in all directions. Anwei sensed that there were too many rules in it, so many that he couldn't distinguish them at all. The wave spread out, and the ripples in the space stopped. Even the surrounding space had come to a standstill. The spatial insects either glowed brightly or dimmed. All of them remained motionless. "This is spatial freeze?" Anwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding space was completely frozen, and the spatial insects in this space were also motionless. "1. On Zichen's body, the fluctuation of nomological laws expanded once again. This time, the fluctuation contained more than a dozen types of killing nomological laws. The laws swept past the spatial insects that had stopped in their tracks. The light on the surface of their bodies dimmed, revealing their true bodies. Pa! Pa! Their bodies fell to the ground like hailstones, releasing noises, but all of them died. An Wei was unable to describe his feelings at the moment. The endless number of space bugs had been killed just like that, and not a single one had survived. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't until a gust of wind blew that he recovered from his shock. It was a tornado with a strong suction force, sucking in all the dead spatial insects around it. In the sky, at the end of the tornado, there was a black hole, and all the spatial insects were sucked into that black hole. The tornado disappeared, and the ground was spotless as if it had been swept clean. The surroundings were quiet and empty. It was also extremely clean. An Wei stood there motionless. This time, he believed Zichen's words. Zichen looked ahead, and the smile on his face turned into a sneer. What? You still don't want to show yourself? In An Wei's opinion, he only said one sentence and didn't do anything else. However, the space in front of them began to distort, and a strong fluctuation spread out. An Wei's robe fluttered, and the previously clean surroundings were filled with dust. He squinted his eyes and stared ahead. The space in front of them was suddenly torn apart by a huge force. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the torn space, and a strong suction force fell on the two of them. An Wei still didn't know what was going on. He only saw a huge force coming from beside him, and then this force brought him back. Beside his ears was a whistling wind, and in front of him was a black hole that kept extending outwards. Just like that, after retreating for a few miles, the black hole finally disappeared. Zichen landed on the ground and let go of An Wei's arm. An Wei's face was filled with fear, and his eyes were fixed on the front. He saw a huge insect king that was over 100 feet long, and its body was surging with strong fluctuations of laws. Mother Nest? After seeing the real body of the spatial insect king, Zichen blurted out. This spatial insect king looked very similar to the Mother Nest, but it wasn't as big as the Mother Nest. However, it had a strong understanding of spatial laws. It does look a little like the Mother Nest, but it's not the Mother Nest, An Wei said. As a member of the Sky Race, he was very calm when talking about the Mother Nest. Zichen was a little surprised. It seemed that the Sky Race were all hatched by the Mother Nest, so they shouldn't be so casual. Even the Sky Race shouldn't call the Mother Nest by its name. It should be called a high-level creature. An Wei didn't know what Zichen was thinking at this time. Obviously, it was the first time he saw the spatial insect king. His face was full of shock, and then he said, "Compared to the Mother Nest, it's more aggressive." At this time, the huge body of the spatial insect king landed on the ground. Its cold eyes were filled with a fierce light, and there seemed to be some kind of pain. In its abdomen, there was a strong fluctuation of space, and at the same time, there seemed to be a living thing struggling in its abdomen, causing its abdomen to bulge. Zichen knew that it was not a living thing, but the Saber Ancestors' tablet's counterattack. Die. His eyes turned cold bit by bit. With a tap of his foot, he rushed forward. The power of laws that had been flowing on the surface of his body disappeared, and it was replaced by the power of yin and yang. An Wei was shocked at first that Zichen had two completely opposite powers, but now he was used to it. A sharp light of yin and yang appeared in front of Zichen and swept forward. On the surface of the spatial insect king's body, the spatial rules surged, and then it immediately formed a spatial light shield, blocking in front of it. However, as it condensed this light shield, the pain in its eyes became more and more obvious, and its huge body kept twisting. Whoosh! Zichen's attack pierced into the spatial light shield. It disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Clearly, this attack had been transferred to another space by the power of space. Perhaps somewhere in this area, there would suddenly be a powerful attack. Interesting. Seeing this, Zichen smiled faintly and immediately retreated. As he retreated, there were rays of yin and yang light falling from his body. These rays of light quickly gathered in the air and turned into palm-sized thunder lotuses. Thousands of thunder lotuses flew down. The defensive light shield was still expanding, trying to cover all of the thunder lotuses. During this period, when half of the thunder lotuses were absorbed, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved, and the rest of the thunder lotuses exploded. Boom! 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 Boom after boom resounded between heaven and earth, and powerful waves continued to spread. The exploding power of yin and yang emitted destructive waves that swept forward. The light shield of laws instantly exploded, and at the same time, the thunder lotuses in the void that were previously absorbed also exploded. In front of Anwei, there was a dazzling light. The destructive power of yin and yang completely enveloped the spatial insect king, and he could faintly hear the screeching of the spatial insect king. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zichen frowned slightly. Then, he stretched out his left and right hands, and two rays of energy light appeared and quickly merged. It was still yin and yang thunder lotuses, but this time, they were much more powerful than the previous ones. The power of yin and yang kept pouring in and compressing, and the light became darker and darker. Wave after wave spread out, and a powerful aura surged. When Anwei felt this wave, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Just this wave alone was extremely terrifying. What would happen if he was hit by the thunder lotuses? Just as Anwei was shocked, he saw the violent energy in front of him gradually dissipate, and the spatial insect king appeared. The laws around its body were still shining brightly, and it didn't seem to be injured at all. However, its eyes seemed to be in pain, and its abdomen was completely swollen. A powerful and violent aura suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, releasing terrifying waves. The yin and yang thunder lotuses in front of Zichen flew towards the spatial insect king. The thunder lotuses spun forward, and the deep light of yin and yang illuminated the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, the space was crazily distorted, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The spatial insect king was extremely sensitive to space, and it felt the threat of death from this thunder lotuses. Its body kept struggling, and its head suddenly disappeared and reappeared, trying to escape. However, the swollen part of its abdomen seemed to have merged with the space, making it impossible for it to hide in other spaces to escape. Obviously, it was trapped. The yin and yang thunder lotuses arrived, and the intense light reflected the frightened expression of the spatial insect king. Boom! The thunder lotuses expanded and then exploded, and an even more terrifying wave of yin and yang energy appeared. This wave spread out, and a thick layer of the ground was lifted up. The sand that flew up was instantly crushed by the energy, and turned into dust. Anwei retreated even further. He had to retreat, or the waves would hurt him. At this moment, he was extremely shocked by Zichen's combat strength. The energy in front of him was still surging, and the spatial insect king's painful screams became clearer, and more shrill until they disappeared. The violent waves gradually disappeared, and only some energy remained. The spatial insect king's body appeared, but it was already motionless. Its swollen abdomen became very tall, as if there was a mountain there. Zichen's body descended, and he walked towards the spatial insect king with a smile on his face. He walked in front of the spatial insect king. Whoosh! The space beside him suddenly surged, and Zichen turned around in surprise, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 2839. In Zichen's world, the divine clone sat cross-legged with divine light swirling around his body. Suddenly, the divine light around his body dissipated in an instant. The surging aura also disappeared in an instant. This vibrant world withered in an instant, as if a blazing hot summer had turned into a deathly cold winter. The plants withered, the rivers dried up, and the world turned yellow. The world became chaotic, and a sandstorm filled the sky, with violent lightning dancing in it. The divine clone's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. In an instant, nearly half of the world's vitality disappeared. In fact, he had even lost half of his vitality. Such an unforeseen event made him think of a certain possibility. In a short instant, so much of the world's vitality was lost. Something must have happened to his real body. Fortunately, the world's vitality did not completely disappear. After the vitality stopped flowing, the world began to absorb the vitality outside. The withered, yellow, and dilapidated world became full of vitality again. The divine clone's dim light also became bright again, and the vitality that had disappeared was quickly restored. Obviously, the crisis of his real body was resolved. Amway stared ahead, his eyes full of shock. His forward steps had already stopped. After seeing Zichen kill the spatial worm king, he was shocked, but also happy for Zichen. Seeing Zichen walking toward the spatial worm king, he also prepared to go forward. But at that moment, an unforeseen event happened. A ripple appeared in the space behind Zichen. Zichen sensed it, and turned his head in confusion. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Just as his head turned halfway around, his head was separated from his body. His headless body spurted out blood, which was golden in color. Behind Zichen, a ray of light flashed and disappeared. Amway saw clearly that it was a person. "A shadow assassin!" Amway cried out in alarm, and his footsteps came to a halt. His eyes were full of shock and anger. He did not expect to encounter such an existence. Shadow assassins were originally good at assassination. In addition, they also had the Misty Shadow Law, which allowed them to hide in this space. No wonder Zichen didn't sense the danger earlier. Zichen's strength had left a deep impression on him. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be killed in one move by this assassin. Zichen was dead. There was anger on his face, but there was also a hint of fear. "Damn it, I met such an interesting person here, and he was killed by you." Amway was enraged. Light flashed in his hand, and the water-like sword of cold light appeared. "Come at me if you dare!" He gripped his sword tightly, and slowly closed his eyes. His chest that was heaving up and down because of anger gradually calmed down, and his mood also slowly became tranquil. His senses became sharper. His soul seemed to have merged with the void. He could clearly feel the wind blowing and the grass moving around him. Anwei didn't dare to move forward, because he couldn't sense his opponent's presence while he was moving forward. Therefore, he could only wait here. He didn't even dare to collect Zichen's body. If the other party did not come up, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. This was the terrifying thing about shadow assassins. They were invisible and traceless, and even some special eye techniques couldn't detect them. Of course, if the other party came forward, he wasn't 100% sure that he could kill him. He only had a 50% chance. Either he killed the other party, or he would be killed. That was close. Just as he was waiting for the shadow assassin to come to him, he suddenly heard Zichen's voice. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw that Zichen's decapitated body was glowing, and he had already stood up. The head that was originally separated from the body was now healed. "Zichen, you!" Seeing Zichen rubbing his neck and shaking his head, Anwei looked as if he had seen a ghost. "I'm not dead. I'm just a little scared." Zichen continued rubbing his neck as he looked at Anwei in front of him. You're really not dead?" Anwei still couldn't believe it. He walked forward and stared at Zichen. "I almost died," Zichen said angrily. "Damn it. Usually, I'm the one chopping off other people's heads. I didn't expect to be chopped off by someone else today. It was really painful. It seems that when I chop people in the future, I have to be faster. I can't leave others in pain." Hearing Zichen's words, Anwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he being considerate? So he asked, "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine." Zichen shook his head and put down the hand that was rubbing his neck. "This is a good thing. I was too proud before. That attack almost took half of my life." This was true. In an instant, Zichen's powerful soul was destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that he was connected to the world and shared his soul with his avatar, he would have died. This time, it could be considered a wake-up call for him. It was also a lesson. Did you see what it was? Zichen asked. It was a shadow assassin, Anwei said. Zichen asked. Is it the thing you said that borrowed the Shadowmist's law? That's right. Anwei nodded and said. Our battle must have caused too much of a commotion and attracted him. That's really bad luck. I believe he has already run away, right? Zichen said, a little disheartened. Not necessarily. If he is hiding around, we won't be able to find him, Anwei said. Who cares? While speaking, Zichen turned around and walked toward the spatial Worm King. It seemed that he really didn't care about the existence in the dark. His hand moved in front of him, and a golden finger light separated the spatial Worm King's body. The Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared in the middle. Fortunately, I have this. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to kill the Worm King. Zichen said aloud and took away the spatial Worm King's body. The spatial Worm King had a very deep understanding of space. At the last moment, it wanted to run away, but it was tightly controlled by the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Seeing that Zichen was so relaxed, Anwei was very puzzled. He still didn't let his guard down and was vigilant of the surroundings. At the same time, he also reminded Zichen, be careful. That guy is probably still nearby. Zichen shook his head and said mockingly, Impossible. That idiot didn't kill me with a sneak attack. He was scared away long ago. How could he have the guts to follow me? Is he waiting for death? Just as Anwei was about to say something, rays of light suddenly appeared around Zichen's body one after another. At the same time, the Saber Ancestor's tablet in front of him immediately flew backward. Black holes appeared in the sky one after another, and in those black holes, pieces of the Saber Ancestor's tablet fell one after another. 8 pieces of the Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared in all directions, forming a saber domain that sealed the space. The smile on Zichen's face turned cold at this moment. This was the real Zichen. Since his head was chopped off and he almost died, how could he just let it go? The saber domain sealed the void, and he believed that the other party couldn't escape. Of course, the premise was that he didn't leave in the first place. In the face of Zichen's disdainful mockery, it was unlikely that the other party would leave. After all, he had the upper hand. How could he endure such disdain and mockery? Anwei stared at Zichen in front of him with wide eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Zichen to do such a thing. Feeling the oppressive aura in the domain, Anwei asked in confusion, What's the use of this? We can't find him at all. Zichen revealed a cold smile and said, As long as he's still here, he has to die. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, the precepts once again surrounded his body. These precepts formed ripples that spread out in all directions. The ripples surged out and swept past Anwei. These precepts had no offensive power, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He turned his head and looked around. Soon his eyes widened. A person appeared in front of him. That person's body was emitting light spots, and he was less than 10 feet away from him. In that person's hand was a sharp black blade. A pair of cold eyes stared in front of him. After seeing the change in Anwei's expression, his cold eyes also changed. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Zichen turned around and looked at him. He smiled and said, What do you think? The god who appeared had a look of disbelief on his face. He immediately retreated. After leaving the range of the precepts, his figure disappeared again. Buzz! The precepts continued to expand and covered the entire blade domain. The figure retreated again and again. Finally, he retreated to the edge of the blade domain. As expected, he couldn't successfully leave the domain. Zichen looked at him quietly. Anwei's face was full of shock. As for the figure, he looked very frightened. Zichen looked at him and said indifferently, What do you think? Go to hell. The figure's expression changed. The fear in his eyes turned into cold murderous intent. He held a sharp blade and immediately rushed toward Zichen. As he rushed forward, the energy around him surged and twisted. However, it didn't disperse the precepts around him. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave alive. Zichen looked at the figure who was rushing forward. He stretched out 2 fingers and made a chopping motion. The 8 saber ancestor steels trembled and released a misty light. The saber will flowed from them and poured into the air above Zichen's head, forming a saber aura surrounded by saber will. The saber aura fell, and a powerful pressure swept through the domain. Anwei felt as if a mountain was pressing on his heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. As a bystander, he felt so uncomfortable. What about the assassin who was the target of the attack? He looked forward and found that his opponent's speed had slowed down instantly. His face was full of horror. Facing the falling saber aura, he raised the sharp blade in his hand and stabbed toward the saber aura. Whoosh! The saber aura fell, and the light on the sharp blade disappeared instantly. A deep crack appeared on the ground, extending to the end of the domain. The assassin stopped. The horror in his eyes faded little by little. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows and extended downward. Why bother? Zichen glanced at his opponent. With a flash of brilliance, the blade domain dissipated, and the 8 saber ancestor steels disappeared. The assassin's body fell backward. Chapter 2840. Looking at the dead shadow assassin, Anwei's face was still filled with disbelief. Shadow assassins were like shadows. They were the biggest threat in this forest. Because they were invisible, once targeted, it would be very troublesome. They could even be sentenced to death. However, in front of Zichen, this shadow assassin was so weak. Even the shadow assassin's powerful concealment ability was nothing in front of Zichen. Along the way, there seemed to be nothing that could threaten Zichen. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations time and time again. If he wanted to kill Zichen, it would be very easy. However, he had followed him and saved him when he was in danger. It was all for a deal. He was really an interesting person. Anwei stepped forward and squatted down beside the dead shadow assassin. He reached out his hand and floated 3 inches in front of the corpse's chest. A light appeared from his palm and fell on the shadow assassin's body. As the light changed, the shadow assassin's corpse turned into a pure crystal. At the same time, a dazzling brilliance emerged from the crystallized body of the shadow assassin. Within the brilliance was a strange leather. It rippled like water and released an extremely strong fluctuation of law. This is it! Anwei grabbed the leather and said, "This was refined from the dead misty shadow. Only with this can one become a shadow assassin." Zichen looked at the leather and asked, "Can I kill the misty shadow with this?" Anwei shook his head and said, "That's not possible. The misty shadow is a very strange existence. People here have tried many methods, but they can't kill it. Occasionally, one person can kill the misty shadow, but after many people prove that it was just a coincidence. There is no fixed method to kill it. Many people studied the misty shadow law, but they couldn't find anything. In the end, they could only refine the misty shadow law and turn it into a powerful concealment method." Anwei handed the misty shadow law to Zichen and said, "Here. With this, you won't have to worry about the shadow assassins sneaking up on you. After refining it, you will be able to sense the shadow assassins in advance and avoid them in advance." "I'll give it to you," said Zichen. "What?" Anwei was stunned. "I'll give it to you," said Zichen again. Anwei said, "Do you know how valuable this thing is? This is something that can only be found by chance. Every time it appears, it will be fought over. Even if you offer 50 beast-bone weapons, you won't be able to get it." Zichen said in surprise. "It's that valuable?" "Of course," Anwei said. "That's great, to be able to afford this kind of thing. I believe this guy must be very rich." Zichen waved his hand and rolled up the crystal on the ground. There was a divine ring in the crystal, but he didn't take the law of mist from Anwei's hand. "You Wei stared at Zichen, dumbfounded. You are the second friend I have made on this battlefield, and also the first friend of the Tian clan. Giving you a mere little toy is nothing. If you don't feel good about it, then just treat it as a deal between us. Although that thorn is useless to me, it's something from my hometown. It's priceless to me. Zichen looked at Wei and smiled. Let's not talk about a mere toy. Even if you ask for 100 or 80 of them, I'll get them for you. Wei clearly wasn't a pretentious person. He smiled and said, If that's the case, then I'll accept it. Of course, what's more valuable than this is your friendship. The two looked at each other and laughed, then continued forward. Everything was just as Wei said. The refined Law Shadow skin was extremely valuable. And those who could afford to buy the Rule Shadow skin were also extremely wealthy. Zichen found a lot of resources in the other party's divine ring. There were dozens of level 7 tokens, not including the level 5 and level 6 tokens. There were no less than 100 beast-bone weapons, and there were also many half-beastmen corpses. Clearly, the harvest this time was extremely bountiful. Wei quickly refined the Law Shadow skin. With a thought, Wei's figure disappeared. It's amazing! Shadowless, who had been watching this scene from the side, exclaimed when he saw Wei disappear. He didn't notice when Zichen was attacked, and he didn't notice the hidden shadow assassin after that. Zichen nodded in agreement. This battlefield was amazing, but this place was even more amazing. Wei's figure appeared again. He was very satisfied with the Law Shadow skin. He smiled and said, Looks like I've become a shadow assassin too. Zichen smiled and said, Then you have to be merciful. The two continued forward. This time, there was a shadow assassin beside them. The dangerous path ahead was no longer full of threats. A half-beastman appeared in front of Zichen's line of sight. He held a beast bone in his hand and seemed to be looking for prey. He noticed Zichen and turned around to stare at him. After staring at each other for 2 breaths, the half-beastman rushed forward and attacked Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving, quietly watching the half-beastman approach. The two were still dozens of feet apart when a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. The beast bone fell from above, and a sharp whistling sound came from the forest. Zichen still didn't move. A shadow suddenly appeared beside the half-beastman, and then a ray of light entered his temple. The light flashed, and the shadow disappeared again. The whistling beast's bones smashed into the ground, and the ground shook. A ripple rippled through Zichen's black robe. The half-beastman's body fell, and the ground shook again. Looking at the dead half-beastman, Wei, who had been hiding in the dark, revealed himself. He was very satisfied with his performance. The weapon in his hand was changed to the dead shadow assassin's weapon. It was more suitable for assassination. After collecting the corpse, the two continued forward. Half a month later, Wei told him that he sensed the aura of another shadow assassin. After a simple confrontation, the other side chose to retreat. The two of them traveled through the forest for a year. During this year, they also encountered other divine and celestial races. In a place like this, tokens didn't distinguish between factions. Since the two sides met, naturally a battle would break out. And with Wei, the shadow assassin, by his side, no one could threaten Zichen. While moving forward, the two of them had accumulated a lot of resources. One day, a bright light appeared in front of the forest. Seeing the long-awaited sunlight, Wei said happily, We're out. We're finally out. Zichen nodded. Along the way, the gloomy aura in the forest made even him feel uncomfortable. The two of them walked forward into the light. The sun shone down, and the warmth dispersed the moldy smell on the two of them. Where's that trade city? Zichen looked into the distance and asked. Just go straight in, but we have to be careful. The danger here is even more terrifying than the forest, Wei said. Zichen nodded. This time, he didn't have any more resources to break through, so he urgently needed to go to the trade city to exchange for some. After that, he planned to find a safe place to go into seclusion for a long time. Then, he would work hard to cultivate and try to break through again. This place was even more dangerous than the forest, but if he was lucky, there was a high chance he wouldn't run into any danger. And with Shadowless scouting ahead, Zichen avoided some trouble. Half a month later, Zichen saw a city. It was a very big city, and it was the only city in the area. Above the city, there was a protective array. Outside the array, there was a godly light like a chain. This was a level 9 general city. It was a city built by the divine race. Anwei looked at the city in the distance and said, "There have always been rumors that the master of this city is a divine general, but no one has ever seen him." People came in and out of the city. There were divine races and divine races. The two forces that were once enemies coexisted peacefully here. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Anwei took out 2 tokens. When they reached the city gate, Zichen noticed that there were 2 divine race people guarding the gate. Those who entered would give them tokens. Seeing the confusion in Zichen's eyes, Anwei explained, "This is the entrance fee. 1 token for level 7, 2 tokens for level 8, and 3 tokens for level 9. No one dares to go against this rule. But as long as you enter the city, no one dares to do anything. Many people who are seriously injured and on the verge of death will choose to recuperate here." Just as Anwei was speaking, not far from Zichen, a flash of light appeared. It was a transmission array, but it was only a temporary one. A celestial appeared, and when he appeared, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was clearly very weak. He ignored his injuries and immediately walked forward. After taking out 2 tokens, he went into the city. Some of the surrounding people were clearly not surprised by this scene. "Let's go," Anwei said. The 2 of them walked forward. During this time, Anwei gave him 2 tokens. Obviously, he also took Zichen's token. The 2 8th-grade divine generals guarding the city gate looked at the 2 of them in surprise. It seemed that this kind of situation was rare. After entering the city, Zichen saw many god race and celestial race. He suspected that all the level 7, 8, and 9 experts on the battlefield had come here. After all, compared to the outside world, there were more resources here. After the 2 of them walked in, they didn't attract much attention. "Let's go. There's a plaza over there. There are people trading in the plaza. Let's go and trade with them. Of course, we can also go to those shops to trade, but the price is often deliberately lowered." Along the way, Zichen did see some shops. These shops weren't big. Most of them only had 1 floor. There were very few with 2 floors. Zichen even found places to stay and eat. It seemed that no matter the time, there were people who knew how to enjoy life. When they passed by those shops, Zichen could see the colorful lights. Obviously, the things being traded were very exquisite. The 2 of them didn't enter those shops. Instead, they went directly to the plaza. Chapter 2841. The trading in the square was about exchanging items with each other, taking advantage of each other, and getting what they needed. During this period, the process of exchanging resources was saved. Zichen's gaze swept across the stalls and found that the things here were much more exquisite than what he saw outside. Most of the people trading were at the 8th level, and there were no 7s at all. There were many people setting up stalls, and even more people trading. The god race and the celestial race coexisted peacefully, and the upper echelons were bargaining. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Zichen saw battle armors made of giant crocodile skin. Those battle armors were no longer rough and were extremely exquisite, with an earthy yellow luster flowing on the surface. These battle armors looked excellent, and their defense was stronger than the crude ones. Of course, the price was also very good. Some of these battle armors were made by myself, and some were used before. Now that their levels are high, they are no longer used. These battle armors have been reforged, and their quality is extremely high. Unfortunately, they are too cumbersome. Seeing Zichen's gaze fall on those battle armors, Aowei said aloud. He wanted to buy a defensive battle armor this time, but it was not this cumbersome giant crocodile battle armor, but a softer one. A light battle armor. Because he had the rule shadow skin, he was now a shadow assassin. He paid attention to being light and agile, and killing with one strike. The things traded in the outside world could be seen in this square, and the quality of these things was even higher. Including those divine spirit pills. Zichen's gaze swept across them one by one, and he saw many strange pills. And many of them were not in the camp. Zichen followed Wei and walked forward, not stopping along the way. Wei turned back and asked in confusion, "Is there anything you like here?" Zichen shook his head. At present, he needed everything except cultivation resources. He had a saber, and he did not need the defense that others needed because he had the world. At present, there were no cultivation resources for breaking through. Most of them were consumable resources such as weapons, defense, or pills. Thinking about it, these were almost all 8th level traders. Even if they had cultivation resources, they would use them for themselves. Why would they take them out to trade? The cultivation resources Zichen needed could only be exchanged in those shops. Sure enough, after arriving here, Zichen did not see anyone exchange for tokens from different factions. Clearly, tokens were interchangeable here. Halfway through the square, Wei finally found the soft armor that he was interested in. It was a soft armor made of a special material. It was extremely soft and emitted a faint blue light. Its defense was comparable to the giant crocodile armor. Of course, the price was not low either. It cost 8 level 7 black tokens. If this price was converted into a level 5 black order, it would be 800 pieces, which was equivalent to the lives of 800 level 5 black order warlords. The black tokens traded here all had names, and each token corresponded to a black token master. Now, a single piece of armor was equivalent to exchanging the lives of 800 Black Order generals. If a Black Order warrior wanted to obtain a Black Order, he would need a large amount of battle contributions. During this period of time, he would have to kill countless enemy forces. It could be said that a Black Order was stained with a lot of blood. Now that he had 800 pieces, it was obvious how valuable they were. Wei did not have enough tokens, but he had other resources that he could exchange with the Black Token Master. However, the Black Token Master was not very willing, because the resources on Wei were not very attractive to the Black Token Master, including the beast bone weapons. "Here you are!" While the two sides were still bargaining, Zichen took out 8 level 7 black tokens and gave them to the Black Token Master. The Black Token Master took a look at the tokens, then glanced at Zichen in surprise and handed the soft armor to Wei. "I will exchange some tokens and return them to you later." Wei took the soft armor and said embarrassedly. Zichen said, "No, you can just give me the resources. Don't you want to exchange them?" Wei looked at Zichen in surprise. After all, he had just lost 8 level 7 black tokens. "There is nothing I need here, so the tokens are useless." Zichen pointed at the shops in the distance and said, "I have to go there and have a look. Let's go together." Wei came here just to exchange for the soft armor with defensive properties. In addition, he also wanted to exchange for some cultivation resources. He had already noticed the inconvenience of this kind of trade, so now he had to follow Zichen to those shops. Whether it was resources or tokens, they could be exchanged, even if they were low-level resources. It was just that the price was not good. "Are there any good shops?" Zichen looked at Wei. Wei shook his head and said, "I haven't been to any of these shops, so I don't know." Zichen nodded and said, "Then let's go to the biggest one." The biggest shop usually represented fairness and safety. Of course, it was not absolute. Sometimes small shops were more honest. However, to be able to build a shop in this place, none of them were weak, so Zichen picked the biggest one. In this case, the other party would often care more about their reputation and would not do anything extreme. After all, there were too many warlords gathered here, and the daily transaction volume was huge. With so many shops, the competition would obviously be fierce. "Thank you for just now. What resources do you need?" Wei asked as they walked. "Beast bones," Zichen said. Along the way, Anwei had killed many beastmen, so he had a lot of beast bone weapons. Zichen asked for these weapons because he did not plan to exchange them for other resources. Instead, he wanted to buy some more here. Because they were tough enough, if he brought them back and let the craftsman ancestor refine them, they would be weapons even stronger than sacred weapons. The craftsman ancestor was the undisputed number one person on the Life Star when it came to refining weapons. In addition, he also planned to bring back some beastman corpses to see if he could refine them into pills similar to the Divine Spirit pill. If the Life Star wanted to develop smoothly in the God realm, everything needed to be controlled. Quick, there is a level 8 shadow skin for sale! An exclamation suddenly came from the distance, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Hearing this exclamation, Anwei's expression immediately changed. Hearing this, Zichen looked forward and saw many divine generals and Tian clan running towards a shop in front of them. A level 8 shadow skin? Zichen frowned. There are different levels of shadow skins? Of course. The higher the level, the better the concealment method. I have a level 7 shadow skin, but the highest level here is level 8. Of course, there are level 9 mist shadows here, but no one has been able to kill one so far, so there are no level 9 shadow skins for sale. Anwei said. If one obtains a level 8 shadow skin, their battle strength will instantly soar, and they will become the best among level 8 experts. Now that this news has spread, I'm afraid that level 8 shadow skin will be sold for a sky-high price. The two of them also walked forward. Along the way, there were many people walking forward. A level 8 shadow skin was useful to everyone, so in this situation, there would definitely be competition. Since they are selling the shadow skin, does it mean that they have a way to refine it? Zichen asked. The shadow skin came from the mist shadows after they were killed, and it needed to be refined before it could be used. In Zichen's world, his divine avatar had tried to refine it, but it had never succeeded. Clearly, refining the shadow skin was like refining tools, and there had to be a correct method. Under normal circumstances, that is the case, Anwei said. Then let's go take a look. Zichen now had dozens of shadow skins on him. He didn't know what their level was, but if he took them out, it would definitely cause a commotion, and it might even bring trouble. Therefore, he only wanted to obtain the refining method and didn't want to expose other secrets. When they entered, there were already many people gathered in the shop. Fortunately, there were spatial techniques to expand this place, or it would have collapsed long ago. In the center of the shop, there was a temporary high platform, and on the high platform stood an old man. He held a refined shadow skin in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, and it was very shiny. At the same time, the shadow skin flickered in and out of the light. Just by looking at it, the quality was much higher than the one Anwei had. It was as if the old man's hand would disappear immediately if he touched it. Everyone, this is a level 8 shadow skin refined by a level 8 mist shadow. This shop, or even this exchange, only has one. Now I'm going to sell it to a fated person, and the price is 1 level 8 black order, the old man said. Zichen noticed that the old man was a Protoss, but he couldn't sense his realm. Although this price was the selling price, there were so many people here that there would definitely be a scramble. This transaction was more like an auction. The so-called fated person would get it for the highest price. Moreover, this price couldn't be calculated using the life of a level 5 Black Order warlord, because it was too much. 2 pieces, someone immediately said. 3 pieces. 5 pieces. Hearing these numbers, Zichen was unmoved. As long as it wasn't calculated using the life of a level 5 Black Order warlord, this price was actually not high. At this moment, it was only equivalent to killing 5 level 8 Black Order warlords. Anwei, who was beside him, was very excited, but he didn't bid. This was because all the resources he had were not enough to exchange for a level 8 Black Order. 8 pieces! The price rose again, and there was almost no pause. 9 pieces! 10 pieces! The price was still rising. Zichen was a little embarrassed. Killing a level 8 Mist Shadow could be exchanged for so many black orders. This price was simply unbelievable. 15 pieces. 18 pieces. 20 pieces. The price was still rising. Anwei said excitedly. If we can kill a Mist Shadow, then we'll be rich. Not to mention level 8, even if we can kill a level 7, we'll make a lot of money. 50 pieces. This was the final price, and it had to be said that it was very high. It was bought by a level 8 Celestial. This price was extremely high, and very few people could take out so many black orders at once. However, once he obtained the level 8 Shadow Skin, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could earn back these resources. After the transaction, everyone left in a hurry. Obviously, they were worried that they would be targeted by the other party. Because the other party had just lost 50 level 8 black orders, perhaps he would assassinate 50 level 8s next. Chapter 2842. After the transaction, all the level 8 experts left in a hurry. They were worried that the buyer would remember them. The buyer who got the level 8 Shadow Skin also left quickly. Others were worried about him, but he was also on guard against others. Possessing the lost Shadow Skin was equivalent to becoming a Shadow Assassin, but no one could guarantee that a Shadow Assassin was invincible. In this area, there were quite a few examples of assassins being killed by others. Everyone was retreating and leaving, but Zichen was walking forward. The God Race Elder noticed Zichen. There weren't many level 7 experts who could come here, and there weren't many who could come here and trade in the shops. Senior, may I ask you a question? Zichen asked in a very courteous manner. What question? The God Race Elder looked at Zichen. Zichen looked around and didn't see anyone else, but he still chose to send a message. The elder heard Zichen's request and his expression changed slightly. He asked, How did you get it? I don't know. Zichen shook his head and said, When I first came here, I was attacked, but I couldn't see that thing. After a battle, I don't know what happened, but it died and then changed. 5 level 7 black tokens as revenge. The old man from the God clan revealed an inexplicable smile. Okay, I'll have to trouble you to help me exchange all these tokens for Sky Race black tokens. Zichen nodded and took out the God Race tokens. There were hundreds of level 5, level 6, and level 7 tokens, and there were quite a lot of them. Some of the level 7 tokens were obtained in Battle Spirit World, and some were obtained by killing the level 7 experts who wanted to kill him. The rest were found in the spatial spirit rings. Among them, the Shadow Assassin had obtained the most. He should have killed a lot of level 7 experts. The total number of 7th grade tokens added up to nearly 40 pieces, which was not a small number. Not bad, huh? The elder glanced at Zichen and said indifferently. I was just lucky. Zichen laughed dryly. After all, this was a token from the same faction, so it wasn't something to be proud of. Not far away, Anwei was also shocked by the number of tokens. However, when he thought about how powerful Zichen was, it seemed that obtaining these tokens was not a big deal. Things. After keeping the token, the old man waved at Zichen again. A Rule's Shadow Skin appeared in Zichen's hand. This was the complete Rule's Shadow Skin, and it flashed with brilliance. When Aowei saw the complete Lost Shadow Skin, his expression changed. He hadn't expected Zichen to possess such an item. 7th rank Shadow Skin, looks like your luck is pretty good. The old man kept the Shadow Skin and walked towards the counter. He walked to the side of the counter and took out tokens of the same value. During this period of time, he did not embezzle anything. Senior, I need that thing urgently, Zichen said. Can I wait here? Sure, come back in 3 days, the old man said indifferently. Thank you, Senior. Zichen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then he asked, Senior, may I ask if you sell the recipe for the God's spiritual pill? When the old man heard this, he looked up at Zichen in surprise. I have a friend who likes to concoct some pills. The quality of this divine pill is very high, and it is extremely special. I want to buy a pill formula for him and see if he can concoct it. Zichen explained. The god's spiritual pills that are circulating in the world are very crude because they don't have a good recipe, so the effects are greatly affected. What we have here is refined with a real recipe, and the quality is excellent. Of course, these things are extremely precious and can't be sold privately. The old man from the God clan said. However, everything in the world has a price. The price also depends on the price. If you can get me another shadow skin like this, I can give you the complete pill formula. When Zichen heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. That thing is very special and very difficult to kill. It looks like I have no fate with this recipe. Then, he bid farewell to Anwei and agreed to come back in 3 days. During these 3 days, Zichen would stay here. After leaving, Anwei didn't ask why Zichen had a level 7 shadow skin because he understood that the walls have ears. It is said that the recipe can only be refined by a very high-level divine apothecary. In this trading ground, there are no more than 5 such people. Perhaps there is only one. Even if you have the recipe, you can't refine it, Anwei said, unless you have a very powerful divine apothecary by your side. A very powerful divine apothecary? Zichen was stunned when he heard this. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. He didn't know any divine apothecaries in the divine world, but he knew one on the life star. That person was a natural-born alchemist. That person was the cauldron spirit of the everlasting Dan Cauldron. During the war with the alien races, if it wasn't for the cauldron spirit's large-scale refinement of elixirs, they would have suffered great casualties. Thinking of the cauldron spirit, Zichen naturally couldn't forget about the everlasting Dan Cauldron. Currently, that cauldron should still be in the Lightning Divine Palace. He was somewhat vexed that he had actually forgotten such an important thing when he summoned the Lightning Divine Palace. At the same time, he was also somewhat glad that he had thought of the cauldron spirit at this time. The cauldron spirit's attainments and refinement of elixirs were definitely the best on the life star. He could identify the composition of any random elixir given to him. Perhaps he didn't even need a recipe. He could refine an elixir with the same effect just by dissecting a single elixir. While he was vexed, his mood also became better. At the same time, he made up his mind that as long as he returned, he would definitely take back the everlasting Dan Cauldron from the Lightning Divine Palace. Zichen shook his head and said, "That's true. That friend of mine doesn't have a very high level. I'll just give him a random recipe when I return." After leaving the shop, the two went to the plaza to look around and see if they could find anything good. During this time, Zichen discovered some animal bones. The value of those animal bones was very low. They had not been refined. Of course, the price was slightly higher than what the shops could sell them for. Zichen did not hesitate and bought all of them. Looking at Zichen, who was looking for goods, Anwei suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. His eyes were filled with pity. Zichen's battle strength was very strong and he had a lot of resources on him. However, he was still purchasing resources that were of no use to him. It was as if he didn't think for himself. It was all for that faction. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Anwei's expression wasn't right, Zichen turned around and asked. "I suddenly feel that you are very pitiful. You are always doing it for the faction and not for yourself," said Anwei. "What's the point of doing this?" Upon hearing that, Zichen smiled and said, "I think it's great. That faction is mine. And as the strongest expert in that faction, I naturally have to take on this responsibility. Moreover, my hometown is rather special. It is in danger of being destroyed at any time. If my hometown is gone, what's the use of being strong? I have my hometown, my friends, and those who care about me are all here." "It's good," Anwei said. "I don't have your awareness. I think it's good to be alone. Moreover, my hometown doesn't belong to me alone." Zichen smiled. His situation was different from Anwei's. He had to protect his life star, the people he cared about, and his friends. After buying some animal bones, Zichen asked them if they had complete half-beast corpses. He got an affirmative answer. The price of these corpses was slightly higher than the animal bones because they were more valuable. After collecting some corpses, the two of them left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Zichen and An Wei had practically traveled to every corner of this small city. They had visited one shop after another, and during this time, they had exchanged for some Tier 8 cultivation resources. An Wei didn't know about Shadowless's existence. During these 3 days, Shadowless wasn't by Zichen's side. At the appointed time, the two of them walked to the shop. At this time, the shop was very quiet. As soon as he entered the shop, Zichen saw the old man in front of the counter, and Shadowless standing there. "You're here?" The old man glanced at Zichen. "Senior, how is everything?" Zichen asked with anticipation. "Of course." The old man nodded. A refined law shadow skin appeared in his hand. This law shadow skin looked the same as the one An Wei had. It glowed but couldn't hide itself. Obviously, it couldn't compare to a level 8 shadow skin. Zichen hurriedly thanked him and walked forward. "I've already memorized the refinement method. For one of your shadow skins, he successfully refined 3 of them. During that time, he failed twice. If he had succeeded in refining all of them, it would have been 5. Moreover, he left a mark on your lost shadow skin. He can sense your presence. He refined An Wei's lost shadow skin. When An Wei came in, he already sensed it." Just as Zichen walked forward, Shadowless told him what he had seen in the past 3 days. Zichen was willing to give a lost shadow skin to An Wei for free because he didn't care about it. However, he took the initiative to come this time because he wanted to learn the refining method. And Shadowless was his way. As expected, he succeeded. No matter how many he refined, Zichen, who got the complete refining method, made a big profit. At the same time, Shadowless also discovered the other party's secret. Zichen took the lost shadow skin quietly and thanked him again. Then, he immediately refined it and disappeared. "Thank you, Senior!" After his figure appeared, Zichen once again expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. "You're welcome again," the old man said with a smile. After Zichen and An Wei left, they walked out of the city. The reason why they didn't stay in the city was because each day they stayed in the city would cost an extra black order. This was mandatory and monitored by rules. Although Zichen's black order was enough to stay here for a long time, he didn't want to waste it. Walking out of the city, An Wei pointed ahead and said, "Let's go there." With the lost shadow skin, the two were equivalent to assassins. Naturally, they wouldn't go back to their original area. They decided to stay and grow here. At this moment, they were heading towards the south, and in the north was the misty forest that no one had survived. Chapter 2843. After Zichen left the city of trade, other people walked out one after another. Among them, there was a celestial with a jade plate in his hand. He glanced at the jade plate, and then disappeared. Zichen and An Wei headed due south. Not long after, they saw a huge mountain range. This mountain range was continuous and undulating. It was the famous 100,000 Mountains. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains. The sound pierced through the sky and cracked the stones. In such a huge mountain range, humans were like a drop in the ocean. They were very small. As far as the eye could see, the mountains overlapped and stretched out. Zichen was very satisfied with this place. After entering the 100,000 Mountains, even if someone schemed against them, they wouldn't be able to find them. "Let's go!" The two didn't hesitate and immediately flew toward the 100,000 Mountains. As soon as they flew into the 100,000 Mountains, a desolate aura hit them in the face. The two didn't stop and continued to move forward. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from below. A huge rock whizzed up like a meteorite at an extremely fast speed. The two of them noticed this scene and immediately dodged. Zichen's spiritual senses were still affected, so he couldn't investigate from a long distance. Zichen lowered his head and looked down. He saw a tall beast man. At this moment, he was holding a huge rock in his hand and smashing it upwards again. The huge rock whistled like a meteor. Zichen turned around and attacked. A finger light formed by the power of yin and yang slashed down. Puff! The yin and yang finger light slashed, and the huge rock was split in two and fell to the sides. Roar! The half-orc below let out a roar. This roar spread out layer by layer, reverberating through the mountains. Oh no, Zichen, run! Anwei exclaimed. Zichen looked back again and found that there were many light shadows in the distance. Those light shadows were all battle beasts. Among them was a pack of green wolves. Each of them was huge and exuded an 8th level aura. On the other side, there was a half-orc holding a bone in his hand. His figure soared into the sky and rushed toward them. In addition, there were other battle beasts coming toward the sky. Seeing so many different types of beasts, Zichen was startled. Just as he was wondering if these different battle beasts would kill each other when they encountered each other, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. That was the sound of numerous sharp cyan blades cutting through the void and shooting towards them. A half-beast man was carrying a huge rock. The huge rock tore through the sky and followed the two of them. It was obvious that these beasts did not kill each other, but instead attacked the two of them. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to speed up their escape. However, as they fled, more war beasts appeared around them. It was as if all the war beasts in the 100,000 mountains regarded them as enemies. Moreover, every beast that appeared was a level 8 existence. How could this be? The two of them sped up again, heading straight into the depths. Once they went deeper, they would be able to shake them off, and the situation would improve. However, the two of them soon realized that not only did the situation not improve, it had become even more dangerous. More and more beasts appeared and surrounded the two of them. In the sky, there was a high-pitched cry. A giant eagle swooped down from the clouds, shattering the surrounding clouds. The giant eagle stared at the two of them with cold eyes. Then 2 rays of light burst out from the giant eagle's eyes. Like 2 rays of sword chi, they shot toward the two of them with a sonorous sound. The two of them flashed again and dodged the attack. A blazing light shone from the horizon. Fireballs tailed them and exploded behind them. All kinds of terrifying attacks followed the two of them closely. The two of them did not understand what was going on. At this time, facing the siege, Zichen was still calm. However, Anwei was extremely flustered because these war beasts were too strong. Look, there's someone there! Looking around, Anwei suddenly saw a person below. At this time, that person was looking up at the two of them. Hearing Anwei's exclamation, Zichen lowered his head and saw a person. They were very far away, so he could not know the person's realm. Before they could ask what was going on, they saw the person turn around and disappear. Similar situations kept happening. He saw more and more figures in the other mountains, but none of them came to his aid. Instead, when they were spotted by the two of them, they immediately turned around and disappeared. I know. Looking at the disappearing figures and the increasing number of war beasts around them, Zichen said, "We shouldn't fly like this. It's too eye-catching." After saying that, a door appeared in front of him. He and Anwei walked into the door. The two of them stepped into the door, and the door disappeared. The war beasts that came later did not disperse. Instead, they attacked the area where Zichen disappeared indiscriminately with all kinds of attacks. They did not disperse until the space kept shaking. The 100,000 Mountains was a famous dangerous place in this area. It was also an excellent training ground. However, all the people who came here did not dare to fly in the sky. They would go deeper step by step on the ground or fly at a low altitude. Countless ignorant hotheads like Zichen and Anwei had died over the years. Those people in the forest appeared one after another to wait for them to die, and then quietly take away their wealth. Unexpectedly, they disappeared. In the canyon between the two mountains, Zichen and Anwei leaned against 2 big rocks and looked up at the sky. After the two of them appeared from the door, they went straight to the ground. During this time, no war beasts found them. They stayed here for a while, but the war beasts did not chase after them. That was close. It seems that we were too reckless. We must be more careful next time, Anwei said. Zichen nodded. The number of war beasts here was far beyond his imagination. However, this was definitely a good thing for him, because this indicated that he would be able to hunt more beasts here and obtain more resources. Next, we'll go deeper slowly from here, Zichen said, turning his head to look into the canyon. Anwei nodded. After a short rest, the two of them went deeper into the canyon. 2 hours later, they found a half-beast man. Zichen stood there without moving, and Anwei went forward to kill him. Anwei's figure disappeared into the void and approached the half-orc. Zichen, who had also refined the rule's shadow skin, could sense Anwei's existence, but he could not pinpoint his exact location. When Anwei approached the half-orc, the latter seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked around. His bell-sized eyes seemed to be looking for the source of the abnormality. Whoosh! Anwei appeared and stabbed the black sharp blade in his hand at the half-orc's temple. Roar! The half-orc roared and immediately turned his head, smashing the beast's bone in his hand to the side. The beast's bone whistled past, and Anwei's figure disappeared. He did not make a move. Seeing this, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the half-orc's perception to be so sharp. After Anwei disappeared, the half-orc's attack missed. He seemed to be particularly irritable and kept growling. Anwei hid there and did not continue to attack. Zichen stood in the distance and watched. He was not afraid of the level 8 half-orc, but he was surprised by his sharp perception. At the same time, he wondered if this was the reason why no level 9 half-orc had come to bid for the rule's shadow skin. In the same level, the rule's shadow skin was invisible, but in front of a level 8 half-orc, could it be sensed? Or was it because the rule was incomplete? This was because the old man had divided a complete rule's shadow skin into 5 portions to refine. Just as Zichen was hesitating and in a daze, Anwei attacked again. This time, his attack was more decisive and faster. He stabbed the half-orc's temple. However, the half-orc also attacked in an instant. The beast's bone in his hand whistled and hit Anwei's body. Anwei coughed up blood and flew backward. The sharp blade in his hand slipped out, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The half-orc let out a roar. He staggered forward a few steps and fell to the ground, dead. Anwei succeeded, but he was also injured. If it were not for the defense of the soft armor, his injury would have been more serious. At this moment, there was a vibration in the distance. Some half-orcs appeared. There were 5 of them, and they all had beast bones in their hands. After seeing the scene in front of them, they did not hesitate to charge at Anwei. Zichen's body flashed with light. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. As a level 7 half-orc, he had no problem dealing with level 8 half-orc. A sharp spike appeared in his hand. It was the mother-child spike. He immediately activated the rule's shadow skin, and his figure disappeared. With his extreme speed, Zichen reached the side of a half-orc in an instant. The moment his figure appeared, the mother-child spike in his hand pierced into the half-orc's temple. This was the half-orc's fatal spot. Other than killing from here, it would be very difficult to kill from other places. Puff! Blood spurted out. Zichen disappeared again and appeared in front of the second half-orc. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zichen was unbelievably fast. The half-orcs did not have time to react before their temples were pierced one by one. Their souls were extinguished, and they died. The battle was over. When he landed, Anwei had already stood up. He looked at Zichen and exclaimed, "You're really fast!" Zichen rolled up the corpse on the ground. He turned around and asked, "What happened just now? I should have been sensed. After all, the higher the level, the deeper the understanding of the rules." Anwei also put away his spoils. As the two continued to move forward, Anwei said, "The half-orcs only have one fatal spot. It's a bit troublesome for me. I think I'd better find other battle beasts to fight." Zichen said, "That's not urgent. We're just here to improve our strength. We can fight as we go." "Well, the half-orcs are yours. The rest are mine," Anwei said. Zichen nodded in agreement. The two continued to move forward in the trial. During this time, they would refine the resources they had obtained and strive to improve their strength to level 8. Zichen hoped that he could break through to the next realm because the Life Star needed such a strong existence to guard it. This time, they had been walking for more than 10 years. Zichen continued to move forward as usual. However, he found that he had not encountered any battle beasts for a long time. This was not normal. Chapter 2844. Zichen, something doesn't seem right. While moving forward, Wei looked around with doubt in his eyes. It's indeed abnormal. It shouldn't be that we haven't encountered any battle beasts for so long, Zichen said in a low voice. His spiritual senses were blocked here, so he couldn't detect anything far away. The two of them had been in the 100,000 mountains for more than 10 years and had refined many resources. Whether it was Wei or Zichen, their combat power had improved a lot, but it would take a long time for them to break through. Zichen said, "This situation is indeed abnormal. Why don't we wait for a while?" Wait? Wei was startled. He immediately thought of Zichen's ability to predict the future. Zichen didn't explain much and moved forward with Shadowless. With Shadowless' help, Zichen saved a lot of trouble. 3 days later, Shadowless returned and told Zichen about the abnormality he found. When Zichen heard this, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Wei looked at Zichen. "There's something abnormal in the depths." The two of them continued to go deeper. This time, they were much faster and even started to fly at a low altitude. Following Shadowless' guidance, after 2 days, Zichen and Wei finally found something. They were battle beasts that they hadn't seen before. At this moment, they were gathered in groups and spread out in front of them. There were half-orcs, sword tigers, horned dragons, rhinoceroses, and other battle beasts that lived in the 100,000 mountains. "No wonder we didn't find anything. They're all here," Wei said in a low voice. These battle beasts were all looking forward and didn't notice the two behind them. In front of them, there was a tall mountain peak. At this moment, the mountain peak was green. It wasn't the original color of the mountain peak. It was dyed by many green wolves. To dye an entire mountain green, how many green wolves were there? There were countless of them. Wei's eyes were filled with shock. Zichen's gaze moved to the top of the mountain peak. There was a platform on the mountain peak. There were also green wolves on the platform. Among them, there was a very conspicuous existence. It seemed to be the Wolf King and was protected by a group of green wolves. At this moment, the tall green wolf looked up at the sky. The sun was scorching above its head. The other green wolves stared at the battle beasts outside, their expressions full of vigilance. "What is going on?" When Wei saw this scene, he was very puzzled. Of course, Zichen didn't know either. Shadowless said, "It looks like he's using the essence of heaven and earth to break through. Look at the greedy eyes of those battle beasts. Maybe they have taken a fancy to the rule's divine crystal in the Wolf King's body." Zichen's gaze shifted to the front. Sure enough, he saw the greedy glint in the eyes of those beasts. Green Wolf's body contained a rule divine crystal. Refining it would be extremely beneficial for cultivation. In the past decade, Zichen had also refined some of it. However, those rule god crystals couldn't help Zichen break through quickly. He believed that it was the same for these beasts. Even the Wolf King's divine crystal was no exception. Why were all these beasts gathered together? Could it be that it was just for the Wolf King's regulation divine crystal? Wasn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Moreover, there were so many green wolves guarding this place. It should be extremely difficult to succeed, right? Just as Zichen was filled with doubts, there was a fluctuation in the distance. When he turned back, he saw a person coming in his direction. It was an 8th-level heavenly clan. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were immediately filled with shock. Then, that shock turned into surprise and greed. Zichen saw the change in the other party's expression. He was even more puzzled. If it was for the Wolf King's rule divine crystal, he wouldn't have revealed such an expression. After the other party appeared, he quickly came in their direction. When he saw Zichen and Anwei, a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He continued to fly forward. The other party didn't deliberately hide and flew straight ahead. Some battle beasts noticed him and looked back. They didn't attack him. He stood behind those battle beasts. There was a short distance between them, and then he stared ahead. Zichen and Anwei looked at each other. They saw a look of confusion in each other's eyes. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air again. One after another, light figures flew over from afar. Those light figures were all humans. There were divine clans, and they were all 8th level. They arrived without any scruples. They flew directly from the sky with the sound of something breaking through the air. Their movements were very loud. Many battle beasts raised their heads. After glancing at them, they still didn't make a move. Those 8th level beasts landed one after another. Their expressions became very excited. Zichen and Anwei were even more puzzled. Unfortunately, no one could explain to the two of them. Just the two of you want to get the vast sun divine crystal? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. A team of 5 people walked over. They were all divine clans. The 5 divine clans looked at the two of them with contempt. One of them said, "A mere 7th level dares to come here to join in the fun. You have guts. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, when the battle breaks out, just the aftermath of the energy will be enough to kill you." With that, the few of them laughed and left. Although their expressions were full of contempt, Zichen still heard useful information. Vast Sun Divine Crystal. Although they didn't know what it was, they finally understood the purpose of these people's arrival. There were even more powerhouses coming from all directions. After they appeared, they all went forward and stood behind those battle beasts. There was no big battle between the two sides. It was strange that they coexisted peacefully. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another. The number of 8th level beasts was increasing. Soon, there were more than 100 of them. Zichen looked at these powerhouses. His expression was changing. "What's wrong?" Anwei found that Zichen's expression was not right. "There are so many people here. Every one of them has a black order. There should be more than one. If they take it back to exchange, then the Black Order can be upgraded to 5th level," Zichen said. Anwei looked at Zichen strangely. At this stage, shouldn't they be paying attention to the vast sun divine crystal? "And look, there are so many battle beasts gathered here. What if they are all exchanged for resources?" Zichen said. "This is an extremely huge number. I haven't thought about this problem. I only know that once we make a move, we will be torn to pieces in an instant," Anwei said. "There are too many battle beasts here. It will be a problem for us to protect ourselves. As for resources, you don't have to think about it. Come, let's go too." Zichen and Anwei flew forward. Although someone warned them, they certainly wouldn't retreat. If there was really an opportunity, Zichen planned to fight for it. At this time, there were still people flying in the sky. They should be the trial takers nearby. After discovering that there were no battle beasts around, they all headed deeper. This situation lasted for an entire day. The number of 8th level beasts that arrived exceeded 200. The next day, at noon, there was some commotion in the peaceful surroundings. Zichen and Anwei looked forward. They saw that the green wolves that were previously in a state of alert were now looking up at the sun in the sky. Zichen also looked up. He found that the sun seemed to be a little different today, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. The wolves suddenly howled in unison. It was deafening, forming a sound wave that spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to distort, and the earth trembled violently. Zichen felt a powerful force appear out of thin air. Then, the surrounding space seemed to be isolated from the earth, becoming an independent space. The scene around them didn't change. The battle beasts and humans were still there. The green wolves and the mountain were still there. The only difference was that the 100,000 mountains in the distance had disappeared. It was as if they had really entered another space. The sun above them was still there, and the light became more and more intense. It was like a flame, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Just as Zichen was puzzled about what was going on, the sunlight that fell on him changed. It turned into a solid energy. This energy was warm and contained pure law. Zichen, this is an opportunity. Hurry up and refine it. Anwei's voice came from beside Zichen. Zichen looked forward and found that the Divine Clan and Divine Clan in front of him were beginning to emit light. There was a devouring power in the light that devoured the law energy that had turned solid. At the same time, all the green wolves in front of him looked up at the sky. More and more law energy was being absorbed by them. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, Zichen obviously wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to improve his strength. The space behind him distorted, and the law energy that reached here disappeared. A blazing power of law entered Zichen's body. After being refined by him, it entered the world. This power of law was very similar to his extreme yang power. It would repel extreme yin. Zichen's devouring speed wasn't slow. He believed that if there was no extreme yin repulsion, it would be even faster. He thought of a possibility. Light flashed on his body, but he retracted the extreme yin power. His body shone with golden light, and the pure extreme yang aura was revealed. When the extreme yang aura was revealed, Zichen clearly felt that his absorption speed had increased by a lot. This method obviously worked. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then the light beside him flashed again. A golden body appeared. This golden body also suppressed the extreme yin, and it released extreme yang light. At the same time, an extreme yang clone appeared. One true body and two clones combined to devour the law energy that fell from the sky. This made Zichen's refining speed increase by a lot. Next to him, Anwei saw this scene and was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, his speed was far inferior to Zichen's. Even the battle beasts and humans in the distance couldn't compare to Zichen's speed. The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. When they saw this scene, their faces changed. However, they didn't go forward to stop it. Obviously, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. While refining these nomological powers, Zichen discovered that his own realm was actually slowly increasing. This was clearly a perceptible speed, which was much faster than when he was refining those resources. This situation didn't last for long. The sun in the sky disappeared. When the sun disappeared, dazzling law crystals began to descend from the sky. Chapter 2845. Zichen didn't know what the vast sun divine crystal was at first, but when he saw the crystals falling from the sky, he naturally understood. The vast sun divine crystal released a bright and glaring brilliance as it fell from the sky. The rule light flowed on the surface of its body. It was extremely gorgeous. To all the powerhouses here, the vast sun divine crystal was extremely attractive. In fact, this was their goal. With it, we can definitely break through, Zichen said with certainty, looking very excited. The separated vast sun divine crystals were of different sizes. The big ones were the size of a human head, and the small ones were the size of a fist. These vast sun divine crystals were all falling towards the mountain peak. Among them, only 3 pieces were falling outside the mountain peak. Looking at the direction they were flying towards, it was coincidentally where Zichen was. Boom! The surroundings that were originally extremely quiet exploded with a powerful aura in the next moment. Those powerhouses moved. Those battle beasts also erupted. Some flew towards the mountain peak in front, and some flew towards the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals above. At this moment, the space began to distort as powerful energy fluctuations surged continuously. Roar! 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 There was a deafening roar as those green wolves started to attack those battle beasts. A chaotic battle instantly broke out. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations surging around, Amwei's face became extremely pale. He turned around and wanted to escape. Just as he turned around, he realized that the original path had disappeared. They were still in the space and couldn't get out. How could this be? Anwei's face was extremely ugly. Among a group of level 8s, his level 7s were obviously not enough. Even if he could deal with a level 8s, it was only limited to a few. However, there were hundreds of level 8s in front of him. This was a battle that he couldn't and didn't dare to participate in. Above the sky, there were people approaching the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals quickly. During this period of time, the battle broke out continuously. They were the ones who stood out. Swoosh! A level 8s arrived in front of the vast sun divine crystal. Just as he reached out to grab it, he saw the surface of the vast sun divine crystal erupt with a ball of strong light. Then, the vast sun divine crystal disappeared as though it teleported. Seeing the vast sun divine crystal suddenly disappear, the level 8s were stunned. The same situation also appeared in the other 2 directions. Those 2 pieces of vast sun divine crystals also suddenly disappeared. The expressions of those experts who were fighting for the vast sun divine crystal were all stunned. Then, their gazes swept around, searching for the vast sun divine crystal that had disappeared. In the end, his gaze landed on Zichen. Zichen was holding a piece of vast sun divine crystal in his hand. At the same time, his 2 clones each had a piece. Seeing this, Anwei's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how hard others tried to snatch it, they still couldn't get it. You, who didn't even try to snatch it, actually got it. However, under such circumstances, the vast sun divine crystal falling into Zichen's hands not only did not represent an opportunity, but instead represented endless danger. Zichen was also stunned. He did not expect that instead of fighting for the vast sun divine general, that thing would end up in his hands. This surprised him. He noticed that the vast sun divine crystals previously all landed on the mountain peaks. Only these 3 crystals were exceptions. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that this was trouble for him. The gazes of all the experts in the vicinity landed on him, their eyes revealing thick killing intent. Zichen was very clear on what he should do now. It was only to see him disband his clones without hesitation and directly threw out the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals. The 3 pieces of divine crystals tore through the sky and flew forward. Everyone's gazes shifted away from Zichen. The battle that had just stopped erupted once again. Anwei heaved a sigh of relief, admiring Zichen's decisiveness very much. One had to know, facing an opportunity, not everyone was willing to let go. Following that, the 2 retreated towards the back. Very clearly, this level of battle, the 2 of them would not take part. Billowing energy surged continuously, causing this stretch of space to start distorting but did not shatter. The battle on the mountain peaks was extremely tragic. Many azure wolves pounced towards those battle beasts. Both sides engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Sharp blades, flames, and all kinds of attacks were spread all over every place. The beastmen aggressively dashed forward. The beast bones in their hands danced crazily, smashing the azure wolves to death one after another. At the same time, wounds were left on their bodies. However, these wounds healed quickly. However, the number of azure wolves was too much. They constantly pounced on the beastmen. Soon, a beastman fell down. After struggling for a while, he stopped breathing. With those azure wolves blocking, those battle beasts couldn't reach the top. The vast sun divine crystals smoothly fell on the mountain peak and were swallowed by the azure wolves. Apparently, those vast sun divine crystals were distributed by themselves. Among them, the Wolf King's crystal was the largest. After swallowing the vast sun divine crystal, the Wolf King did not refine it directly. Instead, he walked to the edge of the mountain peak and watched the fierce battle below. His eyes were filled with coldness. The Wolf King and the azure wolves beside him didn't join the battle. They just watched in silence. Zichen was also watching from behind. However, his attention was mostly on those dead battle beasts and human corpses. To him, this was a big fortune that could be exchanged for many resources, which could be used to cultivate many experts for the Life Star. Anwei was extremely tense. He was worried that the battle would affect the 2 of them even though they looked like they couldn't withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, he discreetly glanced at Zichen, wondering if he was as tense as he was. Then, he saw Zichen's sparkling eyes and his excited face. He was speechless. He didn't expect that at this moment, Zichen was still thinking about those resources. Anyway, those resources were really abundant, which could make people envious. Zichen, didn't you notice that we can't get out? Anwei sent him the message. At this moment, the battle was too fierce. The explosions were unceasing, so they couldn't hear him. Yeah, it seems like we're trapped in this space, Zichen replied. His eyes continued to move around, looking around as he answered absent-mindedly. Aren't you worried in this situation? Anwei sent him the message hurriedly. We can't leave. It means we're trapped. In this situation, we can only be killed. That's not necessarily true. What if they kill each other and all die in the end? Zichen's line of sight was still moving. This time, he started to pay attention to the top of the valley. At this moment, no battle beast had arrived there. However, the mountainside had fallen. You're really optimistic. A scorching energy fluctuation came from not far from them. It was a level 8 God clan warrior. He was holding a flaming saber in his hand, which was releasing a scorching aura. All the experts who tried to approach him were repelled by his saber. He hovered in the air, his face cold and indifferent. A piece of vast sun divine crystal hovered above his head. Apparently, this piece of vast sun divine crystal had an owner. Although the others were reluctant, they didn't dare to approach because this saber had killed 5 people. At the same time, there were more corpses lying around. In another direction, a god bell descended from the sky, protecting a level 8 God clan warrior. At the same time, it was also protecting a piece of vast sun divine crystal. There were many attacks from all directions, but they couldn't break through the defense of this god bell. After seeing that physical god bell, Zichen's expression changed slightly. That was actually a replica of the world-exterminating god bell. Clearly, it was a rare treasure. This piece of vast sun divine crystal also had an owner. As for the last piece, it landed in the hands of a god clan warrior. Above his head, there was a huge vortex. There was a strong light shining in the vortex. Once an attack approached, a ray of light would appear in the vortex and destroy those attacks. Without a doubt, these 3 people were the 3 strongest existences here. They occupied 3 pieces of divine crystals. As for the others, although they were unwilling, they had no choice. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked towards Zichen. Behind him, there were 4 other people. These people were the 5 people who reminded Zichen to leave quickly. At this moment, there was no disdain on their faces. Instead, there was only cold killing intent. Damn it, why didn't you give me the vast sun divine crystal just now? The leader transmitted his voice coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Sir, please spare our lives. This has nothing to do with us, Anwei said with a terrified face. Go to hell! A divine light swept towards the 2 of them like a waterfall. As the divine light approached, a strong pressure fell on the 2 of them, affecting their movements. Swoosh! Zichen grabbed Anwei and retreated quickly, dodging the attack. Sir, this really has nothing to do with us. It was just a coincidence that thing flew over, Anwei said again. The other party did not listen at all and stepped forward again. Behind him, the few guys had a mocking look. Clearly, these 5 guys were no match for any of the 3 people even if they joined forces. However, they were extremely unwilling to accept it. Therefore, they transferred their anger to the 2 of them. After all, the 2 of them were level 7 and were easy to deal with. From Zichen's point of view, the 5 of them had the intention to preserve their strength and avoid the battle. After all, there were still vast sun divine crystals in other places. Moreover, the battle had yet to end. Zichen grabbed Anwei and retreated again, dodging the attack easily. Let's see how many times you can dodge! The level 8 sneered and struck again. Zichen dodged again. Sir, please spare our lives! Anwei begged for mercy. The other party's eyes were cold and full of mockery. Obviously, he would not stop. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Zichen said with a frown. He did not want to make a move for the time being. Overbearing? Can't you see that I'm killing? The other party sneered and stepped forward. Today, the two of you must die. Hearing this, Anwei stopped begging for mercy. His eyes turned cold instantly. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing Anwei disappear, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the few people. Clearly, they did not expect the guy who had been begging for mercy to be a dark shadow assassin. At this moment, the pupils of the leader suddenly shrank. He realized that the other person in front of him had disappeared too. Just as he felt that something was wrong, a golden light appeared beside him. Puff! The golden light flashed past and the level 8's head was separated from his body. Zichen appeared with a cold look in his eyes. You're courting death! Chapter 2846. One of the 5 level 8s had died, and the other 4 were shocked. They all retreated, not expecting this level 7's, who could be crushed to death at any time, to have such skills. Buzz! As soon as the 4 of them retreated, a trembling sound came from beside them, followed by a black light. The level 8s dodged to the side without hesitation and slashed horizontally. The light of the blade flashed. The black shadow that had just appeared disappeared, and a deep bloody wound appeared on the chest of the level 8s. There was residual energy in the wound, and it was devouring his life force. It was Anwei who attacked. He had seriously injured a level 8's. Puff! A cold light flashed, and another head flew out from the other side. Another level 8's was beheaded, and blood splattered everywhere. Zichen's figure disappeared, and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts was displayed at this moment. The fastest speed in the world was displayed, and the opponent was caught off guard by his speed. The battle here had attracted the attention of the experts in the distance. Previously, they were all looking at the battle in amusement, waiting to see a good show. In this place, no one cared about the life and death of others, and everyone was prepared to die. They looked at the scene in amusement, waiting to see what would happen next. The counterattack of the 2 level 7s was not beyond their expectations. No one who could come here was weak. Who would not be brave in the face of such oppression? However, what surprised them was the absolute combat power displayed by the 2 level 7s after they started to counterattack. Seeing that 2 of the 5 level 8s were dead and 1 was seriously injured, their expressions changed. They had originally thought that they were people that everyone could bully, but unexpectedly, they were just pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. This thunderous attack caused the expressions of those who were paying attention to the battle here to change. Anwei reappeared, and the sharp spike flashed, and the black light disappeared. The level 8s who were seriously injured earlier widened his eyes and fell backward. After more than 10 years of training, Anwei's combat skills had become more ingenious, and it was not so difficult for him to kill the level 8s. At this moment, there was only 1 level 8's left. 3 of them were killed by Zichen, and 1 by Anwei. The level 8's were frightened and kept retreating, not daring to believe that this would be the result. Zichen and Anwei looked at each other and disappeared again. Go away! Scram! The level 8 expert shouted in terror. The energy in his body fluctuated violently, and the space around him began to distort. The surging energy on his body transformed into a giant beast. The giant beast roared at the sky, its aura abnormally violent. But he couldn't find his target. In the distorted space, Zichen and Anwei appeared one after another. The 2 of them attacked the giant beast, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Chi! Chi! Faced with the sudden attack of the 2, the giant energy beast instantly exploded. The sharp attack speed did not decrease and went straight into the body of the level 8. Shwa! Shwa! After the attack ended, the 2 retreated and stood there indifferently. The fear in the eyes of the 8th grade expert in front of him froze, and his life force dissipated. 5 provocative level 8s died just like that. The other level 8 powerhouses in the surroundings were shocked. The strength of the 2 had completely exceeded their expectations. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to make a move, but he didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing. However, since he had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his head, looked at the three experts above, and said, "That vast sun divine crystal was originally mine. Please return it." The three of them witnessed Zichen's strength, and their expressions became solemn at this moment. If it was one-on-one, they might not be Zichen's match, because the other party's speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. But at this time, Zichen directly provoked the three of them. This made their faces reveal anger one after another, feeling that they were insulted. "If you want the vast sun divine crystal, then ask the saber in my hand," the divine race holding the saber said coldly. "Your attack isn't weak, but it can't break my defense at all. Under such circumstances, I have many means to kill you. Kid, better play it safe. Don't be so arrogant," the divine race possessing the divine bell imitation warned. As for the divine race, he snorted coldly at Zichen, his eyes revealing cold killing intent. The battle in the distance was still ongoing. Those battle beasts were still charging at the mountain peak crazily. At this time, they were about to reach the mountain peak. Compared to the front, this area was surprisingly quiet. Although the two of them had easily killed 5 level 8s, Anwei was still very nervous at this time. Because the two of them had been exposed, they might become the target of everyone's joint attack next. "Anwei, you step back first." Zichen glanced at Anwei. Anwei nodded and used his eyes to signal Zichen to be careful. He then stepped back. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." When Anwei heard Zichen's words, he didn't deliberately be cold, but it contained great confidence. Next, he saw an unforgettable scene. At the same time, he also knew for the first time that a battle could be fought like this. He saw that Zichen's body shone with 2 types of energy. These 2 types of energy were completely opposite. Every time he saw Zichen display these 2 types of extreme energy, he felt that it was unbelievable. It went against common sense. These energies quickly fused and turned into lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were the size of a palm and flew forward. Anwei had seen Zichen use this move before. At that time, he was dealing with the spatial worm king. However, compared to this scene, the previous battle was nothing. These lotus flowers spread out rapidly and flew forward. Their target was not only the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun divine crystal, but also the experts. That included all the experts around them. This was the source of Anwei's shock. They hadn't joined hands yet, but Zichen had taken the initiative to attack. After those lotus flowers spread out, they exploded with a loud bang. After the first one exploded, the others started a chain reaction and exploded one after another. Boom after boom resounded in this independent space. Amidst these booms, the yin and yang energies that exploded spread out, forming a destructive wave. In an instant, the destructive and violent energy shrouded a large area in front of them. Angry roars rang out from the violent aura. Those level 8s tried to rush out. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, showing no signs of ending. Zichen stood in place. The yin and yang energy kept converging in front of him, turning into lotus flowers and flying forward. Like a continuous firing cannon, there was no pause. Boom! 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 The destructive yin and yang energy waves were still spreading further and further, shrouding more experts. At this moment, in this space, Anwei could only see Zichen in front of him and the yin-yang thunder lotus flying forward. He couldn't see anything else. The yin and yang energy waves became the master of this space, constantly spreading into the distance. Is he trying to forcibly shroud this space? Anwei was extremely shocked. At this time, only the small area behind Zichen was absolutely safe. In the violent energy, the roars turned into screams, and the screams turned into wails. They gradually disappeared. So far, no one could rush out and attack Zichen. No attack could break through the destructive force. Boom! 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 The yin-yang thunder lotus was still violent, showing no signs of stopping. And Zichen was using such a powerful method, as if he didn't care about the consumption. Anwei didn't know how far the yin-yang thunder lotus had spread. He guessed that it was close to the peak, or had already shrouded the peak. The violent energy continued to wreak havoc. Everything was still going on. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this period, Zichen didn't stop releasing yin and yang energy. The number of yin-yang thunder lotuses flying out was no less than 100,000. Zichen was still calm despite such a huge consumption of energy. Anwei felt that he couldn't see through him. He didn't know how much energy was contained in his body. The violent energy waves slowly dissipated, and Anwei looked at the corpses on the ground. Many of the corpses were not whole. His gaze moved forward as the energy dissipated. Other than the corpses, he didn't find any survivors. Later, he saw some corpses of battle beasts, and even more battle beasts. There were also some human corpses. But there were still no survivors. His gaze continued to move. At the edge of the giant peak in the distance, he finally found some survivors. It was the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun divine crystal. Although they were standing in the air, their auras had become extremely weak. Among the 3, the God race expert with the divine bell of annihilation was in the best condition. The other 2 were in the worst condition. At this moment, the 3 of them also saw the scene in front of them. Their faces were filled with horror. Other than the 3 of them, everyone was dead. There were hundreds of experts. As for the battle beasts, the God race expert in the divine bell of annihilation turned around and looked behind him. He saw a light shield. The light shield shrouded the peak. And in the peak, there were more than 100 battle beasts alive. Some of these battle beasts were green wolves, and the rest were other battle beasts. This scene was obviously caused by the other battle beasts attacking the peak. After Zichen's explosion, a light shield appeared, enveloping the peak and the battle beasts at the same time. Zichen walked forward. As he walked forward, tornadoes appeared beside him. The tornadoes went straight into the sky, carrying battle beasts and human corpses. There was a black hole in the sky. That was the entrance to the world. When Anwei saw this scene, he recalled what Zichen had said earlier. He was extremely shocked. It was obvious that Zichen had been thinking about this since a long time ago. These were all resources, unimaginable resources. Just as Zichen said, just by obtaining these black tokens, he could upgrade the token to level 5, and then exchange it for enough resources. "Don't come over, I can give you the vast sun divine crystal," the God race expert with the sword said in horror. "That's right, I can give you the vast sun divine crystal," the God race expert also said in horror. As for the existence in the middle with the divine bell replica, he was a little hesitant. Because Zichen's previous attack did not break through his divine bell's defense. "That was originally mine. It's natural for you to return it to me." Chapter 2847. The Three's expressions changed. The blade-wielding divine general shouted, "You want to take our lives? Dream on!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed forward with his blade. The saber light that was like a waterfall carried a powerful aura as it headed straight for Zichen. Buzz! A divine light appeared beside Zichen. The divine light was extremely fast. It instantly reached the divine general's side and pierced his head. The blade light stopped beside Zichen and dissipated. A strong wind blew past Zichen's face and blew his hair. The divine general's expression froze. His eyes were filled with shock as his body fell to the ground. He was dead. His life force was extinguished by the heaven-connecting divine needle. "That's the heaven-connecting divine needle!" The God clan expert, who was still hiding in the apocalyptic sacred bell, exclaimed when he saw this. The light shield around the mountain didn't disperse. The different types of battle beasts didn't continue fighting. Instead, they watched the battle through the shield. They were all intelligent life forms. They knew how powerful the human outside the shield was. The other party alone had killed hundreds of experts of the same level. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed coldly. A loud shout came from outside the shield. The whirlpool above the divine race expert's head expanded. Beam after beam of destructive light fell like chains, locking down every corner. The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It turned into a divine light and shot forward, leaving a rainbow mark in the air. The destructive light fell, heading toward the heaven-connecting divine needle. Buzz! The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It sped up again, dodging the attacks and entering the destructive light. In an instant, the violent aura in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool in the sky also stopped. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back. The divine race expert's body flickered a few times before he fell to the ground. Another person died. There was only one human left. He was protected by the world-destroying divine bell. His face was filled with shock. Many experts had come this time. Every one of them wanted to be the Oriole and obtain the final victory. They didn't expect that they would be killed by a divine race expert. A divine race expert killed a group of divine race experts. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. The two of them were already dead, and their corpses were brought back. Zichen obtained 2 pieces of vast sun divine crystal. However, this was originally something that belonged to him. His gaze landed on the third person. You can't break through my defense, so you can't kill me. Why don't we work together? The other party's expression changed before he finally spoke. Behind them, Anwei was also looking at Zichen. He was wondering if Zichen would accept the alliance request. I can't break through your defense? Zichen looked at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Your heavenly god needle is a replica, but isn't my world-annihilating divine bell also a replica? I admit that I can't beat you, but with this, it's impossible for you to kill me. You have combat power, and I have defense. Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to work together to deal with those battle beasts? The vast sun divine crystal that we obtain, you and I can also share equally. Zichen shook his head slowly and said, Sorry, I don't have the habit of sharing with others. You! A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes as he shouted. Then let's just waste time like this. You think too highly of yourself. What right do you have to talk about wasting time with me? Zichen sneered as a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber flashed with black light. Anwei knew this weapon was very sharp, but he had also heard of the divine race's famous world-annihilating divine bell. Now that these two weapons were about to meet, Anwei was filled with anticipation as to which weapon was stronger. It's useless. This is a replica of the world-annihilating divine bell. Although it can be used for both offense and defense, its main function is defense. The divine race expert snorted and said, Who in the world can break through the divine bell's defense? Zichen didn't say anything. He tapped his foot and flew up into the air. The long saber in his hand was instantly unsheathed. There was no saber intent lingering on the saber light. There was only a bright light. This light was a kind of rule power. It was very unique and mysterious. Soul seize! With a loud shout, the long saber slashed down from the sky. A saber light with the rule power fell from above. It brought with it a vast aura as it struck the world-annihilating divine bell. The divine bell's defense seemed to be non-existent in front of the saber light. It instantly penetrated and landed on the divine race expert's body. Anwei's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Could Zichen have broken through the divine race expert's defense with one slash? Soon, he realized that something was wrong. The divine race expert's defense had not dissipated. The light shield was still protecting him. He was also unharmed. Zichen stood in the air. His expression was indifferent. He didn't feel any regret or disappointment. The divine race expert was stunned. The slash from before had given him a great shock. That slash had ignored his defense and landed on his body. However, he was not hurt at all. Even his defense was not broken. After the shock, he came back to his senses. With a disdainful sneer on his face, he said, "Your illusory attack is only SOSO. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Today, I will stand here without moving. You can't do anything to me. As for your illusory attack, it won't affect my mind at all. Is that so?" A strange smile appeared on Zichen's face. Divine light flickered beside him. The heavenly god needle appeared again and flew forward. "It's useless." The divine race expert was still sneering. His expression was full of disdain. Crack! The heavenly god needle arrived outside the light shield formed by the divine bell of destruction. It passed through the light shield without any resistance. At the same time, it pierced through the divine race expert's body. The disdain on the divine race expert's face froze. His surging vitality was extinguished in an instant. His face was full of disbelief. Anwei, who was behind Zichen, was also extremely shocked. Even if the heavenly god needle was so powerful, it shouldn't have been able to break through the divine bell of destruction's defense so easily. Could it be that slash from before? Anwei thought of that possibility. That was the only possibility that could explain why the divine bell of destruction couldn't block the heavenly god needle's attack. Zichen had already put away his saber. His body descended. The previous slash was the soul snatcher. It was a unique attack of the saber spirit. One slash was to steal the soul in the divine bell of destruction. Without a soul, the divine bell of destruction was only a shell. How could it block the heavenly god needle? After keeping the other party's corpse, Zichen lifted his head and looked towards the mountain peak. The light barrier still hadn't dissipated, and the eyes of the beasts inside it were filled with fear as they looked at Zichen. Looking at the light shield, Zichen's gaze landed on the Green Wolf King. There was a reason why the light shield didn't disappear and the space here didn't stop. This reason should be the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Human, what do you want?" "The vast sun divine crystal," Zichen said. "My goal is the vast sun divine crystal." "You already have it," the Green Wolf King said coldly. "It was originally mine," Zichen said indifferently. Then, he stood there and looked at the Green Wolf King. "You can't enter." The Green Wolf King looked at Zichen. There wasn't much emotion in his eyes. Someone said the same thing just now, but he died in the end. Zichen smiled faintly. The battle beasts that originally came to fight for the vast sun divine crystal stopped fighting at this moment. They were all very frightened. If this light shield was broken, they would all die. Zichen and the Green Wolf King looked at each other silently. Zichen's expression didn't change, and the Green Wolf King's expression didn't change. After a while, the Green Wolf King's eyes finally changed. He said, "I can give you the vast sun divine crystal." As its voice fell, beside it, vast sun divine crystals appeared in front of 5 green wolves, and they flew out of the light barrier. The vast sun divine crystal smoothly passed through the light shield and landed beside Zichen. Looking at the 5 floating vast sun divine crystals, Zichen slowly shook his head. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed with anger. Then, he turned his head again. Another 5 vast sun divine crystals appeared. Before the 5 vast sun divine crystals flew out, Zichen shook his head again. After 5 vast sun divine crystals, 5 more appeared. When Anwei saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. Clearly, Zichen alone was enough to intimidate this group of battle beasts. Right now, facing Zichen's strength, they could only choose to dodge time and time again. Looking at the 15 vast sun divine crystals in front of him, Zichen's hand flashed and his saber was unsheathed once more. His calm expression slowly turned cold and stern. His voice was no longer calm. "Are you using these to buy your life? Then aren't you belittling yourselves too much? Since you don't even care about yourselves, then there's no need for me to care." After saying that, he slowly unsheathed his saber. A bright light shone from the saber. The Green Wolf King let out a low growl. Another 20 vast sun divine crystals appeared. These vast sun divine crystals were much larger than before. Zichen's saber paused. He looked at the 35 vast sun divine crystals in front of him, and then at the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King no longer backed down. "Forget it. Who asked me to be so soft-hearted?" Sheathing his saber, Zichen waved his sleeves and kept the vast sun divine crystals. If he wasn't wrong, the Green Wolf King should still have about half of the vast sun divine crystals. Anwei was speechless. If this was called benevolence, then there shouldn't be any bad people in this world. "I'm going to leave." Zichen turned around and said to the Green Wolf King. A cold light flashed in the Green Wolf King's eyes. In front of Zichen, space distorted and a tunnel appeared. Seeing this, Anwei immediately ran toward them. If he didn't leave with Zichen, what awaited him next would be death. "Hurry up." Zichen looked at Anwei and said with a smile. Anwei quickly walked forward and was about to enter the tunnel. At the same time, Zichen turned around and followed Anwei. In the next instant, the two were about to leave. Right at this moment, a strong light suddenly erupted from Zichen's body. This light contained pure law energy and spread out in all directions. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force followed behind the law energy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.